All right, okay. What's up, folks? Good morning, good afternoon, good night, depending on where you are in the world in your time zone. We're gonna get it in, folks. This is gonna be the first ever Bring It Evolutionist Pro Choices edition. Now, this Bring It Evolutionist Pro Choices edition was inspired, of course, by a true empiricist and Bring It Evolutionist, and it's just gonna be my style of Bring It, except we're doing it pro choices style. So we have in the chat Dalo, the lovely lady in the UK. How you doing? And we have Hilarious Zulu. It's always good to see you, brother. How you doing? And I'll just invite you two straight away since you two are watching right now. And I guess in a little bit I'll put the link out there just right in the chat. So, but since we already got a few people here now, I'll just invite those two. See, um, let me look search their names up here. Okay, I got Hilarious, and then we got hmm, it'll be pretty easy to find her home.
Yo, 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 yo.
Hey, what's
Happy
up,
Sabbath.
man?
Happy Sabbath, man. Happy Sabbath.
And same to you, brother.
Just came from church. So,
All
yeah.
right, good deal, man. Good deal. And I found her, and there she is. Yeah, this is the first ever Bring It Pro Choices edition. So how was church, man?
Good, man. It was a sermon on persecuting others and a sermon on judging others, other Christians. It was good.
Cool, good deal.
Yeah.
Seems to be a pretty lively weekend across many places in the country. There's always something about this year, always something about Easter, man. It's even a big deal, especially in the United States as well. And it should be. I mean, it should be just for the person of Jesus Christ in general, period. But I mean, it's good to see that people can at least take time out aside to just praise the Lord. But yes, this is going to be the first ever Bring It Pro Choices edition. And we already picking up views very quick. I haven't even had the broadcast on that long, and we already got at least 5 people watching right now. So that's really, really great. But anyway, this Bring It Pro Choices, like I said earlier, it was inspired by true empiricism's Bring It evolutionists, and the whole Bring It thing seems to be taking on its own little uh, special just tone. It seems to really, really have taken off. I think even G-Man has had some Bring It episodes on his channel too. So it's been really, really just taking on a personality of its own. It's really starting to expand. But we're gonna have some fun today. So we're getting up viewers right now, and I'm gonna go ahead and just put the link out there. We can see if we can get any pro choicers to join. I've already invited Dalo in here. We got you here, so should be a good conversation. So with that said, oh, here she is.
Hello, Antonio.
How are you, Dalo?
I'm fine. How are you?
I hope you enjoyed the Bob Ross music.
I did, yes, thank you.
Yes, that is just always a nice little piece. I did that a while ago when I was doing hangouts around when I first got here on G Plus, but I hadn't done it in quite some time. I just usually just went into the hangout, but it seems you were watching one of my older hangouts and you saw the music, and then
Yeah, I think it was from about 6 months ago, I think that one that I first saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
I was just like, why not? She likes it. Why not bring it back?
Yeah, it's nice and chilled.
Good deal, good deal. But anyway, just to get straight off into the why I have this show, knowing that you're a pro-choicer,
Yeah.
I guess we can pretty much
Well,
just kick it off from there.
I won't be able to hang around for very long though, just because of family things. But yeah, carry on, go on.
I understand. It's all good. So, I guess to start off, I'll just give my position. More importantly, um, I don't like to just challenge people. I gotta give like positive arguments on my side too. I mean, I think it's really simple. I don't think this issue is very complicated, like a lot of people seem to think. A lot of people think it's a touchy issue, but I think it's a very easy issue to resolve. I think,
I think it's quite an emotional issue though, isn't it? I think.
yeah, it is. There's no doubt about that.
And I just think it's emotional from both sides and from men and from women. I just think
Of course.
it can get very heated, and like I was saying the other day, I don't think one size fits all. And do you know what I mean? I think each thing has to be looked at individually. I think I said that last time. It's you just can't say no, and that's it. That's how I feel.
Sure. I, I
Because
think,
it it's I don't think it's a decision that's taken lightly. I think that it has to, you know, the mother, let's say, has to, they do think about it. It has to be an emotional thing that they go through themselves. Should they, shouldn't they? I don't think it's just like, oh, I just fancy having an abortion today, let's go and do it. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, I get it.
Go on. So carry on, Antonio. Go on.
No, no, it's all good. The thing is, there is just so much confusion I see in the pro-choice position. I mean, I see that it said that it shouldn't be taken lightly. Um, I've seen outright others said, I love abortion. There seemed to be a wide range of views, but ultimately, whether it
Yeah.
should be taken lightly or not, really, does that all those points even matter at the end? Because ultimately, no matter how serious it should be taken by certain people, or even how certain people don't think it's all that big deal, at the end of the day, the one all-encompassing thing is that it should be up to the woman. I mean, we can make all sorts of arguments about how serious this should be looked at, but I mean, it's going to be at the end of the day the pro-choice's position that it should be up to the woman. Because here's the
Yeah.
thing: um, one woman can, in her subjective viewpoint, get it for very serious reasons. But let's say another woman were to get it for not so serious reasons. Maybe she's a deranged person and just gets abortions for the heck of it. You're probably not going to have too many women like that. Very likely. If someone like that exists, it'd be probably a very rare thing. But I mean, what could the pro-choicer say to that person if a woman actually did that?
Mm. I think it is ultimately up to the woman to do it. And then you're talking about, let's say, a deranged person. Well, I think we touched on this last time, that she would still have to go to a medical professional for guidance, or for an assessment, or I'm not quite sure how it works. So, you know, but they'd have to be assessed, or they'd have to have a conversation with a doctor, surely. And I don't know. Go on, over to you, Antonia.
So basically, your point is it's their
But if they
choice.
are if they are deranged and they just want one for the sake of it, well, it depends if they continue. If continuing with the pregnancy would make their condition worse, then maybe the pregnancy should be ended. Do you see? Or it depends what you mean by they're deranged.
You want to make sure.
If it's going to harm the mother to the extent that she kills herself because that's how deranged she is, then she's going to kill herself, and then the baby's going to die as well anyway. But you see, I don't know. There's a lot of don't knows that come from me. There's a lot of don't knows that come from me, but I'm just trying to work it through what we're talking about.
Sure. To outline what I mean, I'm gonna show you a quick screen share.
Oh, really?
I'm not making this stuff up. There are people out there who really have stuff like this. And these aren't just trolls either. There are people out there who actually wear shirts like this.
Yeah, but they're just...
As a
that's not
pro-lifer
nice.
who's been involved in this argument for, and not just this argument, but in this important issue for quite a number of years, I've seen a little bit of everything.
But I think there's a T-shirt that says everything. Any objectionable comment can be put on a T-shirt or a mug. That's just people that want to inflame the situation. That's not nice. But you can have any slogan put on a T-shirt just to create a reaction. It's to create a reaction, isn't it? It's to provoke. I don't think women that go into abortion clinics or go to visit their doctor, they're not wearing those T-shirts. They're not wearing those T-shirts going in. It's a different kind of person that's wearing those T-shirts and drinking from those mugs. That's just to inflame. That's just to inflame people.
But here's my...
sorry, go on.
No, it's okay. Here's my thing, though. It can be just to inflame people, but from the pro-choice position, who cares? It's their choice, right? It's their body, right? They can do whatever they want.
But I could say I'm pro-choice, but I'm not going to go around wearing a T-shirt like that. No, and it's not nice for, somebody's wearing that T-shirt to provoke a reaction. And people that have had abortions are going to see that. They're not going to go, oh yeah, I like that T-shirt, I'm going to go and get that. That looks really cool. It's just to inflame and provoke. Again, you can get a T-shirt that says any old horrible thing on it.
Well, it's not nice based on what?
That it's upsetting. And you're going to upset somebody that has had an abortion.
So they can upset people, but the fact they shouldn't do it based on what?
What they shouldn't shouldn't wear the T-shirt or shouldn't get the abortion?
Well, they shouldn't inflame the issue. They shouldn't make it seem like it's just like this less than serious thing. Otherwise, they would upset people. They shouldn't do that based on what?
I don't know. I just think it's those kind of products are they're just to I'm just repeating myself now. They're just to provoke and inflame and make a point, make a statement, make an aggressive statement. Maybe they're trying to throw it in the faces of the pro-life people to say, abortion is a thing and it's going to be a thing, get over it, that kind of thing. I don't know.
I mean, here's the thing. From my standpoint, I have a reason why people shouldn't wear those shirts at all. I mean,
Oh, I
the
don't think it
issue.
would. No, I mean, I don't think, even like I said, I would be considered pro-choice, but I wouldn't wear that. I would, and if I saw somebody wearing it, I would just think that's just disgusting. But so I agree with you there. It's not those t-shirts and mugs and the whatever else was on there. They're not nice, and they're not nice.
So I have somebody in the chat room saying you should see some of the anti-gay and
Well,
anti-trans shirts
there
out
you go.
there.
Exactly, and you probably have things that are racist as well, and it's just anything can be put on a t-shirt, and it's just to inflame.
But here's the thing: there's a difference in the message here, and here's what I mean when I say that. Um, we have a number of different like hate shirts out there. That's true. We're not talking about hate when it comes to shirts like I love abortion. That's not saying you hate anything. That's saying you love what the procedure of abortion is, or you love what the movement of whatever abortion is, the pro-choice thing. You love what is associated with that.
Well, I don't think that's the message of them t-shirts. It could, well, you could say, which I don't think is the message of these t-shirts, but it could be said that abortion being available is a good thing. It gives women that choice to have one for whatever their reason is. But I don't think some of those t-shirts were actually trying to convey that message. So I don't know about that, but it could be that abortion is not a good thing, but it's good that it is available for women.
Well, isn't freedom a good thing? Isn't choice a good thing?
Yeah.
So why can't they say they love it?
Because they're being, I was going to swear then, Antonio, I was going to say they're being, to some extent, pardon my language, but they're just doing it for, I could say they're doing it for attention. They're doing it because it sells t-shirts to particular groups of people. They're doing it for money. I don't know. I wouldn't wear one.
So you think it's just
So I'm pro-choice and I wouldn't wear one. So, and I don't think a lot of people would. It's
well,
people just want to make a statement.
I'm just saying, if it's not a bad thing that abortion is illegal, then what could be the problem? And saying that you love it.
Sorry, Antonio, give me 5 minutes. I've just got to step away.
Okay, cool. All right, you asked me for an invite, JD Kane. You got your invite, and I'm gonna put the link out there in just a sec. Let's see. Where is the link?
Good morning, everyone.
Hey, what's up, JD? I've done this a million times and I always forget what it. Okay, here we go. I found it.
So I saw the title was Bring It Pro-Choicers. Well, I'm pro-choice, huge fan of abortion. Really like that women can control their own bodies. Like, that's a great thing. I think we should chop up as many babies in the womb as possible. Bring it. Tell me why I'm wrong.
JD, would you wear one of those t-shirts?
What t-shirt? I need more information.
The one, did you not see Antonio was showing some t-shirts that said I love abortion on them?
Well, no, because, pro-lifers are all insane and they'd probably try and stab me for daring to. I have to deal with the fact that pro-lifers are not rational and completely irrational. Usually crazy religious have lots of delusional beliefs, and they would probably come and cause me harm. I would not harm. I don't harm pro-lifers. Like, I want all babies to live. I think rape victims should raise them. I don't. I mean, I think they're wrong, but I have no intent to stab them to death. Pro-lifers, on the other hand, a little bit different. More like, how dare you say that? Everyone gang up. Mom and Daddy, stone them. Do what we did to Jesus. Oh, wait, crap. So, yeah, I don't think I'd wear the t-shirt.
Here's the thing. I heard you say like religious in that commentary viewers there, are you associating the pro-life movement with religion?
Yes.
How is that necessitated? Because there are pro-life atheists.
I didn't say it was necessitated, but in general, that is the case. Most arguments against abortion that make any sense, I mean, I wouldn't say they make sense. They're all crap, but they're religiously motivated. In fact, I think everyone I talk to, I should be clear, just about every person I talk to about abortion, their real position is religious. God says that he put the soul in there right when conception had. So if you do anything bad to that, that's murder because unjustified because the Bible says so. That's what they want to say. Instead of like, well, let's talk about why you shouldn't have rights over a body. They try to come with secular arguments, and they're all crap. They're horrible. They're horrible, terrible arguments. They screw up terms. They show up pictures of dead babies going like, well, that's look, the end result is icky. Therefore, we shouldn't do it. They're terrible. All the secular arguments I've heard are terrible, even for people I respect. Like Christopher Hitchens had some secular arguments against it, and I still think they're kind of crap. Personal autonomy is really important. So until the umbilical cord is cut, let the doctor and the mother make the decisions. Government shouldn't be involved. In fact, for most conservatives, the government shouldn't be involved unless it involves women. Then we should have all the control we could possibly have.
For you to connect the pro-life movement with...
Am I bringing it okay? I came here to bring it. Am I doing all right?
All right, just let me finish real quick. To connect the pro-life movement with religion is the guilt by association fallacy.
Wait, hold on. No, you're saying religion is like a terrible thing? Like I'm saying it's awful because religion is awful?
Wait, dude. Are you going to let me finish? You're not going to do this up in here. I'll let you finish every time you spoke. And the reason why it's a guilt by association fallacy, but because you can't claim that particular foundation or particular viewpoint is impugned because it's associated with a particular group. And here's the thing. It's not, you didn't say it's necessitated, but you still are making a very, very strong connection to it, even when someone quite clearly identifies as a pro-life atheist. I mean, you can just do a regular Google search on the net and find like pro-life humanists, pro-life atheists, pro-life secularists, things like this, non-religious groups who are pro-lifers. So you can't really connect it. No matter if the particular movement might have a lot of those who have identifiable religious beliefs. Yes, that's true, but I mean, that has nothing to do with the movement itself. And besides, if you're going to impugn a particular position, especially by trying to associate it with like religion, that's also a form of a genetic fallacy too, because you can't impugn a particular position by where it originates from anyway. So you've committed multiple fallacies there by doing such a thing.
How awful of me to commit so many fallacies. However, do you believe it's a coincidence that the majority of pro-lifers are holding up religious signs, or that the majority of them, I mean vast majority, are religious, if not heavily religious, if not evangelical, or like seriously devout Catholics? Is that a coincidence? Or is there maybe something else involved?
Well, here's the thing. You got to look at the ratio of people who identify as people who hold particular religious beliefs as opposed to those who do not. In westernized countries, particularly like the United States, for example, you'll find that a lot of people hold a religious theistic belief of some sort, as opposed to those who do not. I don't think it's so much of a coincidence as much as it is those who happen to be atheists as opposed to those who aren't. So, I mean, it's pretty much a ratio thing, not necessarily a religious thing.
I find interesting, Lionheart in the side chat said something, well, he's kind of disagreeing with you, I think. He says, the problem with a secular argument is that the objective value of life can't be confirmed from secular foundations. Let me grant that, in which case, okay, the only arguments that can be presented for being against abortion, only valid ones, would be religious, which kind of furthers my point a little further than I was going to take it. What do you think of that, Antonio? Is Lionheart wrong?
I can agree with that. Like ultimately, those who argue from a secular foundation suffer from issues in trying to put forth their position, like those who are trying to give a secular argument for abortion. But I think that's a matter of the secular standpoint, not a matter of like the argument itself for abortion. I would think any viewpoint which does not have God as the foundation or an objective standard such as the Christian God as the foundation will ultimately run into problems. But I mean, at the same time, though, I think given the secular foundation, they could put forth a more robust case than those who hold a secular foundation, than those who hold the secular foundation and hold the opposite case, which is the pro-choice position. So I think they have a more consistent foundation to bring, given their secular worldviews, than the pro-choicer does.
Therefore, it follows that abortion is a religious issue.
Or I should
Say
say,
that
the
again.
people who are pro-life, it's a religious issue. People who are not pro-life, it's usually not. Usually, like I like my freedom. I don't want, say, men to be able to, through force, say you're gonna do this for the next 9 months, and that's because I want you to, and there's nothing you can do about it because you do anything and it's against law. I don't think we should live in that kind of world. We used to. I don't think we should.
Well, if you're going to use that force argument, that's just an appeal to force. That doesn't.
I'm sorry.
like, just
What is an appeal to force? I've not heard that
see.
sound.
It's not.
This is the second time I started to speak and you interrupted me before I finished.
Well, my apologies. You said something that I was confused about.
I was going to finish it, but you didn't let me finish. You interrupted me before I got to finish.
All right, you're right. My apologies again. Go ahead.
Okay, the reason why it's an appeal to force is because you're saying because people would force women to get abortions or allegedly force women to get abortions, that like impugns what the pro-life argument is, and there is no connection to that at all, because even if pro-lifers, as you say, were forcing people or forcing women or what have you, that would not show necessarily in any case at all that the pro-life position itself is flawed. It doesn't invalidate it because, you know, there may be people who are implying it as sort of a forced context. So you can't use that as some fallback appeal to base your position.
Okay, well, let me elaborate then. If I were in control of all law, or well, it's kind of law line right now, it is illegal to force a woman to get pregnant or to force her to remain pregnant. Under, I assume, your position, where I guess abortion be outlawed under most circumstances, I don't know about the fine details, it would be legal, or it would be illegal to force a woman to get pregnant, but it would be legal to force her to stay pregnant. I don't agree with that. I don't think we should force women to stay pregnant, especially if it's not their choice to be pregnant in the first place. Women are not second-class citizens. We should treat them equally. I mean, if this was a men issue, we'd come up with some kind of religious argument like, well, Jesus really didn't mean that because I really don't want to be pregnant. The situation would change so quickly. Anyway, again, we're kind of talking around the edges here. What are the arguments that are there only religious arguments you presented? Because if so, I'm an atheist. I don't value religious arguments. I mean, I take your argument that the Bible says X, Y, and Z as much as a Muslim would say something similar, or a Shintoist or Taoist or a Buddhist. It's your religious beliefs I don't value them. I don't value a position that comes from them. So unless you have a secular argument that we should make abortion illegal under X, Y, and Z circumstances, I'm going to be hard to convince. My reasons, I think I already stated when I came in. Abortion should be legal until that umbilical cord is cut and it's now a separate entity. Until then, it requires mother. It's feeding off the mother. It's the mother's body. It's growing in her. It's part of her. It soon will be something separate, but I don't think that should be official until you snap the umbilical cord and pull around and go, hey, little guy, we want you to grow up and be awesome. Until then, the mother and the doctor should be making the choices, not the government. I don't want the government getting involved in stuff like that.
You brought it. Oh, were you done? I wasn't sure if you were done now. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Sure, Hilarious.
Hey, Zulu, I haven't seen you before. Hey.
Hey JD, how you doing, man? You alright?
Nice blinds. You you outside or like in a enclosed thing?
It's a conservatory.
Pretty.
Yeah. Came from church.
Anyway, go ahead.
But yeah, you commented on how it should be the woman's choice and the government's choice if they want to, go with the abortion or the termination. But when I'm hearing it should be their choice, what if the person that's making the choice isn't capable of making the correct decision for themselves? So, for example, if the law was up to everyone's choice, then, for example, killing and stealing and all these different things would be very opinionated when we know that these things are there in the same place, regardless of people's choices or emotions. Stealing is wrong, even if you, in your head, can make yourself believe that it's right, because the law says it's wrong. So if abortion were to be illegal or against the law, it wouldn't matter if the woman didn't want to go with the abortion from her own choice and her own emotions, because her choice and emotions cannot interfere with a standard, with a law that's objective and a law that's put in place. If law was all about emotions, then no one would be incarcerated.
So yeah, if abortion were illegal, it would be illegal to have an abortion. Was there more to that? Or I missed something?
No, but you're saying that it should be up to their choice. But I'm saying that
I think it should not be illegal. It should be legal.
I think I could bring in some perspective to outline his point. You said earlier that that you didn't think like the whole thing about force was logical and unreasonable and things like this. Here's my thing. And to bring in perspective to outline his point, would you say it would be force if, let's say, at 8.5 months, it's illegal for a woman to get an abortion? Would you say that the government is forcing her not to get one then?
I think the lines get fuzzier as time goes on, as it gets closer to being born. However, I think just for pragmatic reasons, cutting the umbilical cord, pulling the baby out is a good marker to say, okay, don't do it after that. The kind of justifications a woman might have for having an abortion, they start going away once it's born, or once it's possible to just pull it out. I mean, if the baby's healthy, as far as they can tell, and it's safe to bring it out and it's going to live just fine on its own, then you have to wonder why she would want to kill it. Early on, obviously, there are obvious reasons, like, let's say if you were raped, you understand why a woman would not be like, okay, this was not my choice, I want it out of there. There are other, you can think of reasons why a woman would not want to, I'm not ready, I'm 14, you can think of reasons. Once it's basically, if you wait till 8.5, 9 months when they can just pull it out and it'll most likely be fine. Well, in that case, what's between pulling out and it'll likely be fine versus having an abortion? Both are going to be kind of iffy. There's also, I think this is, I'm switching it over. There are deaths from pregnancy. And I believe there are more deaths from pregnancy than from abortions when done right. So are we commanding women to put their lives in whatever tiny sliver it is in jeopardy? For what reason? Shouldn't they have control over that? Like, this increases my risk of dying, I want it out, so it reduces the risk. And we say, nope, because we want you to be an incubator. I don't think that's right either. And I'm still waiting for I really heard a counter argument yet. Maybe we'll get to that later.
Well, the thing is, I've been letting you finish, and you've been bringing up a number of different issues. Any particular earlier issue we was talking about, I would bring it back to that once you were done speaking. But if you speak again and then you bring up an additional side point, and that, like, adds more that has to be talked about when the previous issue that we were discussing wasn't resolved. But Thaler wanted to say something.
I was going to say, what do we know about late-term abortions and how many are actually conducted? I don't know what the word is. Because surely late-term abortions are they only done when there's something wrong with the child?
Officially, you can do it for whatever reason, although it kind of depends on the states. Different states, usually the redder the state, the more restrictions, and also the more abortions, oddly enough. The redder the state, the more restrictions they put on when you can have an abortion, which I don't think is okay, but that's a whole other issue.
I'm trying to think what it is in the UK.
This is from memory, but in America, I think 92% of abortions are done in the first trimester when, there's not much there to abort in the first place. They're usually done for non-medical reasons because the woman just didn't want it.
What after how long? Sorry.
Sure.
That's the first trimester she's talking.
Oh, first trimester. Sorry. Go.
Yeah, 92% are in the first trimester, and most of those are
yeah.
non-medical reasons. There's like, I want to have one just because.
Yeah.
I'm not going to the reason that's enough. Later on, you tend to have things like you find out it has Down syndrome, or it's going to be born without limbs, or without a brain, or it's going to be born in horrifying pain, or there's going to be some obvious issue that's going to make it suffer. In which case, that's a lot. Once you get to like third trimester or something, you have to wait that long to find out if that kind of thing's gonna happen. That's the issue. And so once they find out, they get to make that rather horrifying choice. No one wants. Few people are like, "Yay, abortion!" when they're having one. They're like, "This is gonna suck," but
this is right.
It's a choice between super suck or really super suck, and that's up to them to make that decision.
Yeah, I've never met a woman who was like excited to have an abortion.
No, nobody's skipping down to the clinic. Yeah. Nobody's skipping.
Have you ever heard someone like retell the story like, "Oh, you had an abortion. It was wonderful. I went there massage later. It was so great." You don't hear that. It's more like
there are T-shirts. There are T-shirts.
Well, it's like when women have miscarriages. I mean, whereas barely anything, and they're upset. They're distraught because we're designed that way. Evolution has made it so we value to a huge degree baby, unborn, birth.
Well, there's
not surprising.
I mean, there's still quite a stigma attached to having an abortion too. So, I mean, socially, it is quite difficult to express those things to people. So, in some senses, I'm sympathetic to the idea that people want to have a T-shirt or, to at least be out there about having an abortion because it is such a common thing and something that does in fact impact people socially.
I think this whole thing about the reasons why a woman gets an abortion is a total red herring from the act of abortion itself. It doesn't matter what the reasons are. That has nothing to do with whether it's justifiable or not. So focus on the reasons. That's not dealing with the main issue.
Are you sure about that, Antonio? Like, because I think you are. I mean, you're going to make an argument that says that the outcome of that pregnancy is what's important, right? So I think that like you're not simply making an assessment of the act itself, but of the outcome you're looking for.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more strongly there, Antonio. I mean, the reasons, what if one of the reasons is it's going to kill her? She's been told that she will most likely die if the baby is born. In that case, her reasons are of the utmost importance. I very strongly disagree with what you said there.
Well, let me put it this way. Let's say you have let's just throw out a hypothetical scenario. Let's say you have a woman that's getting an abortion because it would interfere with certain circumstances in her life. Maybe she can't afford another child at the time, and maybe it would interfere with her educational pursuits and goals and things like that. Let's call that woman woman A. And then you have woman B who says that she's paid like $1 million to get an abortion. If you have these two women and you compare the reasons why they would get an abortion, does that have anything to do with why abortion is morally justifiable or not? Is their goals or their reasons why, does that actually justify what they're doing, yes or no?
It's sort of a malformed question, isn't it? Like, I mean, like we're talking about whether or not abortion should be legal and available and the woman's choice. And those two situations you're talking about, like, it seems like, yes, it's frivolous, but should we eliminate all choices because there are two examples in which it could be frivolous? That's what I think the argument is.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
not what I said.
Is
That's
the
not
but is
what
the
I
act
said at all.
immoral?
That's not-
Like you're trying to make the case that the act is immoral. So I'm curious why two outliers to the moral act of abortion
That's a
are somehow evidence against the act of abortion being moral.
that's a total straw man. You're misrepresenting the argument. The argument is this:
Yeah,
that
okay, let's go.
the reason why a woman getting an abortion has nothing to do with whether the act of abortion itself or not is justifiable. What I'm saying is, if one woman gets an abortion because she wants to just continue her future in her scholarly pursuits and goals like this, and another woman gets an abortion because she wants to get $1 million, does that have anything to do with whether the act of abortion itself is justifiable or not? Two
Yes.
differing reasons. How do they affect the actual abortion issue? Just because, are you going to say that a woman who wants to get an abortion for $1 million is less justified than the woman who does it to continue her career?
well, I don't think the woman has to explain anything to you, Antonio. That's kind of the point. You don't get a vote on what she does with her body. I'm saying that there are obvious justifications for having an abortion. I think you would agree. Like if, let's say, she's definitely going to die. However, whether you think she's justified or not, doesn't matter. It's her body. She can do with it as she wants, including doing stupid things for bad reasons.
Of course, and that goes back to the point I'm making. I would actually, from your perspective, I would actually agree with that point that it is not my business and it doesn't matter what her reasons are. If she wants to get an abortion, she can. So here's the thing. So when you bring up the reasons why, they're ultimately irrelevant. Because if she can get an abortion anyway, it doesn't matter whether she's getting it to pursue her goals or whether she's getting it to get like a large sum of money, like $1 million. So when you bring up these reasons as to why a woman would get an abortion, they're irrelevant to whether abortion itself is justifiable or not. It's an irrelevant point to bring up. So actually what you say goes into the point I'm making. It's irrelevant. So instead of talking about the reasons why a woman would do it, let's just talk about if the act itself is justifiable or not.
Did you just say that? Did you just say that you're okay with abortion, Antonio?
I did not say that at all.
You said that a woman can get an abortion.
Yeah, she can legally do it. To say that a woman can get one now, it's not saying that I am actually okay with it. Lots of things people can do right now.
Well, that
doesn't mean I'm okay with them.
What is your position on it?
That is wrong, point blank, and it should not be legal. Period.
Under any circumstances?
But what's the justification? Because
I mean,
even very early on, even extremely early on.
And you find out that it's definitely going to kill her and the baby.
Let nature take its course.
Zula.
No. Okay, hilarious. No, that's not.
It's like euthanasia. Right? It's like euthanasia.
No.
Hold on, Zulu. I mean,
it's like euthanasia.
These are like medical problems that can be mitigated, right? Like one of the major reasons why abortion is legal here in Canada is something called the Morgentaler decision. And Morgentaler was setting up abortion clinics because we were losing over 5,000 women a year in Canada to illegal abortions being performed. So women had reasons and were going to get abortions. We needed to mitigate that harm by making it legal and by making an environment in which they could do that in a safe way. We now save the lives of at least 5,000, probably more women every year because we've made abortion legal, right? Like that's a very good reason why it should be legal. And I think that you're right that it doesn't matter what their reasons are, right? Like every woman could have any reason and it can be for whatever it is that they want. But if they want an abortion, they go get it. That's what we're trying to get at here, that it's a mitigation of harm argument and not necessarily this act is awesome.
But it's not their body, it's the baby.
Well, yes, it is their body. It's growing in them. It needs them to survive. It was
hilarious.
Part of her.
What about?
It eventually becomes something else, but it's not yet.
Hilarious. What about? Sorry, darling. What about if the baby was not going to survive once it was born. So it grew to term, and the mother gave birth, but they knew before that early on that the baby would not survive. Is that okay for the mother just to give birth to the baby and then it is born and then it dies straight away because there's something wrong with it?
Well,
I
let's
mean,
The
let's
trauma of the trauma of the mom, the trauma of the baby going through the birth, and for the baby to die.
But
Future
that's the
trauma.
thing. But that's the thing. There's always times when they say you've got one day to live, or this is this and this is gonna happen. But they're not.
Okay.
They don't. It's most of the time. Sometimes they don't always happen the way that you expect it to happen. What if the baby survives? So
No,
basically, what you're
the
doing
baby,
is.
if
Sorry.
there are cases where they know the baby won't survive. The baby's going to have
There
no
is
quality
with
of life.
100% There are diseases with 100% mortality rate that babies can have. Like we're never wrong on that one.
But let's say very early on, sorry, Antonio, very early on, they could say this baby won't survive once it's born. You can carry it to term, but it will die once it's born. So you can have a determination very early on, and then that's that.
Well, let's
But
talk
giving
about.
birth, the baby will die. So
Well,
Okay, so what? So
why
you're
is
going
that
into.
trauma?
So you're going
let's
into the
talk- let's
realms.
talk
You're
about
going
that.
into the realms of quality of life. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yeah, or just no life at all when the baby dies.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's say I were to argue and agree with you and compromise for the sake of argument that in that particular instance, abortion should be legal, right? Would you then compromise on your end with me and saying, okay, we can see a really, really messed up case here and why a woman should not have to go through a pregnancy? Now, would you compromise on your end and say, well, that's for that particular case, but that doesn't mean we're going to justify abortion broadly across the board, such as if a woman like engaged in consensual sex and just got pregnant at a time she wasn't ready to have a child. Would you say all other cases outside of cases like that should be illegal?
No,
no, because I'm pro-choice anyway. So
my viewpoint is it should be legal all around. Obviously Zulu has said it should be illegal even if it's going to kill everyone involved.
But I'm just trying to give
nature takes its course. I want to deal with Zulu. Actually, didn't I want to say Zulu didn't get a chance to respond yet to, but help me with your name. P silent. Hello.
Thalo.
Thalo. I was close.
Thalo.
So Thalo,
you can tell that to Steve as well.
Zulu still hasn't had a chance to respond. I was hoping Zulu would have a chance to respond.
Well, we can get to that, but so you're telling me, Thalo, that you would not compromise and say that abortion should be illegal in cases outside of that. So for you to bring up that case is just you suggesting to me that it's not necessarily about whether a woman's life is in danger, because you actually hold the position that abortion should be legal broadly across the board. So for you to bring that point up is just sort of a dishonest move. Because
hang on. Let me just reply.
I'm tired of people cutting me off before I finish. Here's the reason why. If you're gonna sit up here and say, well, what if a woman has a life-threatening issue or whatever, but that's not your real reason why you would justify abortion. You wouldn't use that case to justify broad cases which have nothing to do with that. Here's the thing. If you're going to justify abortion, then justify it for the act itself. Don't tell me that you want abortion to be legal for a case like that, but then your actual position is it doesn't matter what case it is, abortion should be legal anyway. You need to be honest and upfront about how you're arguing your position, because it ultimately has nothing to do with whether her life is in danger or not.
May I?
Can I just say something before I forget? So I can make my point. I'm just trying to give a scenario for you and Hilarious to consider. If you think it's wrong in all cases, I'm just trying to give you a scenario in which you may consider it to be okay. That's all I'm doing. I mean, I'm pro-choice. I do think the limit should, the threshold or whatever you call it, should be fairly low. But I'm just trying to give you a scenario for you to reconsider your point, your position.
Exactly. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm going to respond to what she's saying. If you're only going to give me a scenario, then are you saying that you're only given a scenario for that one case? Because if you're not just giving a scenario for that one case, then you confirm my point that you're using that to justify abortion broadly across the board. If you're only giving it for that particular scenario, then you're not using that case to justify abortion. And then you do, in fact, see that there would be a justification for that one and not others. But if you see a justification for abortion as a broad issue, then for you to
this is just for you to reconsider, just for you to say,
if I may.
But that would only be at best a reconsideration on that issue. That wouldn't be a reconsideration on any and every issue a woman gets an abortion for.
Well, we could talk about rape as well.
Antonio, you're missing. I think you forgot the context of that part of the discussion where we were dealing with your claim that it should always be illegal, and Zulu's further claim that even if both parties should die, we should let nature take its course. And we're both coming up with ways in which you might want to change your mind on that. Now, we still believe that abortion, at least I'll just speak for myself, I still believe abortion should be legal for other reasons. We're now doing an internal critique of yours. We're not doing an external one. We're looking at how you look at it and saying, you might want to rethink that. I'll bet there's reasons you would say it's cool to have an abortion. Let's say if the mother was going to die and the baby was going to be born in horrible pain and die as well. I don't think you would want nature to take its course. I think you'd want us to try and save one of them. And that is where the question was. So your objection was like, we're not changed. So we're trying to focus on your view for a sec because you presented it. And like, okay, I think you might. Yeah. There might be something in there that you don't really hold to the way you say you do. And we're trying to.
We still haven't got.
What I'm telling you, JD, is even if I were to agree with you for the sake of argument that we should allow abortion in that case, that would not make a broad justification for abortion.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Right.
But you
so you can't.
Isn't an exception relevant there though? Isn't it?
You can't.
Yes.
Like
It's not
the
about
exceptions what make that?
It's not about the exception. It's about giving an argument to justify your position on whether abortion should be justified or not. If that's
given that.
If
can you hear me right now?
You can't use one. You can't use one case to justify abortion broadly across the board.
You can.
You would still have to give separate arguments, even if I were to agree to that one. Because
can I ask Antonio? Can I ask you a question to get clarification? I know I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. I haven't talked the whole time.
All right, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to know your position on this. So if the life of the mother is at risk, not the health, but her life, is that a case where you would say to save the life of the mother, those extreme measures could be taken?
Well, there are ways to address that, and it's not as hard as a lot of people think. There are medical professionals out there who would say that would be defined as an abortion, and there are medical professionals out there who will say that is not defined as an abortion. There's a principle called the principle of double effect. What that means is if you are facing a situation in which the development of the unborn would take the mother's life, that means not only would the unborn baby die, but she would die too.
Right. I don't think that's
your position on that.
I think you can hold that position that and still consider yourself pro-life. I think that's the common pro-life position.
Right. If you're dealing with a situation, let me finish. If you're dealing with a situation like that, and here's how the doctors look at it, and this is a consistent pro-life position. If you're dealing with a situation to where 2 lives could be lost, the prime aim is to save 1 life rather than lose 2, because the baby is going to, in the doctor's professional medical opinion, die anyway. So especially if you're dealing with a case to where pre-viability, if this child is born at this time, this child's not going to survive anyway. So in that sense, that would be the reason why there are doctors out there who would not categorize that as an abortion. That's not the same thing as a woman going into a clinic and she wore condom contraception or not. She got pregnant at the time she wasn't ready, and then she just wants to go and kill her kid. That's not the same thing.
Isn't the other case just killing the kid?
Well, if I may, quickly, Antonio, you've just spoken a lot, but I still don't know what your position is on the question we asked regarding exceptions to the never abortion rule. Are there any?
Can I ask you a question, JD?
Well, hold on. But if you ask me a question, he's going to lose it again. I'd like
Wait. No. This is my room, and I'll control it as such.
You don't have.
This is not. JD. You aren't going to do this in here. You got that?
All right. Do what?
Do what?
Antonio,
You're not going to control this room. That's what. You're not going to control this room. Do you understand that?
What is your issue? All right, explain to me. What is your problem?
Stop.
question.
I asked you
Antonio,
a question. Stop. Dude,
Okay,
John,
stop.
stop.
Sorry, I'm doing that right now.
I told you, you are not going to control this room. Do you understand that?
I'm sorry. I looked at the chat, said bring pro choicers.
I asked you a question.
One moment. I'm answering. I'm answering until you wanted an answer.
Go ahead.
All right. I'm treating you as nice as I can. However, I didn't come in here to bow down and say I'm your bitch. So if you like a conversation about this, fine. If you're gonna rattle your sword and pull G-Man on me, I'll have this.
You're gone, dude. You're gone.
Yeah.
Well, this
Come on,
wasn't.
Antonio.
Well,
Come on.
I asked that question and he did
This is
answer
just
it.
another case of the bigot just kick mutant boot. That's all you ever
I didn't
do.
mute him the whole time. I just
Boot.
kicked him.
Just boot. Yeah.
Come on,
Just boot.
Antonio.
Antonio,
You're just being a little bitch.
All right.
Yo,
Take
stop
off.
swearing. Stop swearing, man.
That's just how they leave. Sometimes.
Everybody's going.
They're like, okay, it's time to leave. I'm just gonna.
No, he got all belligerent and out of control. And when I tried to bring it back to, this is my room, not yours, he just got all unhinged.
Well, that wasn't a fair critique, considering I asked the question and I didn't ask for more clarification. The reason was because I felt like you answered it. You as far as I understood, you said that you would take measures to save the mother's life, and you just don't consider that an abortion.
Well, that's not an abortion, not just by my opinion, but according to, and I think it's a reasonable reason, not a reasonable reason, that's redundant, but it's a reasonable position why it's not categorized as an abortion, because that's a case to where the baby can die and kill the mother too. If the baby's not going to survive anyway, then why not save one life instead of lose two?
Yeah, I mean, that seems, even though you had some scientific, like some resources to back it up, I'm saying it's also common sense and
Yes.
right. Okay, Antonio. I think maybe JD was saying that you didn't answer the question about like a basis for blocking all abortions, right? Because what I heard was there was, at the very end, you put an example up that you said that if a woman just didn't use contraception and just didn't want the kid, then that's a much different position, right? But like that doesn't really tell us why abortion would be illegal across the board, or why we should discourage it completely across the board.
Can I say something? Just a quick
All
one.
right. Let Delo say her piece, and then you can go to.
Thanks.
Sorry, I'm getting an echo.
There was a bit of an echo there.
Hey, G-Man.
I think if I can just say my point quickly before I forget. Yeah, see now, look, I forgot it. Oh yeah, we keep saying, or people keep saying, oh, the woman gets given £1 million, $1 million, and she gets an abortion, or the woman just decides she doesn't want a child. And it's all very flippant, and we're all saying, oh yes, somebody wakes up one day and they decide to get an abortion. But that's one thing. But like we were saying before, if the child won't survive, I think it's okay to agree to some things, Antonio, and it doesn't mean you agree to it in all cases. You can agree to it in certain circumstances without compromising yourself.
Then you admit my point.
Sorry, Do you feel that you would be compromising yourself if you agreed to it in certain circumstances? Are you afraid to concede that, to compromise yourself?
If I were to say that abortion should not be legal in any case, and then I were to say that it
Or you
should
could
be
say in
legal,
certain circumstances. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Certain circumstances, you could say that. You could say in certain dire circumstances, you would accept that.
then that
It's
would mean
fine.
that would mean I would have to amend my position, but that's not
Of
the position
course,
I
that's
take.
fine. But
So
you.
if you're going to appeal to me to give your position, you can't just use an extreme case to justify abortion broadly. You would have to give separate arguments, even if you
Well,
were successful in that. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm
I
just-
agree, Antonio. I think.
That's not even a good.
Sorry, go ahead, Hilarious. Yeah, exactly. What?
But the point I'm trying to get across is like, do you agree or do you not understand that abortion is murder? If you look at the very process of abortion and what it is, it's basically murder. I mean, murder is the definition of murder is killing an innocent life, right? What are you doing in abortion when you're putting that scalpel up the woman's uterus and you're cutting the baby open? Is the baby not innocent? The question is now is, when do you think the baby's alive? But even then, you can't escape the fact that it's murder, and that is why a lot of people are annoyed with this, and they don't want to pay tax. They don't want to pay tax to this garbage because they realize that it's murder.
Well, I don't think
No.
you're paying taxes at all, are you, Hilarious?
Yeah,
How
I
old
don't
are
think
you?
it goes to but Hilarious. I mean, oftentimes like pro-choice arguments are framed like the real basis that we make abortion legal across the board is because we frame it in a terms of bodily rights, right? Bodily autonomy. And oftentimes that's the argument that gets made. So I think that if you guys really want to address that, that would be a good way of coming at it from a pro-choice versus pro-life.
Can I ask you a question? All right, y'all may drop out.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I'd like to ask you a question. If a teenage girl who's 16 years old gets pregnant, should she be allowed to have an abortion? Yes or no?
Yes.
She should be allowed to have an abortion.
Yeah, I mean, like a pro-choice argument would say that it's her body, and in terms of that, I think that there isn't a reason why I could tell her reasons are illegitimate for wanting to control her body.
All right, so let me ask you another question. Then, is killing babies immoral?
Yes.
Would that be objectively true or subjectively true?
That's a weird question. I think it maybe delves away from the topic a bit, but I would say it's,
No, it doesn't delve
objectively
into
true.
it doesn't go away from the topic. You're
Yeah,
saying
that's true.
that because
little
it's
bit,
the
right?
woman's
Like-
body. Wait a
There's
minute, I'm not done yet.
a lot
Wait a minute,
of
I'm not done yet.
atheists-
Wait a
a
minute, I'm
lot
not
of
done.
atheists-
Wait a minute,
Sorry,
I'm
I'm
not
getting
done.
an echo there. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm not done. Your argument is that it's her body; she can do what she wants with it. We're talking about a 16-year-old girl here, right? And the reason why I'm asking you as an atheist, do you believe that killing babies is murder? Is because a lot of atheists think that God is immoral for killing babies. I'll be right back, guys. I got a customer.
Oh, sure, G-Man. Yeah. Look, I think it is a good point, and it really does cut to the heart of the issue that this is a very difficult topic, right? That like, saving the life of a baby does seem like the morally right thing to do, but when we weigh it against the bodily autonomy of the woman involved, I think that we can't make that same argument, right? That like, no matter how many lives might be saved, no one can force you to do something with your body that you don't want to do, and that really is the heart of my position in that sense.
The argument for slavery was the same thing. It's my property. I can do what I want with it.
That's right.
But the thing
and
is,
I think it's the other way around, right? Like that, like like when a bodily autonomy is something very personal and a right that we grant to people, and I think that we should violate that right very hesitantly. And while that does mean that we put ourselves in dicey moral positions, like having to decide for the life of the baby, right? Like I think that maybe isn't a good reason to deny someone's bodily autonomy rights.
Well,
the baby has a thing is the baby.
Same argument is being given against the baby that it doesn't have the rights. It's the exact same argument that was used against slaves is now being used against babies.
Exactly.
No, that's not.
And it's not even that. A lot of atheists. Oh, it's not even that. A lot of atheists like to use the example in the Bible when God tells the Israelites to go and kill babies and how that's so immoral. But yet again, the atheists, the same people that are saying that, are trying to support abortion. Do you see the contradiction there?
Right, but I mean
It
that's
doesn't.
the thing is like a baby is hooked up to the woman's body, right? Like that's the difference. Like it's not that like the slave is an autonomous entity. A slave can be set free and live on its own. A baby can't be set free and live on its own. It requires the mother's body in order to survive. And that's the argument, right? That not that we are dismissing the baby's bodily autonomy, but that baby requires someone else's body in order to survive.
Well, let's talk
All right,
about
I'm back.
that.
Yeah, let's use
talk
degree of
about that.
dependency.
All right, I'm back.
Now, you said
The reason why I asked that question, John may drop out, is because if killing babies is wrong all of the time, when God is involved, then it has to be wrong all of the time when human beings do it as well. Wouldn't you agree with that?
No, I don't see killing babies being wrong all the time, I guess. Like
God flooded the earth. There were women that were pregnant that died, and God flooded the earth, and there might have been some babies that drowned. That's the argument that the atheist or secular community uses all the time. What I'm asking you is this: why is it wrong when God does it, but when a woman who has partial birth abortions and is murdering a baby before the baby even has a chance at life, why is it okay when a human does it, but it's wrong when God does it?
exactly.
Can I just make a point?
G-Man makes a great point. When pro-choicers say that the woman get to play God, that's problem. She get to play God, but when God wants to play God, it's a problem.
No, okay, that's fine. From a bodily autonomy rights position, right? Like, can I paint a scenario for you, right? Like, I mean, if there's oftentimes they come up with the example of the famous violinist. So you are enjoying a night at the opera. There's a big accident, and one of the world's most famous violinists gets injured, has his kidneys destroyed, and you wake up in the hospital and you are attached to this violinist for the next 9 months while he's waiting for a kidney transplant. I mean, would you feel like your rights are being violated by having to keep that person alive for 9 months without you being integral to that decision, right? Like, could I force you to stay attached to that violinist for 9 months?
I'm familiar with the violinist argument, and I have no problem with addressing it. But you didn't deal with the point that G-Man raised.
Because I think he's saying that murdering babies is always wrong, right? And like I think my definition of baby might be different. Yeah.
I'm sick of people interrupting me like this, all right?
Antonio, please don't get frustrated. Like it's very difficult to talk in these hangouts, and these are passionate issues. So like if you want me to stop, please just say, and I'll do my best.
You've done this more than once. This has been a regular occurrence with you in this room. That hasn't been an issue on my end. That's been an issue on yours. Now, again, G-Man's point was not addressed. Why is it wrong for God to be God? Why is that a problem? But when the woman wants to play God, that's not a problem. Where is the argument that suggests that a woman can play God and doing whatever she wants with the unborn, but God cannot be God and do what he pleases with his creation?
Well, I think that cuts both ways, right? I mean, God is the most prolific abortionist possible if you see God as controlling all pregnancies, right? Over 30, it's like the last thing I saw was 27% of pregnancies end in miscarriage. So if that is a greater percentage than the amount of pregnancies that get aborted, I would say that you have to ask the question, why is God allowed to make that decision but a woman is not? That seems even stranger.
Well, it's very,
because
very
there
simple. Go ahead, G-Man.
Yeah, because a woman is under law and God is not. That's why. And I'll say this again: a woman is under law and God is not. And God is the highest. And God is the highest law out there. That's why that doesn't work with God.
But if
John may drop out. The reason why I asked this question is because I find it odd that that there are atheists, and obviously, believe it or not, it's not just atheists that support abortion. You'll find some theists that support it as well. I find it odd that you have atheists on here that constantly accuse God of being a murderer, killing babies, and especially as scholar fiction, he loves to bring that up. But then he's pro-choice and thinks it's okay for a woman to do whatever she wants with her body, and thinks this is perfectly moral to do something like that. You know what I
Fiona,
mean?
go ahead.
He supports that
Fiona, go ahead
idea.
and do a
So,
sound check.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. All
Okay.
right. G-Man can go ahead and finish whatever point he was making, and then you can go, Taylor.
yeah. So all I'm saying is I think it's a little hypocritical that I see atheists in here trying to make excuses for abortion. But then later on, you know, and later on in the great debate community, they'll say that God is immoral for killing babies. I mean, which one is it? Is killing babies right? I'm sorry, is killing babies wrong all the time, or is it not wrong all the time? Because you can't go on one hangout and say one thing and then come in and hang out and say another. You know, it's either killing babies is wrong or it's not. I'm gonna mute my microphone because I got a customer.
That is an interesting way of looking at it, but I think sometimes that hard and fast black and white thinking isn't helpful,
Exactly.
right? Like, I would say that, like, you know, like, you can't say that killing babies is wrong all the time if we can find exceptions in which killing a baby might in fact be the moral action, right? And I think that's there maybe is a distinction there that we're missing from each other. Like that maybe there is a reason why killing babies in a certain circumstance would be immoral and in other circumstances might be moral. I don't know if God has an excuse by being outside of the law, and it seems to me like if we are trying to use him as the ultimate standard, we would have to take his example at the very least. And I think that it seems a little harder to make that case, but maybe you can do it.
You don't know if God has an excuse. Why does God have to have an excuse? Why does he need to justify himself to you?
Well, I mean, but like whenever you guys talk about God having like killing babies and things like that, I think that oftentimes you guys bring up reasons why God did it, right? Like these babies were going to be immoral. The babies of this group were going to murder other babies or be part of ritual sacrifice or something like that. So I think there are reasons why God would have, right? And I think we need to be a little more cognizant about giving people the same benefit of the doubt that they have reasons for their decisions too.
The point is, it doesn't matter whether you perceive God's actions to be moral or immoral. At the end of the day, he's God. He does not have to justify himself to you, whether you like it or not.
No, that's true. And yeah, see, that's why I said maybe this is like distracting away from the position, because I don't want to make this about like whether or not God is immoral for the sake of the discussion. I think that, you know, we really should focus on the fact of abortion and whether or not the issues surrounding that are moral.
But I'm saying though, from your worldview, from your perspective, abortion can't be right, because the moment that you say that God is immoral for killing babies, then you can't support abortions. As a matter of fact, you should be championing a cause for babies to be able to born and to be able to thrive and to hopefully have a successful life here on the earth, even if they do have a medical condition or something like that. You know what I mean? You should be fighting for the rights for that. I mean, because I constantly hear about how immoral God is for killing babies. So if that's true, then be logically consistent in your thinking when you say things like when we say things like, you know, women in some circumstances can have an abortion. Like, for example, when is it not appropriate for a woman to have an abortion? I'm curious.
Antonio, can I just jump in? Just 1 second. I'm going to drop out. I'm dropping out. But thank you, Antonio. It's been good.
I'm sorry, I was going to get to you earlier, but
No, that's fine.
I apologize.
I know I'm going to drop out now. I've got to go. So thank you very much, and we'll speak again.
All right, sounds good. Have a good day.
Take care. Bye-bye.
But I think that's a fair question, though. When is it not appropriate for a woman to have an abortion, according to you, John?
You mean obviously when they're pregnant. So I mean, yeah, I think there are in fact, you know, good situations into which you can make that case that they shouldn't have an abortion. Especially when we're talking about like if the baby is viable, you know, outside of the womb. I think that's one of the major considerations we should have when we're talking about whether or not they should be allowed to have an abortion in that sense. And that's one of the few restrictions that I do like seriously consider, that we do need to think about, you know, the ability of that baby to survive outside the womb. And because medical technology has advanced so far, I mean, that discussion is getting up towards, you know, our second trimester to third trimester breakover, right? So there are some really interesting issues in that sense.
Are we teaching are we teaching young ladies to be irresponsible with their bodies so that every time they get pregnant, they can just go get an abortion and take away all their problems? Like, for example, you get a young girl, she's got a boyfriend, the boyfriend's lying to her, talking about he loves her and everything and whatnot, has sex with her, she gets pregnant, and now she's going to be a mother. Now he chooses not to take care of the woman, and she chooses to go have an abortion. How about making her learn her lesson for opening her legs and
Yeah,
having
no,
to raise that child? You understand? There has to be, if you're going to say that there are reasons to have an abortion, then you should be equally, you should, especially as a man, feel equally as passionate about times that an abortion should not be allowed.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the thing, G-Man, is like, you know, that young woman, you know, like her life is going to be a million times harder, and that child, unsupported, is going to be a drag on society, right? There is no other way to keep that child alive except by extreme support mechanisms like welfare and healthcare. And I mean, we're going to have to deal with that child at some point. And I don't think that women should be put in that position of having an unplanned pregnancy simply because, or even a planned pregnancy that they don't want anymore, simply because we want to punish them for their
Oh,
actions.
okay. You know what? I agree with you, John. I agree that our media shouldn't sexualize our commercials. I believe that that society needs to change as a whole, where people practice abstinence until they get married.
Just
You know,
let you
that's
know,
a Christian point of view that I have.
G-Man feelings next.
Yeah. Okay.
But-
Yeah. I think
Yeah, please
practicing
go ahead. I've been
abstinence,
talking a
you
while.
know, and not having sex until you get into a committed relationship, and that you're ready for the responsibility and the privilege of being a mother. You know what I mean? I believe that if the media would stop sexualizing everything, people wouldn't be so quick to go out there and want to have sex and everything and whatnot. So, you know, you're not that far away from the Christian worldview if you're intellectually honest about the conversation. The point of the matter is, if you're going to sit there and say that there are times when a person can have an abortion, you should also have another argument saying that, well, these are the times I think that a woman should not have an abortion, because it's not doing us any favors in our society. That's all I wanted to say. So I'll let somebody else go.
Fiona, you can go now if you want.
Okay, I wanted to bring up a scenario, and it's not hypothetical. When a pregnancy at 17 weeks gets into trouble, and the mother is about to suffer what's called an inevitable miscarriage. They can't stop it. Fetus is only 17 weeks old. And her waters have broken, and she's fully dilated. And the fetus is slowly dying inside her. And it is going to die. There is nothing they can do to save that fetus. But for all the time that her waters have been broken, she is at risk from infection. And it's a high risk, a very high risk. Now, in the case in question, they chose to basically wait until the fetal heartbeat stopped and then take the woman to theatre to remove the dead baby from her uterus. But in theatre, she spontaneously delivered. She died of overwhelming infection, which is a common complication of prolonged rupture of membranes. Now, in that case, knowing that the fetus was completely non-viable, knowing that the pregnancy could not be saved, and knowing that the only way to reduce the risk to the mother is to get the fetus out of her as quickly as possible, what do you do? If you have a blanket ban on abortion, then you would not allow the fetus to be removed from her. You would be in the position where we wait for the fetal heartbeat to stop. But look at the outcome in that case. The mother died as well from a well-known complication of prolonged rupture of membranes. So what do you do in that case?
Are you asking? Are you asking someone?
Are you asking me or are you asking Antonio?
I'm asking Antonio and Hilarious, because that's a situation where you have to choose between aborting the fetus or losing them both. Which choice do you make?
I'll take that question. And I actually know who the woman you're describing. She had an Arabic name, and I think she was from Arabic descent. Her name is Savita. And
She was a Hindu.
yes.
She was a Hindu.
Okay.
She was from India.
Okay, cool. The problem with that whole case is that it was a really, there was some, I think there may or may not have been conflicts in the policies and the laws. I think there were permissions to do surgery in that case, but I think there was like a miscommunication with the law or the policies of the hospital. And those things were talked about in the aftermath. And I think that was a really horrible situation to where, in that particular instance, the hospital should have been permitted to take action to save the mother. I think that was just a question of policies and miscommunications and things like this. And tragically, that cost that woman her life. And I pray so much that never has to happen again.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, what was your position on that?
In that particular situation, they should have performed surgery and extracted the unborn outside of her to save her life. They should have done so.
So they should have terminated the pregnancy.
Yes.
So they should have carried out an abortion.
Yeah.
Well, in that particular instance, there are medical professionals who define it as an abortion and those who don't.
Yes, it is an abortion. It is defined as an abortion. It's a termination of pregnancy.
I do agree with you, Antonio, and I think it just shows. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, please.
I'm telling you, Fiona, that's a divided opinion. I can show you medical professionals who say that is not defined as an abortion, and those who do say it is. I mean, so it's just a medical professional's opinion versus another. I mean, do you really want to argue this point?
Yeah, I think the point I'm making is this: if you're in that position, and you have to make that decision, do I go ahead and terminate that pregnancy, or do I wait until the fetus dies? If you decide to go ahead and terminate that pregnancy, you will actively kill that fetus rather than waiting for it to die on its own.
Well, there are medical professionals who have commented on this, and they have said that whatever was going on there could not be categorized as an abortion. And there are medical professionals who disagree. So I'm not going to say whether they are actively killing or not. I'm not the medical professionals, and since the opinion is divided on that, I'm not going to say one way or another. So I think if you're going to necessarily conclude that they're like deliberately killing the fetus, I think you would have to have some serious evidence to back that up.
Well, they would take action which would directly result in the death of the fetus.
Yeah, Antonio, and I don't think changing the definition of abortion helps you in this case, right? Like, I think this becomes a clear exception where it seems like a ban across the board is actually doing harm rather than helping, right?
Also, can I point out that the medical term for a miscarriage is spontaneous abortion.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so
I
would like to know.
I'm aware of that.
Go ahead, please.
I would like to know what the
correct.
definitions
I am
that
aware
Antonio
that.
was talking about, if you guys don't mind. Antonio, what are these controversial definitions that you're talking about? I never heard of this before.
What's that?
These definitions that you're talking about. You said that there's some medical professionals that would say it's an abortion and some medical professionals that said it would not be an abortion. What are these definitions and these terms that you're talking about?
Well, depending on who you're talking to, there are medical professionals who would say that that determination of pregnancy, no matter how it's done, whether you extract the fetus out the womb without like directly killing it in the womb, or whether you kill the fetus in the womb first and then you extract the remains out of the womb, there is a division on between certain medical professionals, or whether you can define that as an abortion or not, depending on if you're doing it to save a mother's life in a very, very adverse
Right, right.
situation.
That would be similar to, like, let's say, at least if I'm wrong, I'll be corrected in a minute, but that would be similar to when someone is saying that something is, and I'm not going off a topic, I'm talking about the same thing, just giving a similarity. Like when somebody's talking about evolution versus variations within the kinds, with macro and micro evolution. There are some people that would say that micro evolution would be evolution, and there are some people that say that would be variations within the kinds. So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Can you give me a link to what you're talking about regarding these two terms? Because I never heard of that before.
Yeah, I can give you some information after this hangout is over. It's kind of tough for me. Well, I can do two things at once, I guess, but if I want to actively participate in this conversation, I won't be able to just do that at the same time, but I can give you like a number of pieces of information on that a little later on if you're interested.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can do it later today if you want. Because like I said, I never heard of that before.
I think that's a good. I think that is a good analogy, G-Man. In some senses, like that you know, like especially like evolution versus like macro and micro. I think that, like, you know, us evolutionists, if you want to call us that, you know, we oftentimes say that, like, you know, there is no difference between micro and macro, and I think it's a similar distinction that we're making. We're saying that, like, you know, there is no difference between the two types of abortion that Antonio is bringing up here.
But I never got a question. I never got my question answered though, regarding the other part of abortion. Anybody in the room can answer it. I want to know when it's not okay to get an abortion. When it's not okay.
Well, again, like the case that Fiona brought up, I'm not sure if that was a case of where they needed to deliberately like kill the unborn inside the mother and then take the fetus out, or whether they extract the fetus without killing it, and then unfortunately nature takes its course and then the baby dies. I don't know what was going on, so I can't comment on whether that was a deliberate killing or not. But when I'm talking about saving a mother's life, I'm talking about there are medical professionals who have stated this, that you don't need to deliberately kill the unborn to save the mother's life. That's what I'm referring to. It could be categorized as a termination. There's no doubt that's a termination. And what she said about spontaneous abortion with a miscarriage is true, that a miscarriage is categorized as spontaneous abortion. But what I'm saying is, in cases to where appropriate means needed to be taken to save a mother's life, whether it should be called an abortion as opposed to just a termination in general is, you know, there's division on that. So,
well, Antonio, I seen something on a video one time where I seen them take what some people would call the fetus out of the woman. And it looks like a baby and everything and whatnot, but it's alive and it's moving, and it's still acting, you know, and they take it outside the woman, right? Now, if the baby dies outside of the woman, that can't be an abortion, right? Because an abortion.
that was the mobile app glitch. People, nobody got sniped.
I've got to go anyway, Antonio. I just wanted to bring that one up because it's one of those cases which really, really highlights why a complete ban would be a problem. You see, in that case in particular, of the country, the law of the country.
When I'm back, I just wanted to finish saying what I was saying before before my phone timed out.
Well, Fiona was about to take off anyway. Just let her finish what she was saying real quick.
Yeah, because the law of the country there stated that yes, they could actually carry out an abortion. But doctors aren't lawyers. And in that country, if they make a decision that they think, oh, a termination is lawful, and they do it, And then people decide that, that maybe this isn't as black and white as we thought. Those doctors can then be charged with a criminal offence for basically misinterpreting the law. Now, none of the doctors was willing to take that chance because they don't want to end up in court on a criminal offence that could result in them going to prison for 5 years. 5 years. And so, in a situation like that, when you have got what is a medical emergency, you don't have time to run about finding the hospital's legal advisors. So when you have a law, and Ireland itself did accept that what doctors had been saying for years, that the law as it was worded was too vague, and it made it very, very difficult for doctors to make a decision within the law as to when they could terminate. So for that reason, they were very reluctant to ever decide to do that. And I think that's my worry, that if you start to legislate and you just ban them completely, then we'll have more cases the same as that one, if it's banned completely. If you make exceptions the way they did in Ireland, then you could end up in this foggy area where you're expecting doctors to make legal decisions. And they're not trained to make legal decisions. They're trained to make medical decisions. And it's a horrible quandary that the doctors can find themselves in. So if you are going to legislate for abortion in certain extreme cases like this one, then you're going to have to be very, very careful as to how the law is worded, and you're going to have to be very, very careful in the training of doctors as to when a termination can be carried out. And I just think it leads into all sorts of problems. I don't know the answer to the question.
All right. What I was saying before I left.
Just real quick, G-Man, are you saying I never addressed your question, Fiona? I think I quite clearly did.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
All I did was explain why I have a real problem with this and then trying to legislate. I didn't say anything about whether you'd answered my question or not.
Okay, I was just making sure. Okay, that's fine. And I agree with you 100% that there should be a clear bit of communication between what procedures are and what the law should be drawn as far as saving a woman's life in those circumstances. I think the miscommunication and the vagueness in the law was unfortunate in that circumstance.
Yeah.
But that would just be an issue of fixing those policies. As far as the general discussion of abortion, that's an entirely separate issue.
Well, no, it's not, because it came under the law as it pertains to abortion in Ireland. It was part of abortion law.
Well,
and that's what I'm saying. If you decide you're going to legislate and outlaw abortion, you will run into more of these cases where the woman will die. If you legislate so that in certain circumstances you allow an abortion, which is what Ireland did, then you can run into problems with doctors trying to interpret law during a medical emergency.
Well, not all medical personnel agreed that Savita's case was categorized in the sense of an abortion. Not all of them agree with that. I mean, that would just be a discussion that they would have. I mean, I don't really understand why you are so adamant on directly calling this an abortion when even on their level they would be divided on that.
Well, the doctors in that case considered that would be an abortion.
Yeah.
The doctors who were dealing with that patient considered it would be an abortion, and they were worried about where they would fall in the law. So it was the doctors that were actually dealing with the patient who considered that to be an abortion and would come under abortion law.
Well,
And
that's
what
fine.
counts.
That's
And
fine.
that's what counts. Those doctors who are having to deal with it.
Yeah.
And we can split hairs over definitions until we're blue in the face.
Sure.
But it's going to come under that law. But anyway,
So,
I need to go, guys.
okay. Well, I appreciate your input, Fiona.
Yeah. But I mean, all I'd say is consider these extreme cases, because laws are difficult, and trying to get a one size fits all with the law means that you will have these extreme cases that will pop up, not very often. But when they do, it's a tragedy all round. But anyway, I shall go. Take care.
All right. Have a good one. Okay. The only thing
G-Man was trying to get in there. Sorry, yeah.
I'll finish my point, and you can go, G-Man. I apologize, man, but all I can say is, yes, I agree that the doctors who worked on that case may have been categorizing it as an abortion, but there were medical personnel who looked at this case and said, well, from how they understood the facts, that it was not an abortion. That would not have been an abortion in the sense that they would needed to deliberately kill the unborn to save her life. That's what they tend to refer to when they call it an abortion. Now, is it a termination? Yes, of course it's a termination. Ending pregnancy, whether it's through whole extraction or through surgical dismemberment, and then you take the parts out the womb, termination can happen a number of different ways.
Sure.
But it's like an outright just, well, I'm just going to kill this baby to save her life. They're pretty divided on that. That's all I can say.
Antonio, I'm sympathetic to that definition, and that it is difficult to distinguish sometimes in a medical sense. But isn't that besides the point? Because the harm in this case was caused by a blanket ban on abortion by any definition, right? Like, isn't that the legislation that we're attempting to discuss here, whether or not abortion should be banned across the board? And it seems to me that in this case, that ban did in fact come with a negative medical outcome.
Well, then that would be a discussion to where doctors would even categorize a case like that as an abortion or not. If it's not categorized as an abortion, then it wouldn't be included as such. It would be a permissible action. It would be permissible to take action in that case, but then that would just get into an issue on whether they say it's an abortion or not.
That's why I wanted to say what I was saying regarding about the definition of an abortion, because if a woman is having some medical problems and they open up her womb and they take out what they would call the fetus, and the fetus is got a beating heart or a developing heart or whatever, and you can clearly see that the fetus is moving and whatnot, or moving around. I'm going to call it a baby. Forget calling it a fetus. I'm going to call it a baby. You see the baby moving around and whatnot. That's not an abortion, because at that point, you can argue that the woman, that a person has given birth to this baby at some point, if the doctors have taken this thing out of them and whatnot. It's done unhealthily, but the point of the matter is the baby is no longer in the woman. And if the doctor should terminate the life of the baby, or the baby's going to die of natural causes anyway or whatever, because it's no longer inside of the woman for life and whatnot, that's not an abortion. It's only an abortion if the baby is unborn.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the label you put on it and the concept itself. If the concept is simply they are performing surgery, like to extract the unborn out of the womb without killing the unborn, then you could call that a termination, but I wouldn't call that an abortion. If the concept is just deliberately killing the unborn in the womb surgically and then taking pieces out, then I would call that an abortion.
I think
not just a general termination. So I think it's just an issue of what is the actual concept in reality versus the labels you put on it.
I get your uncomfortableness with certain types of abortion, Antonio, but like I think what what Fiona was kind of getting at was maybe that, like, that there are an infinite number of medical possibilities that can occur to people, right? Like it seems like medical wise, in terms of our health, right? Like it seems like there is a large number of possibilities that could occur, and that limiting certain types of abortion may limit our ability to really treat someone medically. Like it might limit our ability to save someone's life if we define it too hard. So, like in some senses, I'm sympathetic to the idea that it is difficult to make that distinction between abortion and termination and a medical procedure that terminates the life of a baby but doesn't necessarily fall under the rigorous definition of abortion. But it seems to me like there are just so many other considerations to take in that it would be really difficult to make a rule that said that this type would be illegal in all cases and this type could be considered in extreme circumstances or something like that.
Yeah, I think you make some valid points there.
It's
Let me
yeah,
get,
and because I don't want to make it sound like I'm coming down on you or anything like that. Like this is a really difficult topic, and like I've had this discussion with people before, and it can be really difficult because there are such strong emotions going on, and we want to have all the options to save our lives, but I don't know, it's so hard to do.
let me
Yeah.
give an example to illustrate what point I'm making. Like a miscarriage, for example, that is actually in the medical literature defined as a spontaneous abortion. There's no dispute about that. But it's just whatever label that they decide to put on it versus what the actual nature of it is. Nobody would claim that a woman having an abortion, like spontaneously with a miscarriage, is the same as, say, she doesn't want to have a child and she goes into an abortion clinic and gets the surgery done. I'm
That's
like,
right. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, you could put abortion on both of those cases, but the concepts and the natures are not the same. So
That's
I guess
true.
what would have to be sorted out is what are the nature of those cases and the realities versus whatever labels you want to put on them.
Yeah, one of the things that sort of pushed me one way rather than the other was, the statistics about young women who get pregnant and the things that they end up doing to themselves to induce miscarriages and spontaneous abortions. And that's one of the more scary statistics, right? When you start to see that women in desperate circumstances do desperate things. And I think if you look at it from that point of view, it seems like allowing medically safe abortions without too many questions is in fact the humane thing to do, right? That we're mitigating the amount of harm that might come about if they decide to take that into their own hands. And I know the horror stories from that are pretty horrific. So it can be it can be difficult to make that decision for someone else, in my opinion.
And yeah, I agree. The thing is, if we're going to like look at those sorts of issues, like with that Hindu young lady who ended up in that horrible situation, and they had that tragic miscommunication between the law and what they should do in that instance. If we're going to talk about issues like those, I think um, no matter what side of this debate you're on, I think anybody can agree that we should aim to save the mother's life in that situation. We
Perfect.
can
Yeah, that's great.
talk, and yes, and we can talk about whether to put abortion, the label abortion on that or not. We can have a discussion about that. But I think at the
Most
end of the
definitely.
day, that's just a case that is so separate from others, that is so separate from others that you really, it does not impugn the general issue of abortion because nobody
Yeah.
would suggest that whether they wanted to put abortion as a label on that instance or not, that has anything to do with, you know, a woman going into a clinic and wanting to get a procedure if she just was pregnant at a time she was not ready to do
Can you
it.
turn that down, fam?
Well, I think when we focus on that discussion, we just need to keep it in the confines of that particular case. We don't need to um, uh, directly or indirectly push that as an extrapolation to cases outside of that. And I'm not saying anybody in here was doing that, but
Yeah, no, I agree.
in my many conversations with pro-choicers, they would use like cases like that, and then we would get into an issue about, is it an abortion? Is it just a termination? It would just be these conflicts, but their intent would be to use it to justify abortion on a broad scale, not just use that case.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's why I said earlier that we gotta have separate arguments for whether abortion is justified or not. We gotta have separate arguments, not use these cases of where a doctor may categorize that as an abortion, and then you try to you know, impugn a pro-lifer's position based on semantic disagreements people are having in the medical field.
Yeah, I think, I mean, maybe those extreme examples are good examples of where a blanket ban might be a negative thing, but I think you're right that like it's not that's not a pro-choice example, especially since, you know, that woman clearly wanted to have that baby and it was just medically inconceivable to her have it, right? So I think there's some real distinctions there that I think you're right. Yeah, a bad example. Go ahead, Hilarious, please.
It was like, you know, like then I think when I generally think about the whole topic, and I look at a mother and I look at a child and the relationship between a mother and child. I mean, if you look in the wild, how a lioness would do anything, even if it was to fight a lion, a male lion, they'll do anything to protect their child. Like in any case, like in the wild, and so you know, sometimes the human, like mothers will do anything to protect their child. They love their children. That's the mothers that I grew up knowing. Nowadays, in this generation, mothers are happy enough to kill their children and try and mask it over this, you know, lawful way of saying that it's acceptable because it's abortion. That is not motherly love. I feel like like the world in general is going to shambles. It's becoming. I mean, with the homosexuality, with all these things happening, it's Babylon. And what were the Philistines and what were all these Amalekites doing in the Bible? They were sacrificing their babies to these gods, these Baals, and all these different gods. What are we doing now? We're killing babies. We're selling body parts. Look at the Satanists.
We don't sell body parts.
Look at all the Satanists. Look at all the Satanists that support pro-choice. That's done out. They're saying we want us to buy the body parts. What do you think Planned Parenthood is all about? It's satanic.
No. But it's fine. But I think, Hilarious, I think it's dangerous to make an example of nature in terms of proper relationships between humans, right? Especially like, you know, you terms like lions or like, because I could easily point to rats, or I mean, you can look at any other species in which, you know, mothers don't necessarily look after their babies, or if there are limited resources, will actually eat one of their babies, right? Like, so like the decisions have to be placed in terms of the humans, obviously. But I think that you know, there is a point to be had there where we might be being too flippant with the relationship between mother and child, right? But I think you also have to look at it like, you know, abortions are often got by people who already have children, right? And so in that sense, they may be doing what's best for their current children rather than thinking about the next child to come into the world, right? And so there are distinctions there that I think need to be made. And I would worry about, you know, maybe equating pro-lifers with, or pro-choicers with Satanists, right?
It's satanic.
But I don't know many Satanists, and I don't I mean, full disclosure here, guys, I actually volunteer at a women's health clinic in which abortions are in fact performed, and these things are not being done by people with any ulterior motives in that sense. There's no one worshiping Satan, and there's no one sacrificing anything on an altar anywhere. I can assure you that baby parts aren't sold, and that we really are doing what's medically necessary or what's medically best for these women. So it's a difficult for me to hear you guys talk like that. But it's not necessarily something I'm unfamiliar with. I was on the other side for a lot of years.
No,
Hold on, let's
the
talk
reason why
about that. Go
the
ahead,
reason why
Hilarious, and then I want to bring up a point that
Yeah.
I think we should
because the
discuss.
reason why because the reason why I'm bringing up Satanism, I don't want to go off topic, but like I said before, if you look at the world, John, if you look at how the laws have been shifted, so in this generation in particular, how there's gay marriage, there's all these things happening with the church, and there's abortion becoming more legal now. There's so many things that the law is basically being destroyed. The foundation of the law is being corrupted, and we're going to go to a point now where it's okay to kill babies. Why not? Why is it not okay to kill a person because maybe they stole? I mean, we've got death penalty. I mean, what I'm trying to say is the laws are becoming more and more liquidated. I mean, they're becoming less strong, and the foundation is breaking. And a lot of things are becoming more acceptable now. So that's why in the Bible it says the end times. We're leading into those times. You can say we're in those times now. Because a few 100 years ago, or maybe the last generation, these things were shunned upon. I mean, if you were gay, I mean, I don't support, stoning them or whatever, doing whatever you're doing, or if you had abortion, flogging them or whatever. But these things were more, the laws were more strict back in the day. Now we're becoming a bit too friendly and, letting people do whatever they want. That's a major problem because it's going to get to a point in the future where, for example, let me just have bestiality, let me just sleep with my dog because it's okay, or let me just kill my child because I can't look after it anymore, even though it's not a baby or whatever. Like, it's going to get to a point where the laws are going to be tampered with at the point where there is no law. You see how corrupt that is?
I want
Killing your own baby, John.
But I mean,
Come
like,
on, man.
you just said that, like, I mean, we've gotten more humane in our laws, right? Like, we don't stone gay people. We don't banish people for getting pregnant when they're 16 or whatever, right? Like, so we've come up with systems that are more humane, right? And I think that that's where the abortion debate really comes in, is that, we're not saying it should be done. We're saying it's the humane thing to allow it to be done in a safe way. And
It's not.
that's a difficult distinction, right? Like, I do agree that it's difficult to say that it's a good thing, especially when it is so negative, right? But it's the least worst thing we could do for these people, and that's the harder case to make.
It's satanic, John. It's satanic.
I don't want to.
Go ahead, Antonio, please.
I hate to cut in, but I want to bring in something I think is important to discuss. And you brought up the issue about we're not talking about, or like people are not talking about selling fetus body parts. Like you say, you work or volunteer at a medical center or something, and they're not selling fetus body parts. But
sure,
let's talk about.
I live in Canada. I live in Canada, so I can't speak to the American experience of that. So like, if you guys have any other information, like I would love to look at it. But of course I'm speaking from my own experience here.
Right. I'm not making this question at hand about whether the United States or Canada sells parts. What I want to focus on rather is I want to present something to you like this. Let's say in your country, in Canada, it was legal to sell fetus body parts. The abortion is done, and they could sell them and make a profit or use them for whatever purpose they wished. Would you say that would be wrong to do?
Yeah, like, I mean, there are some ethical things or ethical problems that might come up when you talk about selling body parts. I know it's especially poignant in the like the organ transplant system, in which like, people can go to foreign countries and pay for certain organs, right? And I think the argument there is that you don't want to encourage people to do this thing, right? Like, you don't want people to jump waiting lists or to be encouraged to harvest parts out of somebody. And so in that sense, there are pretty strict regulations as far as selling of, like, medical waste or medical products, right? So I would think that, yes, I think there is a problem with selling with selling fetal tissue. But I mean, on the same hand, I do acknowledge that, you know, fetal tissue and especially stem cells are a promising medical research area, and so there has to be some way in which we can allow those to be brought into medical research. So it's yeah, there's a I don't know if I've worked out exactly what my position is on that, but I definitely think that there are ethical problems with selling baby parts.
But here's my thing: why would it be okay to kill the unborn and get that termination, but you say uh maybe there could be some use for it somewhere in the advancement of the medical enterprise, but it's an unethical issue in other contexts. I don't understand why it would be unethical at all for people like as long as they were able to follow certain laws, like maybe they have to like how materials are handled, like there's like fetal waste and whatnot, and they would have to handle it in a certain way. But as long as they met those laws and conditions, sure, they could sell them. What would be the problem?
I think the idea is that you just don't want to encourage people to get more abortions, to do more of those things, right? Like it's in a similar sense, like we don't want to encourage people to knock homeless people out and steal their kidneys, right? Like if you put a $30,000 price tag on each kidney, suddenly there would in fact be that incentive to cause harm in that sense. So we try to incentivize not causing harm. So that's where I think my distinction lies. Is I wouldn't want to encourage people to get an abortion simply to make money. That would be sort of unethical in my view of it. And I feel the same way about medical procedures too. Like I wouldn't want those to be done simply to make money. There should be a better ethical reason for performing that action.
So it's wrong to. So it's not wrong to. I mean, at least at the earliest stages of pregnancy, or let's say I don't know, let's say 12 weeks, because there are discernible body parts by that particular period, but yet and still the first trimester. So it's not wrong in the most general sense to get an abortion around that period, but it's wrong to sell the body parts after the fetus is already dead, according to your opinion.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's my position.
So you don't have value on the unborn when it's alive, but you have to have a more ethical value after you kill the kid.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it is. I mean, any sort of medical procedure like that it is difficult to make that call. But I think we are in fact like placing a value on that kid and acknowledging its value while doing our best to sort of not commodify that entity, right? So it's there are that's a difficult discussion, and I really appreciate your question there, Antonio, because that is really does get to the heart of a lot of these ethical decisions that we're making.
But that's the problem, though, man. You seem to suggest that it's a bigger problem when the kid is already dead, and to distribute body parts. Like as long as they follow certain laws to avoid biohazards and things like that, and they keep within the confines of those policies, then why shouldn't they be able to distribute body parts and make money? Who cares? You're gonna justify killing the kid, but after the kid is already dead, it's all of a sudden an ethical problem? That makes no sense.
Well, like I think there's a distinction there, right? Like, it would be like I kind of view it in the same vein as like you might say like prisons or education, right? Where we don't want to incentivize people through profit because that's going to encourage a state of society into which we are exploiting people for profit rather than helping them or trying to maintain society in some sense. So that's why like I have a problem with private prisons or private healthcare systems, private education systems, that when we incentivize profit motive, when we really want outcome based procedures, then I think that we do run into ethical problems and that can cause issues.
But then you gotta account for the OBGYNs who perform abortions who only do it for the money. So you could say they're exploiting women just for the money. So
Right. It's I mean, that's
if you're going to talk about exploitation like after the fact, with selling body parts, then why don't you talk about exploitation beforehand?
I mean, that's a difficult one, right? Like, I mean, doctors are paid very well, so there is that question. But I don't think that doctors are paid. I don't think that it would be necessarily unethical for a doctor to perform an abortion, right? Except in the sense that they would be encouraging people to get an abortion in order to make money, right? Like that would be a problem for me. So if they were incentivized in order to encourage abortions, that would be a problem. But I think that them being trained to perform abortions, I think doesn't necessarily mean that we're that it's unethical beforehand.
But nobody's getting killed or at worst, somebody's feelings might be hurt. But
Right.
so
Like,
what if they were incentivized to make money or incentivized to perform abortions by having their salaries increase? Who cares? I mean, if they're not actually killing anybody or whatnot. So what if it offends other people's sensibilities? I don't see why that should be prevented. I mean, if you're going to justify killing kids, if you're going to justify killing unborn, I mean, y'all call it fetuses or whatever, but no matter where you stand on that point, the fact of the matter is, even if you call it a fetus or a child or whatever, you definitely see that there's a nature there that cannot be denied. Even if you want to say there's no person or human or whatever you want to say in the womb, but you still are dealing at the very least with a potential person, and the ethical issues are there. So
Yeah.
I don't get why you will say, well, it's unethical if we're talking about making money with the abortions and all this other stuff. I mean, a lot of doctors get into it because they can make a lot of money in it. Because I mean, they perform 3,000 abortions a day, for crying out loud. I mean, a lot of uh, OBGYNs who do abortions have made quite a lucrative living on doing that very thing. They don't have to say a word about any other things. They all they know is that they go into their office, a woman wants an abortion, and they do it and they make their money. I don't get what the ethical issue would be. Might offend, like again, like I said, it might offend somebody's sensibilities, but incentivizing them to do it just so they can make money and maybe having an incentive to make more money with selling fetal body parts, other than the fact that it might offend people's sensibilities, I don't see an argument you can make against it.
Yeah, no, I think I made my argument against selling any sort of medical wastes or procedures, right? Like I find it the same thing with organ transplants, right? Like I think that we shouldn't be putting prices on organ transplants, and that to put a price on an organ is in fact going to lead to unethical outcomes. As far as OBGYNs making tons of money, I would suggest you look it up, because I don't think that they are among the highest paid doctors. And I think that if you wanted to look into people who make better money, you could look at plastic surgeons, right? Like that sort of practice is in fact a way to make money, and it's entirely superfluous to survival in some senses. So like I do agree with you that it does raise some weird ethical problems when we start talking about people's pay and what they do, right? But I think it's maybe not accurate to say that like these people are making tons of money off of these practices. I've met a few of them, and I wouldn't say they're among the highest paid medical practitioners.
Well, I know okay, that's a
I
separate
don't
issue.
yeah, maybe there are
But-
like maybe this is American Canadian differences too. So
But-
it's quite
but-
possible.
Okay, yeah, we that could be something we can talk about offhand in some other venue. But
Yeah, no, please. Sorry, I might be distracting from the point.
No, it's okay. It's no problem. But my thing is
Antonio,
this.
yeah, I got to go here in a few minutes, and I really do appreciate you having these conversations. These are very difficult issues, and like I'm glad to see you guys are at least like really grappling with it and thinking through a lot of these scenarios. These are very, very tough issues. So like I really appreciate you having an open dialogue about it.
So let me throw something at you. So if a woman was able to get paid a ridiculous amount of money just for having an abortion, and she says, "I'm going to do this not only once, but let's say I don't know 5 times." I mean, abortion is a safe procedure, right? So it's not. I mean, they say that it's a safe procedure anyway. So it's not. It's not like if she, gets one, it's going to be in any danger to her body, especially if she getting one that's performed by a highly professional, highly skilled medical personnel who's performing the procedure. It's not going to be really any issue with her. So if she was just getting paid just to get abortions, would that be ethically wrong to you for her to
Yes.
get one?
Yeah, I think so, right? Like I mean, any sort of coercion, I think, in that sense, is a problem for me, and it's because I come from a bodily rights argument, right, where I think that like her body is her decision, and I would hate to think that there was coercion coming from external sources, especially in terms of money. Um, I mean, are you bringing up this in because you've mentioned being paid to have an abortion a few times? Are there people who are being paid to have an abortion? Because I've never ran into anybody who made the decision in that way, was being paid to get an abortion.
Well, I haven't done a bunch of research on this, so I can tell you first, and I would have to.
Right. Okay. So it was just more hypothetical to sort of point out reasonings behind it.
Yes, but
Yeah, because I agree. Yeah.
what I'm trying to present to you is that would fall under the confines of her doing what she wants with her body. What if she tells you that no, there's no coercion here. I just like the money. And I don't see a fetus as a person. It's my body, my right, my choice, and I can get a good payday from it. If a woman told you that and she went and got an abortion, you couldn't say it's a problem, could you?
Yeah, it'd be really difficult because I agree. Like I don't think I have the right to question someone's reason in that sense. Um, like if they tell me they don't want to be pregnant anymore, or there is a good reason that they have for not wanting to be pregnant anymore, like for me that is enough. And despite the fact that they might be being dishonest with me, I think that there are good reasons to look the other way in that sense, right? That like all of the reasons that would be good and they just don't want to tell me are available to her, and that like the few exceptions in which someone flippantly takes on an abortion uh, don't discount all of the necessary abortions that are going to be taking place.
So,
Does that make any sense?
so
Yeah,
the
maybe I'm.
so the issue is you would look down on certain choices. You wouldn't make them illegal, but you would look down on them,
Yes,
depending on
I
what the
because
nature of their decisions and for what they say they got them. If they
Sure.
said that they got them for money, you would look down upon those. But if they said they were going to do it because they couldn't afford to have another child, you wouldn't look down upon that.
Yeah, like Antonio, like I do, like I'm sympathetic to that because like I said, I mean I do volunteer at a clinic, right? And I see girls there who are desperate for an like abortion. Like they need that abortion. There is no other option for them. They will go and get an abortion somewhere else if they don't get it here. You know, like that these women are in fact the desperate cases that I'm sympathetic to. And then I see other women who I do get the sense like I don't you can't outright ask them what their reasonings are, right? But you do get the sense that they're taking it on a little more flippantly, right? Like that they were just behaving irresponsibly and now don't want to take responsibility for that action. And I think like both of those weigh in my mind when I'm doing my work there and when I'm counseling women, or if I'm there to be like a shoulder to lean on, right? Like you have to be sympathetic to the idea that you're not going to agree with everybody's reasons, but that those reasons are important enough for them to make that step, right? And I think that's where my distinction sort of lies, right? Is like I don't see people taking the decision to have an abortion as something flippant or something that they just decide one day. It seems to me like a very serious decision that people make, and for me, that serious decision happened all in their head, and I don't have access to all of the reasons that they might have for performing that act.
So it seems to me um, that you're looking at it as the vast majority of women who get abortions, in your opinion, don't do it for flippant reasons.
Yes,
But
that's what I would say. But again, like I can't make that determination for people, and I that's why I think that I'm sympathetic to your point that there may in fact be flippant reasons that people do get abortions, and maybe that is something we need to talk about, and maybe that's something we need to have a wider discussion in society about.
yeah. So since the vast majority, in your view, don't do it for flippant reasons, it makes it for you a more ethically. I guess I could put it like this: a more ethically comfortable position to defend. But let's say it was the
Yeah.
reverse.
Yeah, that would be very difficult, and I'm right there with you, Antonio. That would be a difficult position to defend if I felt that way, right?
Right. If it was the
So
reverse, but I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's the reverse or whether it represents what you think now that the vast majority don't do it for flippant reasons. It doesn't matter whether it's one way or the other. You still can't make it illegal. So I mean,
yeah.
that seems like it's ultimately a side issue. It's not. It does nothing for the actual position. It's just sort of a side thing to bring up the ethics. It seems like to me.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's not really my justification for my support for it, but it does give me pause in my continued support for it, right? Like I think that people should have that second thought about what it is that we're doing in society and what we're encouraging. But I mean, again, I still kind of fall on that same side that it should be legal in almost every case. So maybe I'm being a little maybe I'm ignoring some of the uglier cases in that sense, in order to come to that decision. But you're right; it is meant to be ethically comfortable for me, at least more comfortable than what I view as the other position.
Okay.
Yeah, it's difficult, Antonio. And like I said, I got to go. I really
All right,
appreciate the
man.
talk, and I see everybody else has left. I hope I didn't chase them off.
You didn't. It's all
Okay.
good.
So one thing I did want to mention is I seem to be banned in your live chat. And I
Unban
don't
you.
know.
It was
Yeah, that
probably one of the other admins who did it, but
totally. So
I'll unban you.
yeah, that'd be great. Thanks so much, Antonio. I really appreciate it, and I hope I didn't come across as being over talking or too aggressive to you. Like these are very emotional issues, and I sometimes get a little wound up about them too. So
I do, for the most part, respect conversations with you. I think, and this is my just consistent experience and others' experience that JD King can get off the rails and get very, very disruptive. I don't get that sense from you, so I always appreciate you coming by, man.
oh, thanks, Antonio. I like peace and love, buddy. You've been a gentleman and a scholar today, so I really appreciate it.
All right, sounds good, man. Have a good one.
Peace, buddy. You too.
All right. It's still fairly early. I think a number of different issues we made a lot of good ground on. I just want to further go into this ethics issue. Um, what I was trying to put across to John, and I appreciate his honesty and how he approached the question, that the ethics of whether someone is getting an abortion for money or whether they're getting an abortion for, maybe because they can't afford another kid or they want to continue their goals, and a baby would be a hindrance to that process at that particular time. Yeah, you can be uncomfortable with the reasons a woman get abortion potentially, but that does absolutely nothing, to impugn the pro-choice position. That has no bearing against the pro-choice position. I mean, and I appreciate John's honesty and how he approached the question, but it seems to me what I consistently get from a lot of pro-choicers is that they factor in this sort of ethical comfort level to strengthen their argument directly or indirectly. Although it doesn't actually do anything for their argument or it doesn't, have any implications against their argument, it seems like they still do it to bring, more perspective and more strength to their argument. At the end of the day, the pro-choicer can't say that whether a woman is getting an abortion just to get money or she's doing it to pursue goals or because she can't afford another child. There's really no line of ethics to where you can say one should be banned and the other one shouldn't. The pro-choicer, if they're honest, and John was honest, again, he's not going to say that abortion should be banned in either of those cases. So, I mean, if he's not going to say that abortion should be banned in either of those cases, then it's just like I said, it's just about the level of comfort in which one would have to hold a particular position, because the pro-choicer would say, this position is uncomfortable for me to hold, but I'm not going to go against her choice. Then that what she does is her business, but that would make it uncomfortable for me. What I'm trying to understand here is stay on whether you can justify the act itself or not about whether a woman's motives may be comfortable for you, because it seems like there's an effort to persuade the pro-lifer directly or indirectly by trying to look at what the motives of the woman could be. And that's just not a persuasive argument. Whether an argument is persuasive or not is different to whether an argument is actually logical or not. An argument can be 100% logical, yet not persuade a person. So that's two totally different questions. So I guess what I should say is to amend that statement is that's not a logical argument to me. I don't think that's a logical argument to make, to try to appeal to the pro-lifer by looking at a woman's motives and why she would get an abortion. Because if you're going to make a justification for your position, then motive isn't the way to do it. Because motive that has nothing to do with the central pro-choice position, which is a woman has a right to her body, her choices, her life, and she sees the circumstances how she sees them. So this consistent attempt to look at this issue from a motive perspective seems to be an emotional way to try to appeal to the pro-lifers' emotional side, to maybe directly or indirectly, bit by bit, maybe bring them over to their side of the argument. But not only is that not persuasive to me, it's just not a logical argument to use the motive and ethical motives to make the position. It just doesn't work. So again, like I said earlier, it goes back to the central point. Is the act of abortion justifiable or not? We keep getting all these side issues from pro-choicers like, well, if a woman gets an abortion late, let's say in the third trimester, there's no other issues at all. She just wants to get an abortion and she doesn't want to have that child. Like, well, what woman would want to get it that late? And then they start to look at the motives of why a woman would do it and all this other stuff. It's like they know that there's an ethical issue, but they want to look at the motives and hope those motives in their view are subjectively, in their view, noble motives. It's like they hope to find some sort of nobility in whatever they're doing so it can make it ethically more comfortable for them to justify their position. It's like, no, that doesn't work. It doesn't matter what the motives is. A woman gets an abortion when it's all said and done to you. And most pro-choicers themselves say this. Then that's just her business and her decision. So what if abortion is legal in the third trimester, late term, and she gets it for a flippant reason? So what? Who cares? You can't stop her from doing it, whether it's flippant or not. So what? It seems to me they want to feel uncomfortable about it, but they don't want to say, no, this is wrong. They're not going to say that it's wrong at all. They're going to say that if she should be technically able to get that abortion and make that choice, but they're not going to ban it, because the fact of the matter is they think outright banning it would affect their position a whole lot more than just to tell the woman, no, this isn't right. You shouldn't be able to do this. This is wrong. They're not going to violate, the central aspect of their choice position. They're just going to feel more or less comfortable about certain ethics in their position. But the problem is, I see a whole lot of consistencies with how pro-choicers argue this point. Like there are pro-choicers who say after a certain point, it should not be legal. Like it shouldn't be illegal at 8.5 months. And there are those who say, well, I don't think it should. I would have a problem if a woman did it that late, but it should not be illegal. I think, and that's just more of an argument you will have to have from one pro-choicer to another. You will have to look at what their individual position is. But for those who say that it should be illegal at that point, at 8.5 months, if the reason she get it, that she just does not want to be pregnant, that it should be illegal, for the pro-choicers who wish that it should be illegal, I'll just ask them why. Who cares what you think? Don't you say it's her body, her choice? Who cares? So what? You don't want to be consistent there, but you think, at some arbitrary point, you think, well, if the baby can survive, she shouldn't be able to make the decision to kill the kid. But who cares what you think? So what? If she wants to make that choice for whatever reason, she should be able to make it. But you just pull this arbitrary standard out the sky to say that she shouldn't be able to make it that late. Who cares what you think? You apply the who cares what anyone else, you apply the who cares what anyone else thinks argument, earlier in pregnancy, but you don't apply that who cares what anyone else thinks argument late. So what? But for the pro-choicers who would have no problem with abortion that late in pregnancy, then I would ask them, well, why does it matter to you whether the unborn can feel pain or whether it goes against certain ethical standards, like if the baby can survive, the baby should be able to survive. But if she's going to make that choice, then she shouldn't be able to be prevented from doing that. But for those who think she should be able to do it, I'll just ask them, if you think she should be able to do it that late, then what is the real difference between her killing the baby at that stage and someone killing a newborn baby? What's the difference? That the baby is inside her? That's literally the only difference. If it's inside her body, she should be able to kill the kid, but if the kid is outside her body, then that should be a problem. But I think it creates an ethical dilemma like this. Like let's say during delivery, you see the head. The mother is delivering the baby, and but the head is visible in mid-delivery, are you going to say because the baby is partially inside of her mid-delivery that she should still be able to kill a kid? I mean, how much of the baby's body has to be outside of her during the delivery phase before she cannot make the decision to kill? Are you going to say, well, halfway, 50%, this baby's body is sticking out her body 50% of the way, mid-delivery, no, she can't kill, or, well, she still can technically kill because the other half is still in her body? I mean, I've asked pro-choicers these questions all the time, and they give just these ridiculous contradictory answers. Like, well, the baby's still technically halfway inside of her body, so why can't she kill the kid now? It's still inside of her body, at least partially. Why can't she kill the kid now? What's the problem? Who cares what you think? And then their positions are just all over the place. They don't have any sound basis to argue these things. The bottom line is the pro-choicer has to be all over the place in how they argue their position. When you press them to be consistent, they have to appeal to whether the baby can survive. They have to appeal to whether the baby's outside the womb. They have to appeal to if the baby can feel pain or not. They have to appeal to their subjective quality of life. Let's say the baby doesn't have a fully developed or functional brain. They have to do all this crazy crap. It doesn't matter what position the pro-choicer holds. You can find a plethora of inconsistencies in how they argue it when you seriously press them to the T. So we have Ecclesiastes in here. What's up, man?
Hey, bro. I was just gonna say that you remember we were talking last time, and I said it's just them sacrificing their baby to materialistic lifestyle, right?
Yes.
Like, most of these cases aren't what they're saying. Like, oh, the mama's in danger, the baby's in danger. No, it's, probably some 18-year-old or 1920s, through their 20s and 30s, I think. Matter of fact, that they just arbitrarily make the decision that, I can't feed this child or something. And guess what? You can give it up for adoption if that be the case. You don't have to kill the child. And plus, you weren't raped. Especially in the cases where the mother and father have laid down and had sex, and a child is brought. And I just looked. I looked up something, Antonio. It's been 58,586. Wow. Basically I'll just say 58 million abortions in America since 1973.
Yes.
So
it's crazy, man.
That's a whole nation killed because of what I want, and this is how I don't want to live my life with this child. I still want to be single and free. Most of them. Majority of those are probably that. You could say a few percentage probably is the ones that are needed, and the mother's in very bad danger. And then, like, it kind of goes back to what we used to do as when we were humans, without all this, plugged up to the internet and plugged up to the government, where we were just out there living life. A farmer and his wife, or people in the ancient times, they would have their child if they had a child. It's that simple. The land provides. But now we don't live off the land anymore. We live off of the government and money and all of this other stuff that really we don't need. We don't need that. We need to go back to being humans and stop being some I don't know what. It's like we're all in a movie where we've abandoned humanity. We've abandoned humanity and started basically living in some type of modern movie where we're not even humans no more, dude. We're trapped in some type of veil, and I see it. I hope they can see it, but I hope somebody that's maybe pondering abortion runs up on this video and hears us talk about it. Don't abandon your humanity for your materialistic thoughts of what you need and what this baby is going to cost you. Bring forth the baby. You had it.
I think that's absolutely well said, man. I mean, we've gotten into an era to where it's just about personal convenience, man. One of the things they like to go ahead, Zulu.
It's in the Bible, Antonio, when God says that even wife shall turn against husband and son shall turn against father. Like there's the structure of family is being destroyed.
Yep, and it's an assault on the family right now. You know, I can get into issues about like homosexuality and things like that, and I can get into issues about the advancement of feminism and whatnot. Feminism, you know, today's third wave feminism anyway, I think in many ways it's a direct assault on the family. And there's a lot of people in certain places who want to destroy the traditional family unit to pass whatever agendas that they wish. Most in the most pertinent fashion, these agendas are specifically anti-Christian in nature. Because I mean, bottom line is the Christian concept of the traditional family has been what has been the most beneficial to certain societies, like the United States, for example. And there's people with certain agendas who want to turn that on its head, and there's an all-out assault on the Christian family and all on the assault of the traditional family. And
it shows that we're not what you call it. We're not. I mean, it shows that we're falling, right? Because when you see, what do you see? Where do you see this in the animal kingdom? Where do you see the lion aborting their child, their cubs? Where do you see any other animal aborting any of their offspring? They get pregnant and they have the seed, and guess what? God will provide everything they need with this earth. We have become too dependent on money and school, and all we got to do is break away from that, right? When you think about it.
Before people jump on you and attack you for this, there are instances in like the animal kingdom to where, for whatever reasons,
well, they're falling too.
I don't know what reasons they would be, or if you can even call them reasons at all, but there are animals who do kill their unborn. I think like kangaroos do it, I think, for certain reasons, but they're not deliberate killing abortions. That's just how animals act in nature, as you know, certain instinctual, just certain things by natural instinct. They don't do it by deliberate, conscious. They don't do it by like deliberate, conscious, like sentient thought, like sentient, higher human thought, like humans do. Humans are aware of them, and they do it by deliberate, conscious choice. Animals just do it because they're just animals in nature, and they just do it for that reason. But I do get your point that you don't have animals just outright, like for example, You have animals that eat their own young in nature, but they do it because they're animals, and that's the natural instincts of how they function. Humans who are cannibals do it for an entirely different reason. That is an entirely different realm. So there is a separation for why humans are doing it as opposed to, and they'll say, well, humans are technically animals, but I'll say other animals outside of humans, there's definitely a huge, huge distinction that needs to be made. And I don't want people to jump on you and say, "Oh, Matthew don't know what stuff. Animals don't kill their unborn." I mean, there are certain small cases to where you can see animals that do kill their unborn, but it's not for the reasons that humans do it. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, and it's like if you look in the Bible, it's like I know I brought this up before, but if you look at the Philistines and the Amalekites, and God was telling them to kill them, and the sinful acts that they were doing, like in Sodom and Gomorrah as well, they were sacrificing babies to gods. They were killing their own children. I mean, this is not something new. This is something that was happening even in early ancient times. So like what they're trying to do now is they're trying to make it in the law. I know I brought up all this Satanist thing, but it may sound a bit conspiracy theory kind of like attitude, but if you look deep into this stuff, these people in the high places are buying these body parts for whatever reason we don't know. They probably eat them, they probably do whatever they want with them, but they're buying these body parts. And the sad thing about it is, it's like people know this is going on, but they still don't do anything about it. And I feel like we're reaching into the time of confusion where our eyes are being, looks like we're sedated into this state to not feel for anybody. Like if you look at the film entertainment industry with all these films of violence and see people getting their heads blown off and stuff like that, we're being desensitized to not even care about death anymore. If someone was to see someone get hit by a car or to get shot in the street, it probably take longer for you to even do anything about it or to even feel, because killing life isn't valuable anymore in these day and ages. They've brainwashed us. They've sedated us into this state to believe that death is not valuable, that life isn't valuable, and it's a problem.
Hmm. I agree.
It seems Steve McGray has a hangout going on. It says a fair and open hangout to discuss abortion, as Antonio is just a coward.
What?
That's rich,
No,
because
but
everybody else who joined this discussion, maybe except for J.D. Kane and uh, Brenda Von Asen, however you say his or her name. Anyway, but maybe except for Brenda and J.D. Kane, everyone else thought it was a fair discussion and that was a great exchange. So Steve is deliberately lying again and being dishonest.
Getting them views, man. Gotta stir up controversy to get the views, Antonio.
Yep, you gotta deliberately lie and be duplicitous in your schemes and whatnot to get those views, to get those subs up.
Yeah, I stick to basically on my stance. There is no stance really, because people are gonna do what they're gonna do. I'm glad that you brothers speak up though for what you're pro life, and I'm stepping aside and saying, hey, the world is gonna learn through their own mistakes. Even if I sat up here and said I'm pro life and stuff, they're still gonna do what they're gonna do, and it's gonna come back and bite them more than and that maybe then they'll realize that, hey, we were wrong for doing this. 58 million children have lost their lives, and we are less, or I mean, what did I do that for? Like, why did I kill that baby? Why did I have that abortion? What was it, just for my school and my singleness? Like, kind of like what Zulu was saying. Look at the case where Casey Anthony, right? Casey Anthony was out partying when her child was supposedly missing. That's what we're dealing with now. It's all about me Me, me, me. And it's not about anybody else. Nah. It's just about you and yourself, and the world revolves around you. That's, I don't know if that's the fault of our parents and our ancestors, because that's how we've been raised up. My dad and them weren't raised that way. And now we came to a point in life where our kid, I've actually heard kids say at Christmas time, that's all? That's all I got? So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, man, I agree.
It's only going to get worse.
Yes, it is, man. This is crazy. We had a great discussion in here. I get again, it was only the issue with JD Kane I have. I didn't have an issue technically with anyone else here. I had an issue with JD Kane. And then Brenda outright called me out my name, called me a B because I didn't like how JD Kane was acting in here. He got booted.
And can I speak on that, Antonio?
Yeah.
Do you remember the incident when me and G-Man were on their Dragnauts channel, and how I was treated, and how G-Man was treated, and how we get muted and kicked out constantly? How many people have you kicked out in this channel, in this hangout? Sorry, what, 2 people?
No, one
And
left after I kicked JD Kane out, but he was the only one who was kicked.
Exactly. And what was he doing? He was being rude, right?
Yes.
In Dragnauts hangout, I was backing up G-Man because they were muting him sound like a fool and not letting him speak. And I had to comment and say, guys, this is a really stupid kid. And then they kicked me out. And then when I talk to them, it's talking stupidity Tuesdays. They're like, oh, sometimes we can be assholes. Sorry about my language. Sometimes we just do this because we're not nice people. This is the kind of people that we're dealing with, Antonio. They're hypocrites. JD Kane, of all people, is not the one to get angry at kicking people out.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I don't. I'm tired of people saying Antonio's aggressive. Remember what Fiona was saying the other day, that you're aggressive. I'm cool with Fiona. I haven't got problems with that. But I'm tired of you. You are a nice guy, man. You are a nice guy. You and Xbox are the only ones that wanted to help me with my channel. I'm tired of people saying that you're. I'm tired of people saying that you're a bad guy, man. It needs to stop. Sorry,
Well,
brother.
I really appreciate that, man, more than you can possibly know. The thing is, man, if people come and they have discussions with me, they'll find out firsthand that that's not what they say. That's not what it is. Multiple said, who doesn't agree with me on many things. He doesn't agree with me on Christianity, obviously, doesn't agree with me on evolution and a wide range of issues we can talk about. But he doesn't say that I run my hangouts like terrible, and there's always a fair chance for him to speak. Um, again, John said it was a great discussion we had, and that was very, very pleasant. Yeah, we had some tension at times, but I mean, we got that sorted out, and that was a wrap. And he left on cool terms, no problem there. John thought it was a great discussion. Dolores came in here more than once. She always says she's like being here, despite the discussions get heated. She's always like being here. He's just lying through his teeth. A number of different people have said, even from their side, that I have good discussions in here and that I'm very fair to everybody. I wasn't cutting off people in here. I wasn't not giving a chance for people to talk. He's just an outright liar. Steve is, and JD Kane, he has a consistent history with being a disruption in people's rooms. This is how he operates.
And when they're saying the other day that you're a really good moderator, and now they're trying to say that you mute and boot people, it's just hypocrisy.
Yep. And good. And here we go. We got Daylo Blue in the chat here. She says, "I've enjoyed talking to you." Like, that's what I'm saying, man. We got people who outright disagree with what Steve is saying, and said they've had great conversations in here, but he wants to sit up here and deliberately distort the issue and spin it and lie to his audience. And you have a vast majority of people who are trolls who just follow him like he's like Jesus Christ or something, or like he possesses the Holy Grail or something, and just, oh, Steve said it. It must be true. It came out of Steve's mouth. It must be accurate, right? But I let everybody speak. I give everybody a fair shake. And for him to deliberately lie like that and say, well, Antonio's a coward, like, get out of here, dude. I've debated Sam the scientist on abortion. I would say that he probably had the strongest points out of anybody I've ever debated. He's not weak when it comes to talking about this issue. He pushed me. I don't think he ultimately did his position very well, but he does make a serious intellectual effort to have a good conversation, and everything went great at the end, and there was no issues between us two. What
was his point?
I can't remember it like specifically down to the T. I think he was coming from a perspective of, even if we could prove the abortion, that the unborn is human completely 100%, the unborn is completely a person 100%, even if all those criteria could be proven, we still couldn't make it a case for the woman's right to get an abortion. He said if all those criteria are met, that it could still be a case that be made, that a woman can still get an abortion despite acknowledging humanity, despite acknowledging personhood. A case can still be made. And I can't remember the exact particulars on what he was saying. The hangout was on my channel. I'll have to go back and rewatch it again. But it was a great exchange. And I consider him probably the strongest person I've ever talked to about this issue. But again, so this is just pretty much the outline that I don't just debate people who are unfamiliar with how to argue this issue. I've debated very strong people. I think Hogtie, is fairly strong when it comes to arguing this issue as well. I've debated people, across a wide range of awareness and knowledge on this issue. So I've had great conversations with a lot of people, but for someone like Steve to deliberately lie to his audience, oh, Antonio's a coward. No, I'm not. I don't care who wants to debate me on this issue. I've debated people I consider very strong opponents. I've debated people I don't think they are that strong in how they argue it. But to say I'm an outright coward, he's just a liar.
Yeah.
He's dishonest.
But they're not. They're not gonna make any case against Steve. They won't call him out on his lie. Go ahead,
Phalo.
I need to get a better name that people can pronounce.
Your name is fine. I actually love your name, Thalo. That sounds cool.
It's nice.
And
it's a nice color.
It's a nice color. Say baby before you start. I love how you say it.
Say what?
Baby.
Baby. Baby.
I just love your accent, Thalo.
Oh my God. Well, I don't think a lot of people in the UK won't like this accent. It's seen as a very silly, stupid accent. It's from the West Midlands.
Yes.
So it's seen as very, well, to use a colloquialism, it's seen as dopey. It's seen as silly. But there you go. What can I do? I can't do anything about it. So
well, I guess people who are used to a particular culture and those speech accents.
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
One of my favourite sayings is "It is what it is," But I just wanted to say before I've just got to go out because I'm cooking. I think a lot of personalities here, like with JD Kane, when you got rid of him from the chat, I think they're very dominant, aren't they? They're very dominant personalities, and I think sometimes
let people just run their course. Let people just say what they've got to say, and let people get their point across, I think, rather than booting them, because then you get caught, you get blamed for muting and booting, don't you? So just let them run their course. Let them say what they've got to say, I think.
The problem is it just crossed a certain line that cannot be tolerated. I mean, he had done it multiple times. I mean, he had interrupted me multiple times.
I think I'm a little bit guilty of that as well. I think I do try and talk over you sometimes just to get my point while I'm thinking of it before it disappears out of my head.
Oh, that's fine, but I don't sense any deliberate like disruption or motives from you. If you were to like interrupt me before I finish, I think you do it. You know, I think there's a certain level of honesty that comes from you. You don't do it to impede what I'm trying to say, right?
But do you think that's because you don't know me and you know JD Kane? It's like you think you know he's doing it dishonestly, whereas you think that I'm quite innocent in what I'm doing.
Well, I just don't get the sense. I just don't get that sense from you. Even people that I've talked to like the first time, I can get a sense of, you know, if they're being intentionally disruptive or if they're honest in their motives and their approaches. I just don't get that sense from you.
I just wonder if it's because, like, I think you didn't you kick out Brenda as well? I think I just think
Brenda actually left.
Did she? Okay, all right, okay.
Brenda
Sorry.
left.
Yeah. Okay, I'll take that back then. I'll take that back. Okay, but that's all I wanted to say. I'm just saying I do enjoy talking to you, Antonio, but I do have to go because I'm cooking and I've got to feed my family.
All right, that sounds good. It's always a pleasure, Thalo.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Xbox, we have him up in here.
Xbox.
Hear me okay?
You right, man?
No echo or anything?
I might do another episode of denomination today.
That's cool.
No, right
We're going to talk about a Pacific denomination. We're going to do most of the denominations.
Yeah, but that sounds good, hilarious. I'm glad that everything with that video turned out great, man. I just it wasn't that hard. I just like, you know, had to pick a good spot to cut out all the nonsense that was at the end of that, and I think it captured the gist of the context of the conversation. I think it turned out great.
Thanks, Antonio.
Okay, never mind. Matt said he could. Yeah, I really appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, no problem. Are you listening to what Steve is saying in that other hangout over there, talking about I'm a coward and all this other crap, when the only person that I kicked out was JD Kane, but it was a great conversation with everybody else who was in the room.
Yeah, they like to look at every little thing that us as Christians do, even though it's very minimal. Whenever they, you know, talk about someone's family, whenever they kick someone out for no reason or mute someone, they want people to overlook it. That's the problem.
No,
drama.
I didn't
it's
catch
YouTube
much
drama.
I didn't catch much of any of it. I heard him mention that you had a hangout about abortion or something. His was titled abortion, but they weren't talking about it, so I moved over here to see if maybe y'all were still. I find that an interesting topic.
The thing is, man, here's what happened. JD Kane had interrupted me. Excuse me. He interrupted me multiple times in this conversation, and I had to let him know, dude, stop doing that. And then it got to a point to where he got really, really rude and started trying to control where the conversation was going. Because here's the thing, he would bring up a number of different points, and then the conversation would feed into other areas. But we were discussing one area that wasn't finished being discussed, and then he'll bring up another thing, and I'll be like, well, I still want to contend a point to this previous area that we didn't finish discussing. And I guess it got to a point to where he thought like Zulu had something to say and he didn't get to really address something, I guess. But he started to take on a tone to where he was trying to control what was going on in this room. That's just my personal opinion, that he was taking a tone to where he was trying to control what was going on in this room.
Well,
And
conversations that
I was
have a
just like,
bunch of little.
look, I was just like, look, this is my room and I'm going to control it. You don't control where it goes. It doesn't matter whether I want to focus on a previous point or whether I want to go to a new point. At the end of the day, this is my room. If I want a discussion to go a certain direction, it's going to go wherever direction I want to take it in. I'm not going to be unfair to people in here, but ultimately it's going to go whatever direction I want to go in. And I was telling him that, look, you don't control what goes on in this room. And I was like, do you understand me? And he was like, well, I think he said something to the degree of, I think he said he had no problem adhering to what I'm doing in here, but I wasn't going to talk to him like he's a B or something, or he's not gonna be treated like he's a B or something. And I did not say that at all. And I was just like, you know what, man, at this point, I don't think you're here because you want to have a good discussion. You here because of you think I'm trying to control the room, or I'm trying to keep the conversation at a stable tone and a fluid tone, then you're just going to be a problem. So I just removed them. Nobody else in here thought I was treating them like a B because I wanted my room to be controlled the way I wanted it to be controlled.
Right.
I didn't interrupt him anytime he spoke or anything like that. I just wanted him to, stop him being rude and to bring the control back where it belongs to me. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, sometimes conversations like this, especially ones that are emotionally charged, that if emotion has to be come into, you've got to slow the conversation down, or 50 points will go by. So you've got to take control and move it where you want it to go. And
this is the reason why JD Kane isn't or hasn't been welcome in a lot of rooms, or is no longer welcome in a lot of rooms. I would say at this point,
the earlier part, I'll have to go back and watch it.
and I'm not even sure if I even want to do that one-on-one debate with them anymore, because I appreciate that he took me up on it, but given his attitude, man, I just don't know if I'm any longer interested in the discussion with him. I'll have to think that over. My feelings might change on that or not. I don't know. But how he conducted himself in this room today, no, I'm not tolerating that. Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not tolerating that nonsense. Nobody else in the room acted like that. And Brenda could have even stayed in if Brenda wanted to, but Brenda got upset because I kicked JD Kane out the room. Brenda outright calls me out my name, calls me a B, and then takes off. I'm like, whatever, you can call me what you want. But to then go to the other hangout, and then Steve McGray does his hangout and then says I'm a coward, and we're having an actual fair and open discussion. He's lying. Phalo Blue was just in here, and she told me she has good discussions with me before John McDropout left. He said it was a great discussion. He's a liar. He twists almost everything. He twisted. I don't get what the issue is with this guy. I mean, would he even have thought to even have a hangout on abortion if I wasn't doing one? This is the crap that Steve does all the time, and he has every right to do this, mind you. But this is his shtick. There'll be a hangout going on where G-Man, True Empiricism, or myself will be talking about a particular issue, or other Christians will be talking about particular issues in hangouts, and then there'll be an issue in his opinion that happens in the hangout, and then he'll do like an immediate hangout and talk about the issue that happened in that hangout. Or after the hangout is over, he'll like immediately do like a response hangout, distorting certain facts from his perception of how he looks at things. And that's just his stick. That's just how he operates. He'll look for some sort of issue he had in someone else's hangout, and then he would do a hangout after that. I mean, like, again, he has every right to do that. If that's how he wants to operate, that's his stick. He has every right to do that. But it's like, man, you don't have any of your own original ideas. You don't have any of your own interesting bits of discussions. You just hear, like Matthew
I
rightly
don't think
pointed
I don't
out,
think they
he's
want
just
to
here
have a
for
discussion.
controversy. He's just
Yeah.
here to just
That's what I was going to say. I don't think he wants discussion. I think he wants the controversy, the drama, the lulls. Wants to fight for that just to get that, and that's fine. Some people, lots of people on YouTube like that. Some people like to do that. I was on G-Mans the other day with you, Antonio. That's not my bag. I enjoy the discussions, not the fighting or the winning people. The only part on Steve's I heard before I jump over here was that they got you backed in a corner on your abortion argument, and JD pointed it out, and that's when you kicked him or something.
that's
I'm
not
not making a
representative
claim
of
because
the
I didn't.
facts at all. That is
I don't know your
entirely not
argument. I didn't hear
representative.
any of it. So I just thought that's all I
Right.
heard.
I think Matthew was listening to it. Hilarious was in the room at the time. I'm not sure if Alex was listening to
Here,
it
my
at the time or
my
not.
point to saying that was that highlights that they just
Yeah, I
want
was listening.
the owning. They just want the fighting. They don't care about the discussion. That's
What is your opinion, Alex? Do you think what Steve said was representative of what you observed?
I didn't listen to what Steve said. Yeah, I didn't hear what Steve McCray had to say.
Well, if this is what he said, and I don't think Xbox is making this up, obviously, but according to what Xbox said was that I got backed into a corner, right, and then kicked JD Kane out the room. If
No,
that is what Steve said, do you think that would be representative of what you observed?
no. What I observed, it seemed to be like two alphas going at each other, and I think that you was trying to slow it down and say, hey, look, you're not going to do this. And at the same time, while you're saying that, he was responding saying, hey, look, I'm just trying to make sure to get your position or address what you were saying or something like that. So there became some issue between that. But as a guest, you got to respect the host. So,
yeah.
you know.
You want to move past it a little bit and tell me what your argument was or what kind of stance you were taking? Or are you still hot enough you want to keep talking about it?
Well, we can get past that, but
right on.
I want to just ask MP, was you ever in Steve McRae's room, MP, or did you listen to what he said about what happened in my hangout earlier?
Yeah, I heard it. I saw what happened earlier, then I was in Steve McRae's room after that.
How do you see what is your opinion on how the events unfolded? Do you agree with what Steve is saying or disagree with whatever? What do you think I was being unfair? What's your honest opinion?
Well, honestly, I think it's a little bit on both sides. I do agree. JD was trying to hold you to a point, but again, it's your room, and if you do want to move on from a point, you have the right to do that. And I think at a point, what happened between you and JD was a consequence of last night. I think more or less a consequence of what happened last night when Didi came into the room and all you guys ran out because Didi got booted. So I think today was kind of that retrospective, like, okay, if you're going to kick one of our guys out, then him and Brenda kind of left at the same time. I think using the word coward and all that, I think that's a little extreme. But sometimes when you're in these debates, we get over emotional. But I believe both sides had a little bit to lose. But I don't think you were. I think you were wrong for booting him. But I think he was wrong for kind of crying that you were a coward. I disagree with that because again, you're running a hangout, so you are allowed to change the topic when you want.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep the issue from going a million different places. I mean, there would be a point that I didn't think that was sufficiently addressed, and then he would maybe respond to some aspect of that point, and then bring up other points that take the issues in different direction. And then there was just so many things he said that I could have focused on. But then if I would have focused on something else, then that would have gotten me away from the thought I had for the original point that was brought up. And
Yeah,
And I
you
think
pick
that,
the battle.
well, hold on. I think that's the point that was missed because you guys were actually talking about like 3 or 4 different points at one time, and I think they
right,
were trying to narrow it to one point, and then you were like, hold on. Here's the original point. Let's kind of stick with this. But I think, and I'll give credit to JD. JD's point was like, okay, hold on. If you answer this, then this may flush it out even better. But your point was, well, hold on. I don't want to go on a tangent right now. I want to stick to this original point, and I think that's where the conflict went.
Yeah, but
right.
like you said, the owner of the room, the person running the room, that's his prerogative to do so. And it should be respected.
But
I
I
didn't
mean,
Yeah,
see any of this. I didn't see any of this happen. That's just a general statement.
But
right.
JD, but I think before you booted him though, because obviously you and JD on the board. I think JD has an extreme position on one side, and I think your position is extreme on the other side, and I'm kind of in the middle. And I think from watching it, it's hard to kind of parse out, when you got two people who are on so polar opposite, who's right and who's wrong. Because I don't want to say you're right versus he's right, but I do think that you're a little quick on the trigger, but then he was a little insensitive with trying to hold you down to a point, being in a moderated room. Does that make sense?
I appreciate it, and that's a fair and honest analysis. I appreciate that, man. The thing is, that's just a really, really bad sense I get from that guy. I didn't get it from anyone else in the room at the time. I didn't even get it from Brenda at the time. I mean, Brenda called me a B and left. Whatever. People can call me whatever they want. It doesn't mean anything to me. But he was the only one who I got that sense that he was stepping into um, a place over the line that he shouldn't have stepped into. And maybe I could have been slightly more patient and see if he was gonna bring the tension down a little bit. Maybe I could have been a little more patient, a bit longer with him. But the thing is, I didn't get that sense from anybody else in the room. I only got that from him, and that's why I removed him. But if you're gonna say I'm an outright coward, you don't know who you're talking about. I've debated a number of different people on this issue. And nobody would say, in their right mind, nobody would conclude that I'm a coward when it comes to this issue. So that's just a deliberate, just misrepresentation on how I go about this issue, how I discuss this issue. We can talk about whether it was fair or unfair for me to remove him, but to call me a coward, get out of here. That's just stupid.
Well, again, I think I don't think what happened today was in a vacuum. I think you have to also understand what happened last night, because when Didi came in the Wayne's room last night, and Wayne just booted him, he's like, I don't want to deal with Didi. And then all the Christians are like, oh, if you're going to boot our guy, we're out of here. And I think what shocked everybody in the room is because Didi is the mooter and booter. He moots and boots like no one's business, and he mutes, unjustly. He boots unjustly. If anybody challenges this point, he boots, and that's his style. Nobody's going to change that. But then it was kind of like almost hypocritical that he got booted unjustly, and then everybody just wants to say, hey, we want to, nobody wants to, we don't want to be in a room that boots unjustly, even though Didi does the same thing. Somebody has a real horrible attitude.
And I think we can talk about that. I personally don't agree that Didi. I think Didi has gotten unfair at certain times, but I don't think he just mutes and boots in general unfairly. I think he can be unfair, and he has been unfair at times, but I don't think he just does like stuff like that just arbitrarily unfairly. But I mean, that's a difference of opinion right there. But uh, as far as them leaving, they have a prerogative to leave. If they think I'm doing something messed up, they have every prerogative to leave. I had no issue with Brenda leave. Brenda could leave if Brenda wants to. The only issue I had was specifically with JD Kane. I think you're right that how this issue is being discussed over in Steve's Hangout, definitely has a nature tied into what happened last night. I do agree with that. But ultimately, this idea that I'm a coward, no, and he needs to just stop lying to people. And well, okay. I probably should just move on, but I just think
I have
his
one more thing.
intention his intention to
Yeah, let me know when you do.
Steve
I'd
is
love to hear your argument.
his intention to deceive his viewers and to lie about me. I won't tolerate that. I will defend myself. Go ahead, Onyx.
And you should, and you
Yeah,
should. But we should move on because you're no coward. We all know that. So we should just move on to find the substance.
All right.
Yeah, the last thing I was gonna say is like in the future, maybe not with him, but with anybody else, if you feel it slipping like that, that if they just keep talking, just go ahead and let them say what they got to say, and then after they say what they got to say, and then they're paused, then you go ahead and adjust. Say, hey, look, this is my hangout. I'm gonna control it the way I will. So that way, that way you gave them a fair warning. They had a chance to actually hear you, and it wasn't just a straight up argument. That's just my bit of advice.
Okay, I agree with that. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, but I'll be right back. If y'all want to continue discussion, other things and side issues until I get back, that's fine. But I just got to take a quick break, and I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Yo, guys, can you inform me on what just happened?
Yeah, some dude was trying to smoke some drugs inside the hangout. We didn't like that shit, so we booted him.
All right, that's funny, but maybe you can give him the lowdown, MP.
Yeah, it was. They were having a debate on abortion, and J.D. Cade had, I think, asked a question about, would there be any circumstance in which you would Antonio or anybody in that position would justify the abortion, would say abortion should be legal, but it moved away from the general point that they were making. They were actually talking about something else, and J.D. Cade made this point to try to flush it out. But Antonio tried to bring it back to the original point, and then it kind of just went to hell from there. And then JD was talking over Antonio. Antonio got upset, and he started talking over JD. And then eventually Antonio booted him because he felt a little disrespected. And that's kind of where it all went to hell. That Antonio, you should still debate him because I think it would actually be clear everything up because if you debate him, then it's clear that there's no coward, there's no nothing. You're not afraid to have the discussion, but you're not to be talked over. Did that sum it up?
Yeah, I understand.
So Xbox, you were saying that you wanted to discuss something. What did you were trying to say that you wanted to bring the discussion somewhere? What was that about?
To hear what I missed all that stuff, so I was just speaking in general. So I wanted to actually hear what Antonio's argument was because I'm pretty sure he's going to be pro-life and I'm going to be pro-choice. I don't want to debate or anything. I just want to have a discussion about it. See what his thoughts were on it.
Well, let's start with this. Why are you pro-choice? Why do you believe pro-choice is the best way to be?
Oh, I don't. The ultimate outlook on it is I wish we didn't have to have abortion. But I think there is a call for it. And given that we have a call for it, excuse me. I think it's a option, a medical option that we can use. I have some nuances and lines that I draw in there. The closest parallels are coma patients.
Hmm?
How we relate and look at coma patients that aren't going to or that can be pulled off the plug and not seen as murder. Rather, it's seen as a killing. Still killing either way. And definitely, if we're going to talk about it, need to make sure the difference between the legal aspects of it versus the moral aspects of it.
I don't think that's a good analogy though, because the baby's not in a coma, and there's no call for the baby to be taken off for life support. I think it's just a bad analogy. Maybe that's just me.
I don't. If the baby was in a coma, I wouldn't need an analogy.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying I don't think the coma analogy is good enough.
The coma analogy is the implications of why it's okay to unplug someone. It's not about the coma. It's about when it's okay to legally kill someone, to justifiably kill them.
Okay, but this life that you're talking about is going to come out of the mother and have choices and opinions. The coma patient might not make it, but
right,
there's still a chance that coma patient can come out of that too.
Right.
But when you just get rid of the child, everything is gone.
What are you talking about?
It has life coming. It has life in its future for sure, unless there is some problem with it.
Here, up until a baby's mind has started developing, I see it no more than a parasitic zygote.
Why do you see it like that?
It has to be connected directly to a host to survive. It has none of its own mental faculties.
Of course not. It's still developing.
Yeah,
right.
I'm back.
Right. That's what I say. I draw a line on where these implications. I don't think once that process has started for its mind and things that you can justify it killing it so easily.
Okay, you see,
that's a subjective standard. You know that, right?
Can I narrow the question? So it seems like we're saying, when is a zygote or whatever in the woman's belly? When is that considered a person? And whenever that thing is considered to be a person, then you guys are saying it is incorrect to kill that person.
When it's starting to feed on the mother.
I'm thinking we should stay away from this topic of when it's considered to be a person.
Here's the thing. I want to
person is illegal. That's why I said I don't want to mix the legal with the moral term. Person is a legal term.
Well, I'm down with talking about whatever personhood, humanity. I'm down with talking about any of that stuff. But I want to focus on what you said about the parasitic point. Let me ask you something, Xbox. Is there any scientific text or source that you know of which defines pregnancy as a parasitic relationship?
Yeah, plenty. I mean, I don't have anything at the fingertips, but yeah, if you get technical, anything that's reading technical on it, sure.
What source states that pregnancy is a parasitic relationship? Post it.
That's why I said I don't have anything at my fingertips.
They call it that.
Yeah, early on, like it becomes a symbiotic. A symbiotic is a parasitic relationship.
No, I'm talking about a direct reference that says pregnancy is parasitic in nature. Well, let's not use the word in nature, but it's just a parasitic relationship. What sex says that? I've never seen it.
I'll find it.
I think if you just the word parasitic is defining the word parasitic as you have a host and then you have another organism that can only survive within that host. It must survive with the host, and if you remove that organism from the host, it will die. So that's what I think. The word parasitic
is detrimental to it. Yeah.
It's just another way.
Yeah, I'm not trying to just like derogatory terms towards any of this or make it nothing. I'm just trying to look at it cold and clinical as it is.
Scientifically.
Right. It's a life. I agree it's a life. I mean, that's why I use the parallel with the coma patient and why I use the mind as a line of development. Because if we have a coma patient that has high brain activity, right, there's a lot more ethical questions that go in whether unplugging it is okay. When you have a coma patient with little to no brain activity, we have no problem unplugging it, and they're not a person under law at that point either.
No. Give me a scientific source that says pregnancy is of a parasitic relationship.
No, I think he was comparing the characteristics of a parasite in comparison to a fetus.
Wait a minute. So So just because something
Right, a
appears to
parasitic
be
zygote.
just because something appears to be similar doesn't mean it is that similarity. You can't say because something looks similar that's
I'm not saying that,
parasitic in
right.
nature.
Well,
Because here's the thing. Some babies cannot drink formula, right? But you wouldn't say that because a baby is like breastfeeding and like would depend upon like breast milk solely for survival that makes a baby a parasite.
well,
No,
no,
because-
You're not. I don't think you're understanding what what he means by parasitic relationship is. If at 1 month of pregnancy, that fetus is removed from the mother, that's the relation. That, and he's the word parasitic. He's explaining that relationship. That the point the mother to give him nurturing and the food and that type of thing. It's not. He's not using it as a rock. He's just using it as an explanation to define what the relationship is.
Right. Right.
Now, parasitic usually defines something that's entirely a different species, than the host or something like that. There is no text I've ever found that states pregnancy is of a parasitic relationship. Not a single one I've ever seen. I've never seen it.
Well, he's drawing an analogy, right? It's like saying that the life form completely benefits from the host, and it doesn't give anything back in reciprocation to the host. I mean that's
Right, and the detrimental nature.
That's sort of the usage.
The definition of a parasite.
Yeah, don't get too caught up in the word parasite, but I guess
Right.
what he's explaining is the characteristics.
But you don't have an actual reference to say that pregnancy is of a parasitic relationship.
I'm looking one up. I know it's there. It's in medical terminology all the time.
Okay, then post it then.
I said I'm looking it up. I can't look it up and have the conversation.
I mean, there's a
There's a difference between a symbiotic relationship where both organisms, no matter if they're the same species, where they have a beneficial relationship. Bees and flowers, for instance. Bees pollinate flowers. Flowers give bees something, so they have a symbiotic relationship.
Right.
A parasitic relationship is a one-way, where the host is just giving nutrients and stuff to the secondary organism, and that secondary organism is fully dependent upon the host. And that's what he's trying to explain when he uses the word parasitic relationship.
Right.
Right, because there is a point in the pregnancy where the baby can be removed way early, and then it can be, I guess, depending on what it is, maybe it could be a parasite to the machines that keep it alive or whatever. But there still is a point before gestation is complete that the baby can be removed and not have that parasitic relationship. It can breathe its own air. It can breathe on its own. You give it food, it can eat it on its own.
You simply don't know what you're talking about. General parasitology states a parasite is defined as an organism of one species living in or on an organism of another species, a heterospecific relationship, and deriving its nourishment from the host, metabolically dependent on the host. General parasitology. So it doesn't even define the nature as a parasitic relationship in any sense.
It does. You're trying to draw this distinction between it being a different species, or
This is a parasitic text, not parasitic text, but a text on parasitology that completely goes against what you just said.
I don't see how it does.
You're kind of missing the point of what Xbox is saying here. He's saying that they are effectively dependent on the mother in order to survive, right? I mean, that relationship is just parasitic in nature. The mother is not getting anything from the fetus actually existing other than passing down, their genes.
Right, and I'm not even saying that this means it's okay to kill it. I gave means by which I said why I thought.
But explain to me
that the justification was.
But explain to me why a text on parasitology does not claim that pregnancy is a parasitic relationship.
I think you're missing. You're using it as a noun in one instance, calling it a parasite, which I would agree with you. But then I think Xbox is used in the verb form and saying that this process is the same as we would notice in a parasitic relationship, but it is not a parasite.
Right, I called it a parasitic zygote.
Exactly.
Yes,
All you're doing.
So you're it as a verb, not as a noun.
I mean, you're sort of getting hung up on this. I mean, I just want to just say this real quick. It seems like you're getting hung up on this term as if used as a pejorative. No one's calling the fetus a parasite.
Right.
It's just that the fact that it's completely dependent on the mother in order to survive, like getting nutrients as she eats and as it develops, that the nature of that is parasitic. I mean, it's not giving anything back externally by virtue of existing. You understand where we're coming from?
All you're doing is looking for something similar and trying to call it parasitic. That makes no sense because a born infant depends upon others for survival and doesn't give anything back. That doesn't mean there's a parasitic relationship going on.
That is parasitic. That is what it means.
Yeah, that is parasitic. But
Well,
we're talking
wait a
about
minute,
directly
wait a
being
minute.
detached to a
Look,
host.
too many people are trying
Well,
to
you know
talk.
what? Since this seemed like this is being confusing, why don't we just remove the word parasitic because it seems to be the point of contention? And Xbox, why don't you just use the definition of what you're saying instead of using the word parasitic? And I think that'll help move this conversation forward because, one side is using it as a noun, one side is using the verb. Just instead of using the word, just say it out, the definition that you want to mean, and then we can move the conversation forward.
Yeah, I don't even think we have to harp on this point at all. I was just bringing up what I saw the stages at, and this stage had nothing to do with why I would justify it being okay to be killed.
But I'm still waiting for you to point out the reference that tells me, pregnancy is of a parasitic relationship. I'm still waiting for it.
Right.
I mean,
I can either have the
hung up on
conversation or I
semantics.
can go look up these papers. I can't do both.
Okay, well, look it up then.
I mean, you seem hung up on the semantics of it rather than looking at
Right.
the actual point behind it.
Well, I've done my research in this,
And
and I
this
can
is
tell
showing that
you that
you just don't want to have the conversation, I guess?
no, I'm not saying I don't want to have the conversation. I'm telling you, you're making a claim that pregnancy is of a parasitic relationship, are you not?
No.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
Okay. So if you're not making that point, then what are we discussing exactly then?
I'm not even going to mention the zygote again. I gave the stages in clinical terms of what it was. I thought we were going to talk about abortion.
Why would you have brought up, parasitic to begin with? Because we don't.
Because early stage in a pregnancy, a zygote has a parasitic relationship with the host.
Well, and that doesn't suggest that pregnancy is parasitic in nature.
I mean, this seems like something very trivial to lie on.
It
I mean,
is.
I think
It has nothing to do
it's
with
really getting
abortion.
away from the actual substance of the argument. I feel like this is sort of like, emotional, like how dare you phrase it as such. I mean, we could there are deeper things we could actually be talking about.
And I agree. I would rather talk about the abortion issue.
We're all
Makes it
parasites.
justified or not.
We're all parasites then, right? Because what are we giving back to
We're all
anybody?
parasites. Are we all just feeding off of each other? I mean, come on, man. This is emo as hell.
Yeah,
This is literally emo as hell. We can move on, man. Come on.
What are we giving to anyone? Yeah, we're feeding off of this earth.
Booger juice.
We're parasites of the earth, right? We're parasites of the planet.
Yeah, we're all just parasites living together in sin. We deserve to be mulched. Like what the hell's
So
going on?
there's no connection to anything. This was just a pointless conversation from the beginning then.
No, MP asked me about this, and I described to him how I saw this.
Put button in, man.
Dude, I was asking a question. Don't do that.
So Xbox was talking with you.
All right, calm down.
Yeah,
What do
okay,
you mean
let's not move each other.
what do you mean my forfeit? All I was saying was that pregnancy is not of a parasitic relationship. And I asked that question to Xbox, and he said, well, that's a straw man. And then I want to clear that up. So if he agrees that pregnancy is not of a parasitic relationship, then we have nothing to talk about, and we agree.
I mean, I said I don't know that is, but that's not what I was saying.
Okay, here's the thing, though.
Wolf, you're trying to talk while they're talking back and forth.
Pregnancy at the early stages in the zygote is described as being a parasitic relationship. I'm not saying a pregnancy is. I'm not saying any, and I'm not even using any kind of terminology like that to justify abortion.
Yeah, and see the thing
MP asked me what my views on this part of it, and I was just explaining it to him. I wasn't even trying to bring up an argument for abortion at that point.
Yeah, see, the thing here is, I mean, that's already been cleared up like at least 10 minutes ago. I mean, I don't know why you're still harping on that like that's significant or is that or actually keeps us from talking about this subject.
But
So,
I
I
don't
mean,
even, what I'm understanding was, I don't even know why it was brought up. And it seems like there is no real contention. At the end of all this, he said that I don't know. I'm just wondering why it was even, why he even mentioned parasitic at all to begin with.
Right, because you want me to explain it again? MP asked me what my views on this were. I don't remember his exact question. So I told him how I viewed the early parts of a pregnancy and it leading up to when someone starts to develop mental or cognition, mental abilities, the propensity to reason. I'm not saying babies in the womb or even right outside of the womb can reason, but the having the brain or a mind capable of doing it has developed at that point. And I drew a parallel to coma patients, and when they lose that ability, and why it's not murder for unplugging coma patients.
But yet, can I say something?
Yeah.
Like I told Xbox, you have this baby that is headed towards life for sure. In majority cases, headed towards life.
Right.
So your analogy with the brain dead patient is not sufficient to me. So I mean, are you saying
why not?
Why not? Because the brain dead person in the hospital in the coma has had a whole life.
They're not brain dead, but yeah, go ahead.
What?
Nothing. I said go ahead.
I'm just saying, I don't think it makes sense to use that analogy because we're talking about something that's springing forth into life, and you're talking about something that already has had life and maybe had a car accident or something, and they're in a coma.
Yeah, I don't think you understand the analogy.
I guess I don't.
Present the analogy again, and perhaps I can attempt to address it.
The analogy was just about murder versus killing, and why I drew the line at brain activity. Something that doesn't have brain activity or mental capacity or thoughts, things like that, they're not viewed the same by our society as someone that does. It doesn't matter if they have the potential to have brain activity, or if they or maybe someday we'll have a cure that can bring someone out of coma and give them back brain activity. None of that stuff matters.
Would it be
I was just
okay to
drawing the
pass a
line at
law?
the way our society looks at people without brain activity.
Well, hold up. You talk about how society looks at things. Well, one time society didn't look at slaves to be persons in colonial America. They didn't look at slaves to be persons. So what's your point? Just because society looks at things a certain way doesn't mean anything.
That's how we govern, by whether it's murder or killing or justified killing.
So if society agreed that you could just be killed right now on a whim, that would be a good argument, right?
Good argument for what?
If society agreed right now that we could just kill you right now for no reason, that would be justified in your opinion?
Under the law, yeah.
Okay, so here's the problem. If you're going to use the law, then it can go to favor your argument and it can go entirely against your argument. Or
the laws change,
unless your argument is solely where the law stands, then we could say if we get to a point to where abortion is made illegal again, then you'd have to predicate your argument on the change in the law, would you not?
Right. That's why I said we need to make sure that we keep the either argument on the moral side or the legal side.
So okay, I agree. I agree. So are you making a moral argument for abortion, a legal one? Do you argue abortion at all? What's your position on the abortion issue?
So far I've only speaked about just legal. That's why I was talking about the way society looks at it.
Okay, so what's your actual position on the abortion issue from a moral standpoint then?
I'm not sure I've completely thought out the position, but I'm not seeing why it would be immoral to kill one's offspring before it's born.
And what basis do you not see why
I think
that
offspring
would
would
be
be the right word there.
what basis do you use to justify that?
One that I don't know.
You don't know what basis you use to justify that? You just
No, I said I don't know, and then you asked me for what basis I justify I don't know on.
so let me make sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are you saying that you have no idea on why you would say that you don't see a reason to forbid abortion? You have that position, but you don't know why you hold it. Am I understanding you
No,
correctly?
I'm saying either way. I'm not sure if it's immoral or moral, or if an argument can be made for either.
Oh, so you
on
just
abortion.
You just said it was okay, though.
I never said it was okay.
So you can't say
You
it's
said you see no problem in killing your unborn offspring. That's exactly what you just said.
so.
I don't know what
There
you're
was at
saying.
one point he said that killing the unborn was not an issue. Is that what you mean, Arcane?
No, you just asked him what's his position on his moral position, and he said that he doesn't see anything wrong with killing your unborn offspring. That's exactly what he just said. And you asked him why, give a justification for that, and he said he doesn't know.
Yeah, I said I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay, you don't see anything wrong
That
with
doesn't mean
it.
that doesn't mean I see things right with it. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't. What are
You
the
just
moral?
you don't know either way. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. If that's why I said I wanted to have this discussion about this. I don't know. Other than I know what
I think
Christian
what he's
might
trying to say
say.
is like he's curious for what's your what's the moral dilemma that he needs a justification for this.
Sure. So is your position right now that you just agnostic on the issue then?
Yeah, yes. Agnostic would be a good word for it.
You know what? Hey,
'Cause
bottom
I'm not
line,
sure because on the legal side it's clear. It's either
Let him
the
finish it,
laws
please.
are what
Yes.
the laws
I
are,
am.
right? But on the moral side, it's you can have all kinds of different ethical views come at it, not just Christian, but you can have all kinds of non-believer views come at it too. So I'm lost in the mix of what are good reasons, what are bad reasons, what are. And I stated from the outset that I think I would hope we come to a day where we don't need abortion.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
All right. Now, this might sound extreme, but what's wrong with the mother, basically walking out of the mall and maybe her baby's bothering her too much, and she just takes that baby and slaps it upside the wall? Isn't it? I mean, isn't it just the same thing when you kill your child inside your womb? Now listen, before it's become a whatever, it's still a child growing inside of your belly. You're still killing a child, right? Now,
No, I told
what's
you
the
what
hold
was
up?
mine.
What's to stop society from eventually saying, you can just kill your child? It's yours.
There's already an ethicist who's made an argument for that. His name is Peter Singer. He's made an argument for abortion. Even I can't remember the exact time, but
Yeah, he goes a ways after being
but
born.
he does go quite a bit after the baby's already born. So you have people who are making those arguments right now. So I mean, that discussion has definitely been on the table.
Who is this guy?
See, I draw that line.
Who's that guy?
Peter Singer.
Oh, Peter Singer. Oh, I think I
Yes.
heard of that name. That sounds familiar.
See, I draw that line, and that's what I said earlier. I draw the line at that mental activity because that to me that seems to be when when
I think it's, I
suffering
think,
and things like that can occur. If you look at any other animal, we don't say certain other animals suffer, even though they feel pain. Certain animals don't suffer because they don't realize that they're in the pain. It's more an instinctual response, and then the brain fires off and they feel the pain, but they don't realize they're in it.
Right. There's
Right,
like
so I seem to draw a line at mental activity and brain
right,
development.
there's a categorization of like levels of sensory pain, and I think there is a sensory level of pain that humans have that animals don't have. It's like called
Right.
this third level. I can't go into
Yeah, it has to do with the frontal cortex being
Yeah.
developed in the brain or something. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. And where I draw the line, it doesn't mean that it is the line. It's just where I've seemed to want to draw the line. Like it.
Well, what's the reasons for these abortions most of the time? Is it really because of life threatening?
most of them happen for soul convenience. Very,
Yeah.
very rare do they happen for stuff like life threatening reasons.
What about
reasons related to
only,
rape?
I think the
Very,
only
very
thing
rare.
smaller. Oh, the only thing smaller than life-threatening reasons are the ones that go beforehand and use it as contraceptive. Like they use it as their sole means of contraceptive, I guess.
Well, I mean,
Go ahead, Matthew.
no, I mean, I know my sister has had abortions, and guess what? She's had many kids. She has like 3 kids right now. She could have had, and there's a family that I know that had up to 10 kids. So, I mean, women are made to bring forth life. I don't know where this got into, you know, I know there's rare cases where, you know, the woman's real tiny or something, and but still they could perform a pre-pregnancy C-section and save the woman. I don't know many cases that the woman is in danger. And plus, I mean, isn't that what life is about? Some women do die in childbirth.
Yeah, there's still a high rate of, there's a high chance of dying in childbirth or having some complication that kills you in child, even with all our medical technology. There's still a chance there.
Even with the years that we wait, like 18 years old is legally to have sex in most states, that these full-grown women cannot have children.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, there is still a high rate or high chance of it. I don't know if there's a high rate of it, but I know there's a high chance of it. But even given that, there's like, they also consider, well, if I have this baby, can I afford to raise this baby? Can I afford to feed it and me? Can I survive in that way? Do I have a strong enough family? Do I have, a husband? Do I have someone there too?
That goes back to
what if I get sick? Who's going to care for the baby, kind of thing? Like, I think a lot of people take things like that into account.
Let me focus on this issue of brainwaves. I don't see an argument that says, well, because you're not aware or because you don't know, abortion is justified. That's really ridiculous. What does brainwaves have to do with anything? That doesn't make a connection to the moral issue in any way. That's just a subjective criterion that one would just assert as a means to justify it. I mean, people may not be aware of certain things, but that doesn't make it right. Like someone can be in a coma, but that doesn't make it right to put a bullet in their head because they aren't aware or something like that. Because all brainwaves come down to is awareness and cognition and things like that, but that doesn't justify anything.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about awareness,
yeah, I agree. I hope that wasn't to me, because that's what I agree. My line on the brain and being able to be in pain and stuff was if abortions can happen, they need to happen before that. Now, what justifies the abortion before that needs to be something other than just it can't feel pain or that it can't suffer. You got to have something more.
Hey, real quick before I forget, that goes back to what we were saying earlier, Antonio, where, most of them are just killing off their seed, sacrificing their child for a certain lifestyle. Like a porno star is getting pregnant like crazy and having abortions like crazy, because they want to remain in the porn business. See, it's a sacrifice of one just to maintain a certain lifestyle.
I hear you. So,
I mean, it honestly sounds like a good argument for birth control. Honestly, like you mentioned, birth in large families and the like. I mean, it seems like if the religious right wants to reduce abortions happening, they would talk about advocating for birth control and sex education.
No.
So that society actually saves money, and there will be like less abortions and unintended.
Well, hold on. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this, brother. Sorry. But
go ahead.
What God says is to basically marry your wife and live a life that is holy. And you and your wife, when you have sex, you procreate.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's basically the life that has moved into where we are now, modern times, has taken away the values of us being at one with the earth, right? Now, when we're at one with the earth, we can supply for our kids. We can farm, we can go anywhere on the earth. But guess what? Hold up, listen, brother. Let me tell you this. If we weren't so caught up on what, like buying land and who can own this land and the money that we have to pay for land, and it wraps up it all. If we could actually live like human beings instead of this modern robot we're turning into, I don't know what we're turning into. We're not human anymore. We're actually not even human anymore. We are parasites in a way. It's coming to a point where we're just
Matthew,
living
I
to
have no
live.
idea what you're
We're
talking
living
about.
to live.
Word of the day.
I really just
because you're a Satanist. That's why. I mean, Satanists have this philosophy that through science they can mold and shape their own sort of reality, and nature doesn't matter anymore. What matters is
that K2 is really messing up.
man is what matters to Satanists, and this is what you're dealing with in the side chat. Wolfie here, the guy with the Christian cross hanging out the devil dog's mouth here on his avatar. In the side chat, he put one of the 7 tenets of the Satanic Temple, which is basically, I'll read it here. He posted it with pride, of course. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. And this sort of reminds me of the Aleister Crowley Satanic philosophy or Luciferian philosophy of do what thou wilt, as the law of the land. So to them, they don't really care about human life. They just care about preserving their philosophy. So if they can deem, just like in the slavery days, something to be non-human, in their mind, that justifies them killing it. But the argument goes against them because he says here at the bottom, the fetus is dependent on the mother. And in his mind, I guess that's somehow justification to kill the fetus or get rid of it. Well, there's plenty of people dependent on government aid to survive. Does that justify us killing off all the people on welfare who's dependent on the government?
Matthew.
So it's really silly.
Yeah, I mean, can I address that? Because you said a lot of things. You strung a lot of words together, but hold
If
on.
you want to go off on that tangent, please.
I mean, okay, you strung a lot of words together, and I mean, honestly, they just got muddled and mixed up. Okay, so to begin, you mentioned you mentioned one of the tenets. The one's will is subject, one's body is subject to one's own will. That's like completely unrelated from Aleister Crowley. In fact, these tenets are built up in such a way that they actually focus on human life and giving them the understanding that the giving meaning and shape to their own lives is of their own will. All right, the life, the fetus in the mother's womb. I mean, that is potential life. That's not talking about like anything different from, I don't know, from being a slave or something else, from people actually having external experiences. All right, for me, I honestly view it as honestly something of a lesser of evils, as opposed to society like growing out of control, children that can't be actually nurtured properly, or becoming something of a ward on society. And honestly, what I don't get is if there are people who are morally opposed to abortion, there are practical ways of actually encouraging that they don't happen. Like what I said earlier, I aforementioned birth control and sex ed. In fact, I put a link in the side chat, which I'll post again. This study coming out of let's see, I think it was Northwestern University or something like that. But you can read it. The study comes out. If all women had access to birth control, that would save society, like American society, $12 billion a year. That statistically there'd be far less abortions, far less unintended pregnancies. I mean, it would seem that's a better way to repress it rather than just preaching that's bad. That's just the way I see it.
Here's the
Birth
thing,
control
man.
could equal abstinence too. Just saying.
And here's the thing, man. We can talk about what increases abortions or what decreases abortions, but that's a side issue. That doesn't focus on the central issue. Is abortion morally justifiable or not? For you to bring up that, it's nothing more than a red herring. You're not focusing on a pertinent issue.
Right.
I mean, I would think, I think it is kind of relevant to the discussion when you're talking about, you're kind of harping on like the issue of how it's bad and stuff like that. And so, I'm just pointing out the facts and figures behind it. I just want to.
Well, we can move it. Look, what is immoral about abortion? Like what? Can someone lay out a case? What?
Everything.
You're taking a life. That's what's
Yes.
God says it's wrong. Period.
Yeah.
Thou shalt not kill is
Yeah,
pretty
that- 'cause that-
self-explanatory.
Because I know just taking a life can't be the thing. 'Cause we find justified reasons to take lives all the time. So there's got to be more to it.
That was part of the discussion I had with Skylar, I think, the other day. I mean, again, people like Skylar would try to mix the words killing and murder together and try to make it seem like they're one and the same, and they're not.
Right.
Murder and killing is still killing something, but only one of them is unjustified.
Right.
Well, we can even find people who are not Christians who would agree that abortion is wrong. There are pro-life atheists.
Right.
Heck, even if I can appeal to you, Wolf King, there are even pro-life Satanists. They got a Twitter page, dude.
Yeah, I bet.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think the cards are stacked against those who claim to be pro-choice. I really think they just have a very untenable position.
I mean, all you're saying is that it's possible for people who have our non-belief to adopt that view. I mean, I really don't see how that's really like of real importance. I mean, what does that change?
You're right.
I even said that no one. Here's the thing: no one who is pro-choice is pro-abortion. I mean, no one actually wants that. It's just that if it's a case that hinders the mother, that's just an option. And there are better practical ways to actually reduce that. But for some reason, you want to harp on the fact that it's immoral and that it goes against your God and all that stuff. We live in a secular nation, bro. That shit doesn't work.
Well, you asked the question of why is it wrong, and then they gave you an anser. So
I mean, I'm just being real, dude. It's all about the science.
Here, what would you argue with someone? Yeah, go ahead.
We could talk about the secular nation and things like that. We could talk about that, but I want to discuss something you said, like pro-choice is not pro-abortion. Do you know that the prefix pro means for / in support of? Therefore, if you are for abortion being legal and or wanting it to stay legal, then by logical necessity, you're pro-abortion.
I think pro-choice means you're pro or for the woman's right to be able to choose to have an abortion. So
Exactly. You're just you're opening out there as an option. I mean, that's it.
But you're pro-abortion. You support it being legal and or staying legal. You're pro-abortion.
Yeah, sure. I'm for the person having that option. I mean, I would think rather than just not having an option at all.
Well, if you're gonna reduce it to just this options argument, that's just like saying, well, I'm pro-choice, not pro-rape. Like I think rape should be legal, but I'm not supporting the choice for rape per se. Like under Sharia law, in certain countries, under Sharia law, rape is legal. someone could say,
So
well,
abortion is rape.
I wouldn't personally rape myself, but I support someone's choice to rape someone.
I really
What do
don't
we?
get what you're
Hang
talking
on.
about. So
What do you
abortion
do?
is
It
rape.
wasn't too long
It
ago.
went way over his head, Antonio. Way over his head.
Yep.
It wasn't too long ago where like if abortion is made illegal, that all it does, it lowers the number of abortions down some, but then it creates rise to back alley abortions and a lot of unsafe abortions that do happen.
We can
Like,
talk
so
about that, and I got responses to that too. But I want to bring this
I think
back.
that's just why we're saying that it wouldn't necessarily be pro-abortion, but pro-choice
All right,
instead of nothing.
let's dial this back to um, me presenting this point to Wolfgang. You're saying that you may or may not support the actual choice of abortion, but you think the woman should have access to that legally. What if I were to tell you, like under certain countries who ran under Sharia law, rape is legal. So what if someone were to say, I don't endorse nor condemn the act of rape, but I support someone's right to have that legal option to rape somebody?
Okay, well, I think the difference between the countries with Sharia law and stuff like that that says in certain cases rape is fine. I wouldn't see the parallel to that, because I mean that's like based on like religious texts and stuff like that, ancient nonsense. And you know, with the Western secular democracies that we're talking about in this context, we're focusing on like the science and the context and consequences of the matter. It actually plays that part in like what the woman is going through, whether or not she has enough money to fund this, and it's just throwing out the option if that just goes against what she wants to do with her body. I mean, that's just like just the reproductive rights of the person.
So wait a minute. So are you implying that only people who claim to have a religious viewpoint would necessarily use an argument similar to Sharia law? Only someone who who claims to be religious would be able to would use that argument at all.
I mean, I would hope you understand that Sharia law. I mean, when you're talking about like a country with Sharia law, I mean that is theocratic rule. That is like that religious rule under.
I understand
like,
that. Yes.
Under the Quran, right. So in that context, that is based on the criteria of what the religious text, the Quran, actually says, and the notes for society. And if they have like the statutes on like rape and stuff like that running it, then they would say that that's fine. That's their context. What we're talking about is a secular country with the criteria basically based in the medicine and also based on the experiences of the individual that has a pregnancy. So I mean you're mixing apples and oranges basically. It's just not the same thing.
No, you're missing the point. I'm asking you this: are you saying that if someone were to present the argument, well, I don't support nor condemn the choice of rape, but I support someone's right to legally choose that option, are you saying someone presenting that idea, that concept, would be someone necessarily religious? Yes or no?
I mean, they don't have to. They don't have to necessarily be religious. I'm not saying that. I'm just talking about the just the differences in the example you gave. That's all I'm saying.
All right, sure, but then by saying that, you can't say that that's a religious argument to make. That someone would say, well, I'll support just the choice to legally choose that option. I'm not saying I'm for it or against it myself, but I'm for the choice for that to be legally. You can't say that that's a religious thing. So with that in mind, it's the how is it an inappropriate comparison to abortion? If it's not necessarily, or you can't necessitate that to a religious context, how are you going to say that it's not a comparison to the abortion issue? What's the difference?
I mean, like, could you repeat that? Because I feel like there's like some failure to communicate over here. Like you,
It's going
okay,
way
so,
over his head, Antonio. Way over his head, bro.
I mean, I just want to know, like, okay, just Could you just repeat it just in a more condensed version, please?
Sure. You have two choices on the table. You have rape, and then you have abortion. Let's say you said that it's not the fact that you necessarily would support or condemn abortion. You just think a woman should be able to have that option to choose abortion. But let's take the other choice, rape. What if we had a situation to where someone said, I'm not for or against rape, I'm just for someone being able to choose that option? What would you say is the difference between the two?
Because in one instance, you're talking about a person making a decision with their own body, so their own individual autonomy. With the other one, you're talking about one individual actually overpowering another individual and subjecting their will, like coercing their will over another. That's
kind of like ripping a baby out of a womb, right?
Right.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: a fetus can actually, like say they don't want to be, like they don't want to be unborn. I mean, they can't necessarily like say that or anything like that. You
So if
understand?
they can't tell you it's okay to kill them and do what the woman wants to do, if they can't tell you, then that's all right.
I mean, as I said before, it honestly depends on like what she actually can do, whether or not she could afford it, whether or not it was actually intended, and things like that. It's not something that it's a necessary lesser of evils. That's just how it works.
It seems like you made directly or indirectly get the point, but you're moving the goalposts. You can't sit up here and say that this is a choice argument. It's not about whether it's a choice or not. It's not the same thing as whether you want to eat fish or steak for dinner.
I mean, you
gotta,
I already said I had a problem with it.
Oh, okay. So, why would you want that sort of choice to remain legal then?
Like what? What do you mean?
Yeah. You said you have a problem with abortion, correct?
I mean, I wouldn't say I necessarily have a problem. I recognize that it's not the first thing you want to go to, but it's like it's still a necessity to be had. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Oh, what is it about abortion that makes it necessary? I mean, we can look down the line of history, like in the United States. Do you live right here in the States?
Sure.
Okay. So what point in history right here in the U.S. You and I both live in? I think most of us in here, if not all of us in here, live in the States as well. What point in United States history was abortion necessary?
Likely at a time when there are a lot of like lower middle class people, middle class not working people with a lot of kids that they can't afford to have.
Someone wants to comment on that? I don't want to take over the room. I got all sorts of points, but someone else can weigh in if they want.
Sounds like the mindset of what Charles Dickens wrote in Christmas Carol, where Ebenezer Scrooge says, "Will therefore decrease the surplus population." That's what it sounds like to me. Got too many kids? Well, maybe you should kill off a couple.
Or like I said, like there's always that birth control and sex ed, but for some reason, I mean, that's bad too, right? Even though statistically it saves money and reduces these things.
I think it's a much bigger issue at stake here. To me, it's like ancient Baal worship when they used to have big old sex orgies, bisexual orgies, and then the babies that would be conceived from that, they would abort them or have them and then sacrifice them to Baal. I mean, look at the amount of babies that are being murdered. It's ridiculous. It's genocide. And I think it's way deeper than just people, oh, I just accidentally got pregnant, whoop-de-doo. I think the culture that we live in plays a big role in how we view sex and relationships. And we're so far removed from the Bible that Western hypnosis, right? Where things are okay, this existentialism, right? It's attractive to the Western psyche. You know, our socio views are tailored this way now. We're no longer centered in anything morally objective, like Wolf is telling you. It's all do what you want according to your own body. So if your body happens to bear life in it, it's okay to take the life because that's what you want to do, as opposed to what an objective law would say. Hey, it's not okay to murder or kill. Every life is sacred. So we're hypnotized, man. We're hypnotized into this Western culture, which pretty much is dog eat dog. You know, whatever you can do to benefit yourself should trump anyone's objective claim to morality.
So like
just as a real quick,
so a book.
I'm gonna let you respond to that, Wolf.
I got a question. I got a question real quick.
Yeah. I'm not gonna. You can ask it. I'm just like saying this just in. Sokka is getting it in on Steve McRae's Hangout. He's pro-life, and they're having a crazy discussion over there. I just wanted to
saw
throw that in
that,
real
dog.
quick.
Yo, I was there before I came here, and I was in the side chat like, yo, Sokka is going in, yo. Like, I was there for a good like 20 minutes listening to him, and I listened to him before like do the precept on them, and it's hilarious. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. Go ahead, Wolf King. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So a book is an objective standard. An ancient book.
That's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy, man. You can't say because a book comes from an ancient time or place in history or any point in history that impugns the argument given.
I'm asking a question. You know, like.
Well, I didn't say a book.
It's a straw man too. It's a straw man because because it's written in a book. It's not objective. It's objective, and so it's written in a book.
I was asking Arcane. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I didn't say a book. I said God said, "Thou shalt not commit murder."
Okay, so you think that,
and it's written on your heart. You know that murdering is.
You think that that's written in the book, and is that you don't think that's objective? You think that's objective?
No,
it's objective because that's what God says, and it's written in our hearts. We know that murder is wrong, which is why you're having a hard time trying to reconcile your secular satanic morality with the objective view of abortion.
I mean, if you're just asserting that's objective by virtue of it saying that it's objective, I mean, I don't see how that's really how that's a good argument. I mean, that's just circular, viciously circular.
You don't have to accept it. Just like people disagree with the traffic laws, it doesn't mean that there aren't traffic laws that we must obey and that we will face consequences for if we disobey them. So you can live your entire life believing that there is no objective, but that doesn't mean there isn't one.
Who said I didn't think there's an objective? Or like you're just making assumptions all over the place with little to no information to it. And that analogy, real quick, that analogy was real nice, except the only difference is that one is actually man-made and material in nature, and the other one is just some superstition that you just concoct.
A law isn't material. The law that thou shalt not run a red light, you can't find that physicality in a physical nature. It's an abstract, objective
you can't
law.
look it up on the computer or read a book. You can't do that. I mean, dude, come on, that K2 ain't that strong, is it?
It's an abstract rule of thought, Wolf. It's not a physical object that exists in nature. You can't find me the law of traffic lights.
So, okay, so you can't find that in nature, but you can't like look that up on a computer or read that in a book. You can't access information.
Laws aren't physical, Wolf. They're abstract rules of thought.
All right. I mean, I don't see how that's anything similar to your belief in like some entity that talks to you and stuff like that.
Well, I don't know. Coming from a Satanist, you might have some experience talking with that God that you claim to believe in, but the God that I believe in says, "Thou shalt not murder." Maybe you should give us your perspective on what you think murder is. Is all life sacred, or is murdering someone no different than plucking weeds.
I mean, murder is pretty much self-explanatory, right? I mean, we all understand like that,
Not an
like what
answer
that is
to
by,
the question.
by definition, like an unjust killing.
Is that what you say murder is?
I mean, yeah, I speak English. I mean, you don't understand English?
No, we're trying to get your perspective because he asked you a simple question, and sounds like you're trying to do a Sammy Davis Jr. around it. So, do you believe that murder is unjustified killing?
Yeah, just said it.
Okay, great.
I mean, I would like that's why I asked. Do you understand English, man? Come on.
Well, Antonio, let me ask you a question. What do you say to somebody who says, "Well, what about the rapist?" And I'm sure you've heard this thousands of times. So I'd just like to hear how you would respond to that. What does the rape victim to do with a baby she did not want, she did not plan on because of a rapist? What should happen?
Oh yes, I think that's a question that's very, very important to address. See, here's my thing. The thoughts I would give on that goes as follows. The problem with pro-choicers bringing up the rape argument to justify abortion is that they act like getting pregnant from rape is worse than rape itself. Here's what I mean. Aborting the pregnancy cannot deal with the rape. All they focus on is the pregnancy. You see, they treat pregnancy worse than a symptom to a sickness. But even if in that case, we all know only dealing with symptoms cannot ever deal with the root problem which causes the sickness. So in a sense, it's like they are treating symptoms of a sickness worse than the root cause of it, thinking that treating the symptoms is the solution. But here's the main problem. The problem here is rape itself, not pregnancy from rape, just as the problem in sickness is the root cause, not symptoms from the root cause. You see, we can quote unquote deal with the pregnancy by abortion, but we won't be dealing with the root problem of the emotional pain from rape. The only problem here is just the rape. It's the root cause of what the woman is going through. Pregnancy isn't the symptom we're dealing with ever. We just got to deal with the emotional pain that is the rape issue. And if we can show that we can show emotional love and support for that woman, to where we can say, here, you're dealing with a horrific circumstance. We don't deny that, but we can show you that we can both have empathy for you and your child, and we can show you how this horrific situation can be turned into a beautiful thing. Then there's no reason why you should kill your child, because your child had nothing to do with this. We love you both. I'm not finished.
Come on.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and after that, Antonio, I got two more questions before you.
No, yeah, I feel I want to comment on that. But
See, this is what I'm talking about. All right. To think of it this way, someone has a loved one or family or a friend or something, someone that they admire very, very dearly. They lose this person and they go into a state of depression. They start doing drugs. They get into just these really messed up life habits, and they're just going down a terrible spiral to destruction. And they do have at least one person in their life that cares about them, and they come to them and say, look, I understand that you're going through this emotional pain and distress from losing this person in your life, but ultimately you got to move on. You got to move forward from here. And I don't think anyone, if that person that you lost really had love for you and really cared about you, they wouldn't want you to wallow in depression over their death for the rest of your life. They want you to move on. You can take the next step, and we can share this burden together, and we can move forward from here. But you got to be willing to get the help. You got to let me help you, or they got to let whoever they're talking to or whoever they cares about them help them. They got to want the help. And if they refuse to get the help, then let me ask you a question. If they refuse to get that help, then can they blame anybody else but themselves at that point?
So are you saying that the death of a loved one is equal to somebody mourning the death of a loved one is equal to somebody being raped?
Well, answer my question first.
And they need to get over that, but they need to get over the rape, like they need to get over.
Answer my question first. The question I asked you directly was, would you say they should be? I said, would you say if they don't want the help to move forward from this horrific ordeal of theirs, could they blame anybody else but themselves at that point?
Well, I mean, we're not aware what you mean
because
by
they're not getting over the rape, and they need to get over it.
If they refuse,
but if they can get over it, no. If they can get over it,
Thalo, stop.
Sorry. So go on.
Listen to what I'm saying. If they are offered love and support and help to address this horrific ordeal they're going through, if they deny that love and support and help that they're getting from others, then who else could they blame from themselves? Would you agree with that?
If they accept counselling and support from their loved ones to get over a rape, that's fine, and they can accept that support and get over it. But
you're not dealing with what I asked you.
There's still a pregnancy there.
You're not dealing with what I asked you, Thalo.
I'm confused. Then I'm not getting what you're saying. Sorry, Antonio. Continue.
Goodness, I asked you something very specific. If there is love and support for them to get over this horrific ordeal, them losing their family member or a loved friend of theirs, if they outright refuse and say, I don't care about your help, I don't care about what you have to offer me, would you agree that they couldn't blame anybody else but themselves for staying in that depression? Would you agree with that or not?
Okay, I'm not sure because you're talking about a death. Is that right? Am I understanding you right? You're talking about somebody getting over a death.
So you say you don't know.
In this
case,
if
they deliberately refuse someone's helping hand to help them get through this horrific situation, you don't know that they cannot only blame themselves. You don't know that.
But you're talking about this circumstance that you're talking about, which is a death.
I'm asking you directly on that on this circumstance.
But it's a different thing. If you're talking about what a death.
See, come on.
Like you're referring to the rape, right? You're referring to the rape scenario, right?
Just answer the question. You're not dealing with the question I asked.
But are we talking about a death or are we talking about a rape?
Stop going on rabbit trails. I'm asking you a direct question and you want to connect it to other things before I even finish my thought. Just address the question I directly asked you.
No, well, I think who's this? How do I pronounce your name?
Thalo.
Thalo. Okay, Thalo. Thalo. I think what Antonio is saying is he's making a comparison between rape and
death
and a horrible, not death in general, but
somebody's counseling on a death.
Well, I guess you could say death, yeah, because we're talking about the trauma that a person experiences.
Okay, but if we're talking about a pregnancy that results in if we're talking about a rape that results in a pregnancy, we're not talking about somebody getting over a death. We're trying to put things into context of one thing, but it's separate.
But the pregnancy is only a result of the rape, and it's there to remind the person, the victim, of that incident. So
yeah, but this is not somebody. Hang on, sorry, Antonio. Can I just say this is not somebody just trying to get over an emotional thing. This is a physical thing.
Stop. I'm really sick and tired. When I address something very specific, before I can even complete my thought, you want to connect it to the other things. Now, it may be possible I am connecting it to those other things, but you got to address simple questions directly that are given to you so I can complete the thought I want to make.
I don't know whether it ties up, though. I genuinely, I don't know whether it ties up.
You didn't answer the previous question before I can make the point. You just saying you don't know, but you didn't even let me complete my thought. You're not being
Okay, go
honest
on.
in your approach here.
Well, dude, you've been talking for a good amount of time. I mean, I thought that at that
I was addressing this point about the rape. It necessitated that I put some context into what I was saying.
I mean, it honestly depends on like the context of like the help being given to get over that horrible experience. I mean, if they're saying there's only one way to this, or there's like a number of ways to help you through this. I mean, it would really depend on the context of how they're actually giving the like this message of help. You know, that's what I think actually matters in a situation.
How mind-numbingly simple do I have to make this? I shouldn't have to remind grown adults to answer simple questions.
Will you repeat it one more time, Antonio?
I'm gonna try this one more time.
I mean, I feel like you're kind of getting mad because like you can't communicate well, and you know, anytime you see or try to articulate your ideas, they just come out as like just muddled and mixed up like thoughts.
No, she deliberately did not even answer the question I was addressing.
No, I
you can't
don't
sit
think
up
that
there and
it's,
say I
you're
wasn't
asking. Sorry, go on, carry on. Sorry.
I'm going to try this again. If someone is being offered help and love and support to get through a horrific ordeal of losing a loved one or a friend they cared about, if they refuse that help, if they refuse that helping hand, if they remain in that depression or deliberately refusing to be helped by anyone, is it only their fault? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then. Now let me segue this into what I'm saying about this argument about rape. If you have people who also love and support the woman, but they care about their child as well, if they're offering that love and support, say, we want to share this burden with you, but you don't have to kill your child while you at it, but we want to share this burden with you together. We can go through this situation together, and we can make something really beautiful out of this. We really can. But if she outright deliberately refuses that help, then how can she blame anybody but herself? And she certainly cannot blame the rape.
Because she still has to carry that child for 9 months.
What are they helping with, Antonio? With the
emotional distress.
Yes.
Okay, the emotional distress, and she's carrying the child of a man that raped her.
Right.
Yeah, they can help her emotionally and financially in some way.
Right. And there are medical, not just medical, but there are psychological professionals and professionals in other relevant fields who deal with this type of stuff all the time. And I have many women who have went through situations like this, including a personal friend of mine. And they're very, very good people, and they know what they're doing in these situations. But if you have a lady that rejects that sort of love and support, then can she blame anyone else at that point?
No. Yes, she can. Sorry. She is justified in not wanting to carry her rapist child.
That's true. In my opinion, too.
Yeah, exactly.
So let me get this straight. She's going to reject this love and support that's offered to her and say, well, I don't care about that. I just don't want to be pregnant.
Yeah, I think the problem
Wolf, hang on.
Because if she's rejecting the love and support offered for her to deal with the emotional gravity of this situation, if she rejects that, then she can't draw that to the rape at that point, nor can she draw it
It's
to
all
anyone
connected.
else.
Everything's connected. The whole thing is connected to the rape. If she was put into a gold-plated palace with £1 million and said, there you go, live this 9 months with this baby in this palace with £1 million, it would still be the rapist's child inside her.
Okay, if she can draw that to the rape, then in the other equation, someone can draw that to the death of lost friend and or loved one. If they can draw that to that situation, then in the other
Okay.
situation they can draw that to that too.
Well, not necessarily because
It's still not a either way. It's still not a justification for killing a innocent child.
If you're gonna draw it to the emotional pain, which is rape, then you can draw the other circumstance to the emotional pain of them losing their lost friend or loved one too.
Well,
let me try to help out with this, man. Let me try to help out. King David lost his son after he killed a man. After he basically sent the man to the front line. So I would say that God is not against somebody taking the life of a man that took this woman and had his way with her, right? He had his way with her and she didn't want it. And every time she's reminded by the baby kick, like it's a disgust. It's a wanting to kill maybe even herself because this is in her and she didn't want it to happen. So I mean, the act is just another sin that is worthy of death in my eyes. So that's the only time I could be pro option is when somebody has sinned against another person and done that to her. She did not want that case, right?
So Matthew, the innocent child is associated with the rapist's father. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Yeah,
and therefore the child should be killed.
I think I could add something that might help kind of parse this out in your mind a little bit, because most pro-life position would be that if the life of the mother is at risk, then there are cases where termination is appropriate, and then the a little bit further than that is to include suicide, which is this mental health condition. You're talking about the extremes of the mental health condition, which is going to start touching ground into suicide, and that's going to be the case that he's already kind of conceded that if the mother's going to kill herself, that that there's cause to
so that's double murder then, I guess.
The baby's not at fault, no. But the thing is,
so the circumstance.
The circumstance is that she did not want to. She did not want to have.
So the circumstance means the baby can be killed. That's what you're saying.
Well, also I wanted to point out that our society is way too light on rape.
Serious? Are you serious, Matthew? The circumstance means an innocent child can be killed. Where is that in scripture?
Well, like I said, King David lost his son because he killed another man and took his wife.
Yeah, who took the son?
God did. Okay. Now the thing is though, you guys got to think. You got to understand that this woman did not agree to have sex. She was taken and violently raped. Possibly.
Exactly.
So that's taking her out of the equation. Her choice is out of the equation. So it's up for grabs. I don't know.
No, the choice for her getting raped was out of the question, right? She did not decide to get raped, but now she has the cards of the hand that she's been dealt with, which is this pregnancy. So that's a completely different issue. The issue they're connected, yes, but they're still completely different.
Yeah. What about this?
Exactly. The innocent child is not in any way connected to the sins of the father.
Yeah, but that's her responsibility, though. That's
if you wanted to say that that the sins of the child, the sins of the father is connected to the child, then why not give an argument that once the child is born, the child is still connected to the sins of the father? Why not justify killing that child at any point in that child's life if she were to have that kid?
Yeah, why not wait till the child is born and wait to the age of 6 and then kill the kid?
Well, because that's not in line with like the medical the medical limits that we actually have established within the law.
Moving the goalpost.
Yeah, no, that's not moving the goalpost. That's giving a reason.
Yeah,
the laws follow morality, not the other way around.
Exactly.
Yeah, you are, Wolf.
I'm just saying, like, this is an issue. This is an issue based on the science, not on like religious religious statements like the sins weighed on the father and all that crap.
This
Laws
isn't a
aren't based on
religious.
science either. They're based on moral landscapes.
Exactly. You can find many people who are not religious, as I told you earlier, who would even say that abortion is wrong. So you can't even try that, man.
Yeah, but that's sort of, I mean, see, the thing is, I mean, within the context of the conversation, I mean, that's sort of like the perspective you're coming from. So I think that's sort of a moot point to bring up, don't you think?
Are you trying to say that even the non-believers that are pro-life are borrowing from the Christian worldview when they are defending?
That's not what I said. I'm saying you guys aren't atheists, though. You guys are non-theists. You're not.
That's what it sounds like you're trying to imply. Wolf.
I mean, actually, no. It's a moot point. I mean, you're just making.
No, it's not a moot point.
Wait. So why does a non-believer defend pro-life then?
I mean, is there a non-believer that has that point of view in the room?
No, not here, maybe.
Okay, that's all I'm talking about.
Didn't somebody just say? And I just got a message from Dragna.
I mean, sure, whatever. I mean,
Saka's a non-believer.
Saka is an atheist, and he's defending the pro-life position.
Exactly.
So what's your argument about that?
Okay, and Skylar has the same position. I mean, I really
so these are non-believers. These are non-Christians. These are non-religious, quote unquote, as you stated, people who are taking our position as well. So why are you bringing up the religious issue?
Because you're religious. You're friggin' all of you are religious in the room.
But you trying to say that our
it's completely irrelevant and dumb to even harp on this. You just
why? This is an important issue. We're talking about women being violated and children being violated. It is an important issue.
Children being violated. What the hell are you talking about? Children being violated.
Death.
60 million kids get murdered.
Exactly.
Murder, bro. What the heck? That's a violation. Did the child say, excuse me, I don't want to be 1 year old next year, so can you just go ahead and kill me?
There's 10 times more deaths than the Holocaust.
I mean, when you find a fetus that can talk, I mean, let me know. Shit.
Well, you
okay?
Let me know since you want to talk about choice. I'm asking you, where have you heard of a child saying, a child in the womb saying, "Excuse me, I want to die"?
Exactly.
I mean, I think we should stick to what we're saying here about the rape.
Well, okay, good point. Let me ask you about this, Matthew. In your position, you think that the rape issue justifies abortion, but I want to press you on that a little more, brother. Can we honestly say that the sins of the father will be imputed to the child forever? Let's say she decided to have the kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
What in your position says that the kid could not be killed? If you're going to put the sins on the child in the womb, that doesn't magically just go away because the kid is born. What point is killing okay and what point isn't?
Well, the only reason I'm saying that the child or the baby that has came from a rape should be at least analyzed and given the woman the choice is because of what happened to her, right? She had no choice in the matter to willfully lay down with this man. He took her, right? And that basically that brings up that in her, that brings up the thought of getting rid of this child because she did not even want it, and plus it came through violence and
she didn't consent to it.
Yeah, she did not consent.
But you're not answering my question, brother. What line can you draw to where it's okay for her to make that choice? And
no,
where do you say what?
Because she didn't consent. Sorry.
Again, what line do you draw to where in that circumstance to where you can say, oh, it's okay for her to make the choice to have her kid killed, but she gets to a certain threshold line she cannot cross and say she cannot kill her kid? What line do you draw? You got to address that, man.
What line do I draw?
Yes.
I know.
The line that I draw is the fact that she was violently raped. That's the only thing I can plant my feet in.
You didn't address what I said, man, at all.
He's talking about like when can she do it, basically.
When can she do it?
Yeah, like what, like in the first trimester or the
Oh
second,
yeah,
third
like,
trimester.
like right as soon as she finds out, the question is brought up. You are pregnant, and that's when it should
When is
be
she
thought about.
justified in doing this, though? Is there ever a point where the woman is justified?
Yes,
in
she
having...
justified in my. I mean, the only reason I really hold to that is because my mom was violently raped by her dad when she was only a
That's
child.
not fair, man.
That doesn't work.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
No,
Go ahead, man.
no. Let him
Let me
speak.
bring this up.
He can finish. Go ahead.
My mom brought up this point to me, and she was a child, and she said, "What if I was impregnated by my dad when I was a child? Should I have kept that child?" So it's an emotional thing, and I got a phone call. It is emotional, and I think
It
that
is pure emotion. It is emotional.
But
and it shouldn't be a bad thing to say that
No, it's not.
emotional.
It's not a bad thing, and that's not what Antonio. The problem is you got to separate emotion from what's inherently moral or immoral.
Exactly.
Something
You can't
doesn't
undo that damage, and killing the baby isn't going to undo the damage. It would be horrible if
But it's emotional to
if
have a
somebody
woman
did that to my
raped.
wife. That would be
That's
awful, and it would be hard for me as a husband and to raise someone else's kid like that.
Yeah, but I think the important thing here. I think the important thing here to mention is that it's their responsibility to make that choice. I mean, it's not on any like religious context to actually focus on that.
Why has it got to be religious?
Now you're going back to this religious point. We just completely destroyed and shattered that whole.
Can I just make a point?
I was making the point that it depends on their responsibility and what the science actually says in the situation. That's all I was mentioning.
Okay, go ahead, Thalo.
Somebody
Y'all
started to
get
say this.
triggered instantly. It's crazy.
Go ahead, Thalo. I was just asking.
Well, we get triggered by stupidity, but go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Becco, come on, you report them.
Okay. Let me ask you the question then, Thalo. What line do you draw in a certain threshold you cannot cross to where if a woman is raped, she can make the choice to get an abortion, but at a certain point it's not okay. What line do you draw?
Can I just say something? Somebody started to say something. I think it was the guy with the lion avatar. Is it Lionheart? Is it Sean?
Yeah.
Did he say something?
I said that'd be really hard, and I said that's a terrible thing, and maybe we're not lending enough of an ear to the emotional problem. Yeah.
Did somebody say if their wife was raped and then they had to raise the child of that rape? Who said that?
That was me, but I said that would be really hard, but it doesn't change.
But you would you?
I would, but it doesn't change the,
I would too.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
But
yes,
because it doesn't justify murder. It just doesn't change it.
You don't kill the baby. You don't.
That's just cold hearted.
You don't kill the baby because it's some major inconvenience in your life. You don't do that.
Because it will make you feel better.
It's not an inconvenience to your life. It's that it's a product of a violent act against your wife.
I think it really depends on
what the only good side of the violent act.
Everybody was talking.
The child is innocent. You don't kill
the child. Yes, you can say the
Can I
child is
say
innocent,
something?
but it's a violent act against your wife.
Of course it is.
Yeah, I don't prove
as soon as I find a guy that raped my wife, he's a dead man, and then he's. But after
he's a dead man. I'm gonna smack him one.
He's a dead man after I castrated him.
So you would kill.
But you know what? It doesn't mean I'm not going to kill the man. It doesn't mean I'm going to kill the baby.
Rapist, but you wouldn't kill the
Yes,
child.
you kill the rapist.
Exactly.
The only person that should be getting an abortion here is the rapist, not the baby.
Exactly.
Why would you kill the child about the person who actually did it?
Thank you. Thank you.
I can't hear.
All right. But you repay violence with violence. Two wrongs make a right. That's literally your argument.
Well, I would say that he's due a trial, but the death penalty should probably be on the table for rape.
I have a question for Veckel. Why don't you sit the rapist down and teach him not to rape? Just
real quick. Does two wrongs make a right? Does the wrong of what the rapist did means that you can use a violent act of abortion on the child? Does two wrongs make a right?
But who's saying that they would kill the rapist?
Veckel.
You're avoiding the question again.
I'm just saying, is Veckel saying that he would kill the rapist? So there's your two wrongs.
Stop being Dalo, you're being very dishonest right now. I asked you a direct question. You avoided it again.
Two wrongs don't make a right.
I'm gonna say something
Not
real
in all
quick.
cases. Not in all cases.
No, two wrongs don't make a right. But at the same time, though, let's put this into perspective. What would Yahshua say to ask him these questions? And I think in the instance of his mother, right, his earthly mother, she wasn't raped, but in the same case, in regards to the point that she was given a baby that she didn't ask for,
Oh,
right?
okay.
She didn't ask for that. She didn't ask for that baby, but she was asked to trust God that he would use that child to fulfill his purpose. So in a sense, I see what Ecclesiastes is saying, how it's so emotional, it's traumatic in the life of the mother. But think about how traumatic it was for Mary, murdered in the way that no one's ever seen a man murdered before. God knew that Mary would witness that, and he would put that upon Mary, but it was for his purpose and his glory. And I don't
Well,
think
this-
that Mary would ever, hold on, I
But
don't think
this
that
is-
Mary would ever take
I'm
that
finished.
back.
And let me ask you this, Matthew.
I got a couple sentences.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think Mary would take that back today. So for us to abort a child under the pretense of it's going to give us a better life, we will be less traumatic. I think that's overlooking the potentials of God's plan that he could have for that child later in life. We don't know what that plan could be. So I think before we jump the gun to judgment, we should pray on it and ask Jesus what would he consider.
Well, that's blowing my mind,
Yeah, but
actually.
you gotta keep in mind. Though, I mean, like an ancient woman claiming that spirit impregnated her. That was a kind of a common thing in the Middle East. That wasn't really all that difficult. Trigger.
Let him finish this point. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let's not be childish. Come on, be a grown man, the Arcane. Come on.
How was that addressing my point of
that? Yeah, that wasn't on point.
I was just saying, like that's not really all that
You're
surprising. Usually relatives that get a bit touchy with their young nieces as well as rapists. I mean, like it's not really all that surprising that you have young women in line like that. But go ahead.
But I still don't see where you draw the line, Brother Matthew. And I love you and respect you as a brother, man, but I just don't see where you draw on this line. Okay, a woman is presented a choice to have the child or get an abortion in the case of rape. At what point do you say it's okay for her to make the choice to get an abortion as opposed to saying that she should not be able to do it? Where do you draw the line?
At conception, because it was not of her choice.
It's been forced upon her.
The decision has been forced upon her. I mean, you got to put.
You're not addressing the question, Matthew, at all, man.
Well, what basis? Well, let me ask you this. Maybe I don't know, Antonio. You can correct me if I'm wrong about what you're trying to ask him. Upon what basis do you suggest that your conclusion is correct? Because you're certainly not arguing from the Christian worldview if you're saying that.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes,
I am. No, you're not. The Christian worldview does not say it's okay to kill a baby under any circumstance.
Well, I don't think the Bible says it at all, though, doesn't it? Because it says
argument from silence. Argument from silence.
Yeah. So no, Matt. I'm not trying to hold anything against you, but I'm just pointing out an observation here that
it could be. I could be wrong. The thing is,
I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm just trying to pick your brain here and just see. But one thing I am saying though that you are wrong about is that there's any justification for abortion in any case in the Bible. There's no case of that.
What about Numbers 5?
Numbers 5? Oh, you talking about the thigh to the rot thing?
Oh, I know about that, and that's
easy, man. That's not abortion. That's prevention.
What's that?
From.
Can somebody tell me that?
All right, hold on. I'm going to explain it to you right now.
Yes, go ahead, Vegel.
It's not Numbers 5. It's Numbers 4. Actually, what's happening is it was a test to see if the woman of a husband has been faithful. So it wasn't abortion. It was actually either the woman's stomach just simply getting bitter and ultimately preventing her from giving birth, or if for example, if she cheated on a woman, if the woman cheated on her husband, and the best way to test it out, this is what the Hebrews did. What they did was they gave her a cup of bitter water. If she was innocent and she drank the water, then nothing would happen to her. But if she was guilty, then she would get a bitter stomach.
Would that not induce abortion?
And listen, and it would prevent her from getting pregnant. Not giving abortion.
Contraception.
It would prevent her from getting pregnant, not abortion. Major difference. That's what the term thigh to rot means. Now, unfortunately, you'll see the word miscarriage in the NIV. That's false. That's one of the many problems with the NIV, amongst many other things. So, but you look at it in the other translations, you'll see things like, well, I forget exactly. I don't have my notes in front of me, but it's basically talking about making her barren. That's it. Not miscarriage, not abortion.
Do you think contraception?
The NIV was
that's what
written in
happens.
84. So.
That's what happens when you're trying to make the translation easier to read instead of actually sticking to the strict translation.
Well, the NIV is kind of notorious for slipping in a little bit of an agenda. Like there was a revision there were two revisions to the NIV. There was a recent one, and then the 84, which is actually more popular, I think. And the 84 was the one where they changed that verse, but the newest one even changed a lot of, tried to make the terminology more inclusive. So like fire person instead of fireman, that kind of language.
Actually, let me correct myself and apologize to Matt. You're right. It is in it is in Numbers chapter 5. I just looked it up real quick. It is in Numbers chapter 5, verses 21 and 22.
But Veckel, I didn't know that the thigh rotting even is a comment about whether or not she can get pregnant. I was to understand that to be some kind of deformity.
Well, the word rot in Hebrew is nafal, and it basically means to fall, or in a great variety of applications, as I'm looking at it here. So it's not the womb. This is not the womb we're talking about. I mean, it's basically saying that this person is not going to be able to give birth.
Well, it seems like a curse, like now she's going to be undesirable, and no one's going to want
it. Could be a sterilization or a contraception.
As another line of inquiry, there's no reason to think that they couldn't have performed such a procedure after she gave birth, because the procedure would still work all the same even after she had the kid.
Well,
this is a test of whether she was unfaithful or not. That can be easily still done after she gives birth to the kid. So there's no reason to assume that if she was pregnant that they couldn't have simply waited after she had the child and did the test of whether she was unfaithful or not.
But there are also verses about if a woman is damaged and then she loses the baby in pregnancy, that the penalty for that is a life for a life and a tooth for a tooth. So the Hebrew conception is that that's a life in the womb, and it's treated the same way as another life.
Exactly. I mean, for crying out loud, in the whole Hebrew culture, if a woman grabbed a man by the nutsack while he was fighting another man, that woman would get in big trouble.
And here's the thing. Even if we were to say that she was pregnant when that test of unfaithfulness was done, this was a law that was ordained by God. And if a woman lost her child in that instance, then that would be something that God specifically allowed to happen. Maybe she lost her child as a result of her being unfaithful. That would be a further consequence of her actions, and that would have been something ordained by God, not something that many could arbitrarily say, I could just justify for abortion.
Exactly. I mean, it's a vast difference. This is why God says things like, for example, thou shalt not practice revenge. But yet God himself is allowed to do it. Well, why is he allowed to do it and not humans? Because he does things differently for different reasons than sinful humans do it.
Exactly. So in no sense at all can this be used to justify abortion. Now, I got a question for you, Matthew. If you thought initially this verse or whatever, or anything else in the Bible could justify abortion, then why did you go against abortion initially? Why didn't you say that the Bible...
go against abortion. I do go against abortion. Antonio, remember what I said?
Wait a minute. But you said that, did you not say that you could find support for abortion in other cases in the Bible? Did you not say that?
Well, yeah, like, King David and stuff, and how he sent that man to war, and then God took his firstborn child. I think some of that stuff supports my opinion, but about what God would do about a man violently taking a woman and raping her, and then what are we just gonna think that we should make her live with that horror? So I mean, that's just my opinion. But you remember this, Antonio, before you jump down my case. I have my own thoughts. I have my own I have my beliefs on the situation, but what did I say? I don't even have a stance in that, really. I don't have a stance in what the world does with what they do at all.
I'm just telling you, man.
I have my own subjective thinking. But
Antonio. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah,
what's up, Vego?
I just wanted to clarify something according to the text too, by the way, before I head out, and I'll try to pop back in a few minutes. Verse 28 of Numbers 5 says, "But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive children." Now, why do I emphasize that? That's in Numbers 5.
Okay.
Verse 28. Let me read that again. "But if the woman has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive."
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I'm emphasizing those words, "shall conceive," is to show you that this is talking about pre-birth or pre-conception, not post-conception. So this is not talking about just verifying for the audience sake, who's not familiar with this passage. This is not talking about God saying, "Thou shalt have a miscarriage" or "Thou shalt abort the baby," so on and so forth. This is talking about prevention from being pregnant. That's all.
That was about a woman and a wife and stuff. It's not about rape at all. So it wasn't a good example by me, anyways.
There are cases where the issue of rape is addressed, and God has he has a consequence for those who do that.
It's called death.
Yeah.
The thing that gets me though is that she's being defiled, right?
Yeah.
The woman's being defiled, so it kind of forces either God or that woman is going to intervene.
Well, who do you punish to make that right?
Well, can I say one other thing? See, this is another reason why atheists have a problem, or non-believers in general have a problem with the polygamy that we do see in the Old Testament. You have back then, women were not treated with the same respect as men. Okay, so if a woman was, let's say, already had sex with a man, okay, that would make her less desirable amongst the Israelite culture, in the Israelite men. Nobody wants to be there. They wanted a virgin woman. But if she's undesirable, nobody wants to marry her. Who's going to take care of her? Well, this is one of the reasons why God allowed polygamous relationships, so that a man who's already married to one woman, he can take her in and make her his wife. And again, it's not just about sex, people. It's about taking care of this person and as your own. So that's one of the other reasons why polygamy, if you want to call it that, was allowed in the Old Testament.
But to get back to this earlier issue I was talking about with rape.
Before you change, I just had a question for Veckel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, actually, this isn't my main question, but how many years have you been married, Veckel?
Going on 11 years in a couple months.
Okay. Now, 11 years ago, was the postage for your mail order bride expensive?
I don't know how to respond to that, but I'll think of something in about 24 hours. That's how low my IQ is. So I'm not that witty. But that's all I was saying. If in the Hebrew culture, if a woman was undesirable, okay, and no man wanted to be near her because she's either already had sex with somebody else or maybe she's just simply unattractive, then a man who was already married to one woman, if he wanted to, could take her in and take care of her. So it wasn't just like, oh, I want 72 virgins and 3 concubines. Yes, I like this girl. I call her Khadijah and I want to have sex with her. Yes. No, it's not like that. It's more about just taking care of women because they, again, they weren't respected in the same way as men. So just get that idea out of the atheist mind, thinking that, oh, this guy in the Old Testament had 4 wives and stuff like that. They're a bunch of perverts. Why they just sleep with a goat instead? No, it's not just about sex. Okay, it's more about taking care of the woman. So
remember, we got to put ourselves in people's shoes too. You got to kind of think of yourself as a woman, and I mean, back to what the rape is. It's a very cloudy situation right there, Antonio.
Whose shoes justifies killing an innocent child?
The only thing is the rape. The only thing I hold on to is the rape. The act of rape was not right. So anything that comes from it, I think it's up for decision.
But you didn't address what I was saying about this line. What I'm telling you is, if a woman has a choice to get an abortion or not in the circumstance of rape, how long should she be able to make that choice? Where's the stopping line?
As soon as she knows. Is that answering?
You're not. No.
Well, I'll back out then.
Look. She's pregnant, right? And she can make the choice, in your opinion, to get an abortion or not. Should she be able to make this choice for 6 months in the pregnancy? Should she be able to make it the whole 9 months of the pregnancy? Is there any line that you would draw to where she can make it for a certain period of time, and then when it crosses a certain line, she can't make it anymore? Where's your line?
I said as soon as she knows she's conceived, or she she knows that she has been impregnated by the rapist.
Are you saying she has to make it immediately?
Yeah, modern times, yeah.
She has to make that choice immediately. That's what you said. And if she does not make the choice immediately, she cannot get the abortion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you can't carry the child the whole time and then just kill the baby off. And you're basically gonna give birth. You're already in it. Once the baby has formed, I guess. I don't know.
How do we know?
That's a good question.
Right. And what? Yeah, that's the thing. We don't even know when she know. A lot of women don't even find out they're pregnant until long after the fact. What if she didn't even know she was pregnant until, like, let's say, I don't know, 10 or 12 weeks?
Like I said, good question. I don't know.
What also, I mean, I think if that happens, the first step really should be getting some kind of medication to prevent pregnancy right away before there's actually before there's any kind of attachment.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. I have no problem with preventing conception. You can do that.
But yeah, there you go. But we gotta. I'm thinking, now that you brought that up, I'm thinking ancient times too. Like, really, what was she gonna do? What could she have done back then if she was raped in ancient times? She would have just been pregnant.
Well, ancient religions had a different perspective on fertility too. I mean, I still think that they would think children are a blessing any way they come.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure many cultures in those times didn't think of abortion in the same terms we do, that anybody can just kill for emotional reasons and circumstances dictate killing an innocent kid. I highly doubt people in antiquity thought the issue the same way we do today.
You might. I mean, like 1 in 3 children in some cultures were dying in the first year of life. I mean, you might even think of it as kind of like a second chance. Like you might not have the opportunity to raise a kid all the way to adulthood. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, when I said I would, like, that'd be a terrible thing, and I would still raise that kid. I mean, because I think of children as a blessing to us.
And to go back to my earlier point, the point is this: if there's being provided love and support, and we're saying we're going to share this burden together, you don't have to go through this alone. The only problem is the emotional pain of rape, because if she were to get an abortion, that in no way takes away the emotional pain of rape. All that does is terminate the pregnancy. She may very well feel that emotional pain of rape 10 years, 20 years after she got the abortion. So if that doesn't take the emotional pain of rape, then how is the emotional pain of rape related to the pregnancy? It's not.
I have to agree. Maybe I need to think that out more. And I'm not just saying that because you're asking me the question. I really do need to think that more out. It's more based on emotion, to be truthful. Like and it's kind of a revenge in a way. Like
Yes.
does revenge bring your loved one back? No. Does revenge take the rape away? No. It's just
I
something
can think of,
I had to think about.
I can only think of one case where she would probably still be traumatized, is if the child comes out looking exactly like the rapist, and she could be constantly reminded of that face.
Well, you got adoption for that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Then
I won't
again, at
argue
the
that.
same time, I mean, that's like making them wards of the state where they'll probably have worse off lives.
So circumstances in life justifies whether you can kill someone or not.
I'm not saying that
That's
it's
your
justified.
argument?
No, I'm not saying that it's
No,
justified.
not you, Wolf King.
What was the question again?
Yes, you saying that if this child is born, this child may go through difficult circumstances and may have a crappy life and this and that. So are you saying that a difficult life potentially can justify abortion?
I mean, if we're talking about like a mother that lacks the resources to support that child, and also if it has like some medical issues with it as well, then I think it's just them having that option. I think that's up to them and with their responsibility.
You're
I don't
appealing.
think go ahead, but I don't really think you're addressing what I said. But go ahead.
No, I did.
You're appealing to modern society.
Well, Antonio, Wolf did address it. You see, in his worldview, there's no ultimate right or wrong. Okay, so he's just going whichever way the wind's blowing,
But here's the problem. Even in his own worldview, I think we can find that once the child is born, right, you can't say that if mother is having a difficult time raising that kid, that she can kill it, right, Wolf King?
Sure, he can say that within his own worldview.
I could, but I never did. So,
yeah, well, the fact that you don't is besides the point. You see, in his worldview, there is no objective right and wrong, and so he either just evolved to think that way, or he's just aligning himself whatever is socially fashionable.
DD, that's the genetic fallacy. You gotta not do that.
Actually, it's not a genetic fallacy, and here's why. Did you evolve?
That's not. We're talking about abortion. Please
Okay,
don't.
I asked you a question. Did you evolve?
Sure. Yeah, life evolves. Yeah.
Okay, good. Now, the current kidneys and heart that you have, are they the product of millions of years of evolution?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, is your brain the product of evolution?
Yep.
Okay, good. Are your thoughts the product of your brain states?
Are my thoughts the product of my brain state? Yeah.
Okay, good. So your brain states are ultimately the product of human evolution. So whatever particular way that you think, your brain states is a product of evolution. So that's not the genetic fallacy.
No, actually it is, because it's not actually dealing with the
genetic you see,
let me finish. Don't do that.
Okay, go ahead, finish, and then I'll correct you.
You're not over talking me. I'm gonna get this point out. It is the genetic fallacy because it's not dealing with the issue of abortion. You're tying it back. How I think I came about has nothing to do with the issue of abortion as it stands.
Well, I didn't say what you thought was wrong because of its origin. You see, the mistake that you made was saying that it's the genetic fallacy. The genetic fallacy is that a conclusion that somebody arrives at is false or wrong because of where it originated. Now, did anybody hear me say that most conclusions were false or wrong? No, I didn't. What I said is that his view on abortion, right, is just the product of human evolution. So, Wolf, you've been corrected. There was no genetic fallacy.
Okay, so where are you going with this? With that line of questioning?
Well, I'm just saying that you're just being entirely consistent within your worldview. In fact, whatever view on abortion you could have, whether you liked it, whether you loved it, whether you hated it or despised it, whether you thought it should be legal or illegal, is entirely consistent in your worldview. Because after all, in your worldview, I thought we weren't going to overtalk each other. Okay, you see, in your worldview, stuff happens. Okay, and the way you think, it's just stuff happens.
That seems tremendously simplistic. How you're implying that.
And why is that a problem?
Why is that a problem that you're oversimplifying what I'm saying?
No, I didn't oversimplify. I just simply said
you're saying that
your view on abortion. I thought we weren't going to overtalk each other. Now, what I'm saying is, whatever conclusions you have on abortion, right? You just evolve to think that way. And after all, in your worldview, there's nothing objectively wrong. Whether you rescue an old lady from drowning in a pond, or you push an old lady in front of a bus, other than how you emotionally feel about it in your brain states or others, there's no actual objective moral difference. So you're being consistent with your own worldview.
Yeah, I don't grant you that, by the way.
How is it that you not granting me that is not how shall I put it? Not granting it to me is not a rebuttal.
No, I mean, well, you're saying that in my worldview, there's no there's no way to be objective because I've underwent like a biological, or that life underwent a biological process is not. I mean, that's not really that's not
what I said. You need to listen more carefully.
Yeah, it is what you said.
No, how do you get to prescriptive truths? That is not what I said. I'll repeat a second time. That is not what I said. I said in your worldview, you have no basis for objective morality. That's what I said. You need to get the.
That's what I just said.
Okay, well, saying that you don't grant me is not a rebuttal.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, you start off on a rabbit trail. You start off on this rabbit trail saying that I was being consistent with my worldview. Because
you are being consistent. How's that a rabbit trail?
I thought we weren't going to do this. Okay, let's try to. I know we have a lot to say, but you see, here's the thing. You said that because there's no ultimate test that I can't get to anything objective, and I think that.
No, I didn't say that. You need to listen more carefully. You want to try again?
Okay, you're saying I'm being consistent because that. Okay, you mentioned evolution and you're saying that my thoughts are the results of millions of years, as well as my kidneys and all this other stuff. And
he's saying that if you were to say that killing a born baby was okay, if you were to say that, that would be entirely consistent in your worldview. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, because you just evolved. You just evolved to think that way. And after all, even if you had some questions about evolution, you would still be consistent because, after all, there is no ultimate objective morality. Therefore, everybody decides for themselves in a universe where just stuff happens.
Well, let him demonstrate how you get.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. I don't think that's wholly biological. I think there's some environmental factors in that equation as well. But I thought we weren't going to do that. I thought we
were
going to
understand when you say that there are environmental factors is a part of the concept of evolution.
Let Wolf King finish.
Yeah, just to be clear, I thought we were going to do that. Okay, so those factors, I mean, that just plays out in like what we become, but that's completely irrelevant. I mean, that's why I invoked the genetic fallacy. I mean, you're just.
That was rebutted. There was no genetic fallacy.
Yeah, nobody.
You're saying that I can't have some objective way of looking at this, and I just disagree with.
No, I didn't say you can't. I didn't say that I or anyone else would prohibit you. I said there is no such thing as objective morality in your worldview.
I disagree with that. I don't
Oh,
grant.
oh, okay, good. Could you please show us objective morality in your world?
Thank you.
I'm waiting.
Well, for one, I feel like that it depends on like the context and consequence of the situation and how we just measure that through our experiences.
How does that establish that the objective morality, Wolf?
Well, I mean, we can compare and contrast our experiences and what actually promotes what actually works over what actually doesn't, just given like the options that we have and just the evidence that they bear out, things like that.
That's just gobbledygook what you just said.
It's not gobbledygook.
Yeah, yeah. If we had a transcript and we showed that to people, they would start laughing. How does anything that you just said show that we can show that some things are objectively right and wrong? Is there an absolute objective standard of the good, Wolf?
What do you mean by absolute objective?
Well, in order to have objective morality, there would have to be some objective standard of the good that mores in society would align themselves with. Now, in the absence of an objective standard of the good, then you won't be able to show that morals can be objective. So I'll just ask you this very simple question, since you like simplicity. Is there an objective standard of the good that we are all obligated to align ourselves to?
I mean, are you? I mean, is this based on like an authority or just for just humans, like from like just my point of view?
Is there an objective standard of the good that human beings are universally obligated to comport ourselves to?
I mean, other than our rational ethical deliberations, that like
what rational deliberations?
Well, I just set it up.
Is rationality?
Can I finish my point? I thought we were going to do that. Like, come on, be respectful. I'm really trying in this situation. All right, okay. So, I think individuals engaging in rational ethical deliberations can discover some universal objective standards over time. I think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the state of our empirical knowledge, I don't think that trying to uphold to it, like trying to assert an absolutist moral system is really. I think that's honestly unreasonable. I think that the closer we have our rational ethical deliberations on these things.
Okay, you're presupposing that we can be rational. Are there preconditions?
We got away from this.
No, you just mentioned that we could use our reason and our rationality to arrive at objective morality. Now, are there preconditions for rationality in order to arrive at objective morality? Are there preconditions for rationality?
Are there preconditions like
Well, you're presupposing that we as a
I'm asking a clarifying question. Just
okay, go ahead.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait a second. I know you're eager to do them. Just wait a second. Okay, like are you referring to laws of logic? Is that where you're trying to go?
I'm asking you, is rationality just happen by chance, or are there some absolute preconditions necessary preconditions that must exist in order for us to be rational, and then in order for us to rationally arrive allegedly at some objective morality? Because that's what you said. You said we can use our rational discourse to arrive at objective reasoning and ethics. So what are the preconditions for rationality, since you say that rationality can exist?
I guess would be our ability to learn from our experiences. I guess like something inductive, like our ability to be able to distinguish certain things, like stuff like that.
That was just gobbledygook what I just heard.
I mean, how is that gobbledygook?
Are the laws of logic preconditions for rationality?
I mean, sure. I mean, they're
okay. Do the laws of logic exist?
Well, they don't exist as things. They're
No,
just,
okay. When we talk about the laws of logic, we're referring to the state of entities. A equals A cannot equal not A. So for all entities that exist, do they always equal themselves and can never equal their negation?
I mean, that is true. They,
How do you know that that's the case?
I mean, their value that we build on to create the structures of thought and reasoning.
Okay, so the laws of logic are man-made and conventional then?
I mean, no, I didn't say. I mean,
Okay, are the laws of
they're
logic absolute and universal then?
they're just true. That's it.
How did you come to the conclusion and verify that the laws of logic are true?
Because I mean, they exist as. I mean, I feel like you're making a category over there. It's that.
No, you stated that we can use our rationality to come to objective morality. So what I want to know is in your worldview, is rationality possible? And you told me that the laws of logic are a necessary precondition for rationality. So the question I'm asking you is this: you said the laws of logic are true. How were you able to arrive that the laws of logic are true? Was it via your sense perception, or is it by definition?
I think it would. I think probably. I mean, it's. I mean, it's weird. I think it's just. I guess I would say by definition, because it's just that these things. I mean, they don't exist as something like material or anything like that.
Oh, okay. So the laws of logic are man-made, right?
They're sort of like. Just let me finish. I guess, like, let me draw an analogy. It's sort of like the laws of physics. They don't exist as things. They just describe. They just describe these things.
So the laws of physics are only descriptive in nature and not prescriptive.
Sure. I mean, they're just.
Okay. Okay. Good. So basically, what you were saying, do you realize that definitions are arbitrary? If I call a tree and I call a dog, those definitions are arbitrary. Okay.
So, I mean, are you saying that the laws of logic are arbitrary?
If two or more human beings converse using words, the meaning of those words are adopted arbitrarily. So are the laws of logic arbitrary, or are they not arbitrary?
I mean, I just said they're true. I mean, when you actually described them, the like the laws of, like the law of identity, the law of excluded middle, and the law of non-contradiction. I mean, that's just. I mean, with those descriptions. I mean, I would have to say they're true. I can't say they're.
How would you say that it is the case that for all entities that exist represented by A, that A always equals itself and can never equal its negation at all times and all places? How are you able to determine that? You wouldn't believe that by faith, would you?
I wouldn't say. I mean, I would just say that's. I would just say that's. Can I finish? I mean, you're just. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's. I would feel like that's just self-evident, just based on like the nature of them, just what you just said.
Self-evident to what? Your senses?
I mean, just self-evident, just by virtue of them, having those qualities. They're just true.
That's gobbledygook what you said. How are the laws of logic that all entities always how are all entities equaling themselves and never equaling their negation? How is that self-evident?
Well, I mean, we haven't described. There isn't. We don't have a precedent or parallel that actually negates that. That's
an argument to ignorance.
That's not an argument to ignorance.
Sure, it is because we have not seen otherwise. Then the laws of logic are universal.
I mean, it's.
Yeah, what you're saying is because you've never seen an exception in your experience or your sense perception, therefore the whole of reality operates in the same way that you experience through your sense perception. That's begging the question, Wolf.
I mean, it's not begging the question.
It is begging the question. How do you know that? How do you know that
it's within their regime? It's in their regime of validity. Okay, I mean,
how do you know? How do you know that it's valid? How do you know that the whole of reality operates in the same way that the reality that you experience? How do you know that?
We're talking about the laws of logic and
that's right, exactly right.
Can I finish? Could you stop doing that? Like it's being delivered and it's just messed up. Just stop. Okay, what I mean by true is it's true at least its regime of validity. I mean there's nothing. It doesn't come about because of a thought at the beginning of the universe. It's just they're simply true. There have never been repeatable contradicting observations to this.
Okay, so you're using regime of validity. What is that? Is that French, or is it Swedish? Now,
you don't know what regime means?
Are you saying that the laws of logic are absolute and universal because you do not experience any deviations? And are you saying the laws of logic are absolute and universal at all times in all places because you do not experience inconsistencies?
I'm just saying it's true just because of the fact that they form the basis for thought and reasoning. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so what does that mean in form? What if we adopt a different form of reasoning? Suppose we move down to Australia and the Aborigines have a different way of thinking, right? So you see you're not saying anything of substance. You're saying that we can use our reason to arrive at objective morality, but you haven't even demonstrated that you have a basis for rationality from within your worldview as an atheist. You keep on telling us that the laws of logic are absolute and universal, but then you make an appeal to your experience. How do the consistencies of your experience logically necessitate that the whole of reality comports to what you experience? How is that logically necessitated?
Could you repeat that? Like you said.
How are the laws of logic absolute and universal because you don't see any apparent deviations in your experience?
I mean, I haven't said like, what do you mean by absolute and universal?
Are the laws of logic absolute and universal? Because you see, you need them to be absolute and universal in order to say that you can actually consistently reason about experience.
I mean, I would just need them. Okay, see, the thing is, I mean, it's your burden of proof to show that there's something dependent on them.
No. You see what you're
making.
Doing right now,
can I finish?
It's
please?
not my burden of proof. No, it's not. You have to justify that you can reason. So, are the laws of logic universal, Wolf?
I said they're true, but you're making them.
I didn't make a claim about the nature of reality.
Can I finish? You got to stop doing that. You really just got to stop. Okay, it's ridiculous. All right, now
I'm still waiting for an answer.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. Basically, I just said they're true just within their regime of validity.
Is that French or Swedish?
That's you gotta shut the hell up. Shut up. Okay, they're true within their regime of validity. You're making them seem like they're something.
What does that mean?
Beyond what they are. And I just want to know, like, I mean, are you saying that?
How do you know that the laws of logic?
Shut up and let me finish, okay? Now, I already made my statement clear on that. If you think that there's
no, you haven't. I don't know what a regime of validity means.
They're true by regime of validity. That means
what does that mean?
That with the way they are defined, there's no contradiction in it.
Oh, okay. Right? So the laws of logic are definitional then?
Yeah, they are true by definition.
Okay, so they're not true by experience. They're true by definition. So, but man-made definitions can and do change, right? So the laws of logic are conventional and man-made, right? Is that your position?
I don't think they're conventional. They're just.
Oh well, you just said they did. You said they're true by definition. If they're true by definition, then they're conventional.
Under the atheist worldview, they have to be.
Yeah, I mean, you're very confused. You keep on giving us
I mean,
this
you
French
keep
and
giving
Swedish statements.
you give these false dichotomies, and then like
I
then
didn't give you
then
the false dichotomy. If you want to show that I gave you a false dichotomy, show us that there's a third possible option. Okay, if I say to you, are the laws of logic absolute and universal, or they conventional? If that's a false dichotomy, what's the third possible option? Well,
I mean, okay, what do you mean by absolute?
I asked you a question. You said that's a false dichotomy. Is there a third option, Wolf?
Yeah, I just said like they're just transcendent or true. How about that?
What does that mean that they're transcendent or true? I mean, you're a walking bag of confusion here. Maybe it's all that regime of validity you've been talking about. Okay, so you see, you want to tell us this is great. Here's a guy. Hold on a second,
I mean, listen, you're making them.
Here's a
seem
guy
like
who claims he's an atheist by virtue of reason. When I ask him to explain what the foundation of reason is, he's just a walking bag of confusion. He can't even explain how he can reason.
I mean, I just did. I mean, I just said like they're true by regime of validity. They're the
regime of validity. What does that mean?
They form the basis of thought and reasoning. Okay, they don't exist as like physical or conceptual
Oh,
things.
why? Because we define it that way?
It's a French cheese.
I mean, like you're saying. I mean, like what do you mean like on your side when you're saying that?
I didn't make any claims to you. I'm still waiting for you to justify that in your atheist worldview that you have a basis or a foundation for reason on which you could reason to objective morality. Hold on a second. Give me 10 more seconds. You have yet to justify that the laws of logic are universal. Would you like to take another stab at it?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we were talking about abortion originally, and then you took it from that subject to this.
Right. Notice he's not answering the question.
I mean, I just think it's kind of ridiculous that you.
Of course you do, because you have no answer to my question. You want to claim that you can reason as an atheist to objective morality. That's what you said. Did you say that you could reason to objective morality? Yes or no?
I said that with our rational ethical deliberation.
Right. So you're claiming that you have
we can get the objective
standard. Also stated that
and then you switched it. Can I finish now? Can I finish? Like, I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, you just. I mean, I would hope that you have some social.
Ridiculous.
I would hope that you have some social.
You should quit while you're ahead.
I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, I would think you have some social skills. Come on. All right, now just to begin, first we were talking about abortion, then we went on to morality, then I said that, then we're going this other thing, and then I said the laws of logic were true, and then you made something like apparently that it honestly sounds like an argument from incredulity, like you're trying to say
I haven't made any argument.
You're trying to say that I haven't
made any argument to you.
Let me finish, okay? That I have no way to account for this thing, and therefore. That according to you I can't reason properly. I don't think.
Since you're an atheist,
I don't think that's really a fun.
Since you're an atheist and you don't believe things by faith, you require evidence. What is your evidence that there are laws of logic by which you could then ultimately reason to objective morality? So, do you take it by faith that the laws of logic are universal, or do you have some evidence for that? Since you're an atheist.
I just honestly think I just think of it as an axiom. That's just.
Oh, so you take it by faith then, as an atheist?
I mean, if you think, I mean, I did say it was self-evident, you know.
Okay.
So that,
do you?
I guess.
How is it? How are universal states self-evident to you? Are you omniscient? Because the laws of logic are to be considered absolute and universal. That's what the word law in laws of logic mean. So how are universal states of affairs self-evident to you? Or do you take it by faith?
Hold on. What was that question that you asked me before? Was I omniscient?
Yeah. How do you know that the laws of logic are absolute and universal? You then said they're axioms, and then you said they're self-evident. How are universal states for entities self-evident to you? Are you omniscient?
I mean, okay. Let me just ask you something for clarity. I mean, you think your God is is omnipotent, right? Like
No,
he
we're not
could,
changing the subject right
no,
now.
no, 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 no. This
That's
is
my
this is
God.
along the same sides. I just want to ask you.
Okay.
I just want to ask you that just for relevant. You think your God is omnipotent, right? Correct.
No, no, no. I don't think that my God is omniscient. God has revealed that He is omniscient.
Okay, okay, and he could do all things that in line with his nature and all that.
Okay. Did you want to answer my question?
I mean,
How are the laws?
we're getting close
logic
to it. We're getting close to it. Don't worry, we're getting close to it. Like what is his relation with the laws of logic?
What's your question?
What is his like? Does he sustain the laws of logic? Is
No,
he
no, no. God's mind are the essence of the laws of logic. Now, well, since you're flailing very badly here,
Yeah,
and if you
no. I
ignore
just want
me
just one
now,
more.
I'm
Just one
still
more
waiting.
question.
How are
I'll
universal
answer
truths
this
and
answer one more.
absolutes self-evident? No.
Let me answer one more. Let me ask one more question.
Okay, just one more question. Now, can he change the laws of logic to be something?
Since the laws of logic reflect the mind of God, and God's character and nature is immutable, God cannot change His own nature. That would be logically incoherent.
Right. So he's basically just
And
not
even
omnipotent.
if he could,
he can't change the laws of logic. Basically.
No, you see, under the biblical
can I
notion
say
of
something real quick?
omnipotence, it doesn't include the idea of no limitations.
Yeah, go.
That would be an incoherent notion. Now, enough of the dodgeball, Wolf.
Hold on.
How are universal absolute
man.
states
Diddy,
self-evident to you, Wolf?
wait, man. Rick, I wanted to say something real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw in something real quick, just few seconds. If God were able to change the laws of logic, right? Since He is the arbiter of these things, then how would finite human beings be able to determine when He's doing that, if He's doing that?
Yeah, don't go down his rabbit trail.
Right. I would agree with that.
This is a distraction.
That would be completely vacuous. That'd be almost a pointless thing to even think about.
How are the laws of logic self-evident, Wolf?
That's what was that? I mean, the reason I asked that question was because if he can change the laws of logic to be valid, let me finish. If he could make them invalid at some point, making those statements is not. It wouldn't be the same as themselves. I mean,
okay.
It would blow away the omnipotence. I mean, it would make the fact that he's the claim that logic is dependent on God would be false. I mean, that would just be a.
Okay. So, Wolf, how are the laws of logic self-evident?
How are they self-evident?
Yeah, you stated that they are self-evident. How is it self-evident to you that for all entities that exist represented by A always equals A, and A cannot equal not A at all times in all places? How is that self-evident?
I mean that's just something that everyone just accepts. I mean that's just what it is.
So basically it's just whatever is fashionably acceptable.
No, it's not a matter of fashion or whatever. I mean that's just.
Oh, okay. So something is self-evident if everybody in the world agreed about it. So in other words,
if someone discovered
1,000 years ago, everyone on the planet believed that the sun orbited the Earth, would it be self-evident that the sun orbits the Earth?
If someone discovered something and found that it was just an actual thing, just a matter of consistency. I mean, if that was
So I'm still waiting. How are the laws of logic self-evident, Wolf?
It's self-evident by virtue of the way that they. That's the way that they exist. I mean, they don't exist as physical.
That's entirely. What you just said is entirely circular. What you just said. They're self-evident because
it's not. It is.
Can I say something real quick?
Hold on a second, Veckel. How is the fact that entities existing halfway across the universe is always equal themselves and can never equal their negation? How is that self-evident to you, Wolf?
Their principles are necessarily true. I mean,
how is anything necessary in your worldview? How do you know that anything is absolute? Do you take that on faith, or do you determine that something is necessary by experience?
What do you mean by absolute? What do you mean by absolute?
You said it's necessary. So if something is necessary in your worldview it would be absolute. Now, do you take that on faith as an atheist that something is absolute, or did you determine that something is absolute by your experience?
I don't deal with in absolutes. I mean, that's just.
Oh, okay, good. Then you can't say that something's necessary then, because that would entail an absolute.
I mean, wouldn't that would be deductive, I believe.
You want to retract your use of the word that something is necessary?
No, I think I'll still use it.
Okay, good. Then there's some
Walking
absolute.
contradiction, man.
Then there is some absolute. Could you tell us in the viewing audience how you as an atheist arrived that anything is absolute? Was it by faith as an atheist, or was it by your sense perception?
I think that's just I believe the premises. I mean, if the premise, I mean, if the terms are clear and the premises like are true, then it.
I didn't know that.
Okay, could we have somebody who can translate gobbledygook into plain English?
I mean, you seem to be. I mean, you call yourself a logician, but you don't understand what the.
No, I don't call. Wait, hold on a second. When have I ever called myself a logician?
I mean,
you can say he acts like.
I was just being hyper.
No, are you saying? I'm doing it.
Are you saying he acts
I
like?
was just being hyperbolic.
I'm trying to show you. You say you're an atheist because you do not want to accept by faith that God exists. Yet the very things that you believe about the nature of reality, you accept by faith. Because then I say to you, is it by faith? And you say, no, it's self-evident. And then when I say, well, how are the laws of logic, which are the necessary preconditions for you to reason, how are they absolute?
Look, I never like you're putting the word absolute on me, and it's just like with.
Yeah, you did, because you said they're necessary. If something is necessary, then it's absolute.
I mean, it's properly basic. That's just what it is.
Okay, so what does properly?
Okay, he just made an
properly basic.
Yeah.
You know what a properly basic is? Oh, okay, good. So are the laws of logic properly basic, Wolf?
Yeah, they are properly basic.
Oh, okay. Do you know that a properly basic view is a belief that you can't justify?
I mean, they don't. I mean, they
Okay,
don't
Wolf, is a properly basic belief one that you cannot further justify?
I mean, you don't argue for it. You argue from it. I mean, of course,
Okay.
that's not how it.
Okay, good. So
that's not how it works. What you're saying.
Okay, so in other words, you just simply adopt that the laws of logic exist without justification, because when you accept properly basic beliefs don't have justification. But you just told us that you did have justification for the laws of logic as an atheist. You said they were self-evident. So which is it? Are they properly basic and have no justification, or are they self-evident, Wolf?
Well, I mean, it's like, okay, it's the same thing basically. I mean, one could think of a worldview. I mean, you were talking about my worldview, right? And it comprises a number of basic beliefs, and that's philosophically equivalent to the axioms of the worldview.
I didn't understand one.
How do you know
that gobbledygook that you just said?
I mean, so if I give you an answer and you don't know what it means, it's gobbledygook.
Well, are the laws of logic properly basic beliefs, or are they self-evident?
It's the same thing. Like
it's not.
It's not mutually exclusive.
A properly basic belief is not self-evident.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, it is not, because a properly basic belief does not have a properly basic belief is one that you can't justify.
Yeah,
if you could justify it, it wouldn't be called properly basic.
You understand what self-evident.
But here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line you don't have a basis that the laws of logic are absolute and universal, do you?
You understand what self-evident means. Self-evident is basically like you don't have to argue for it. You argue from it. I mean, it's.
Well, why don't you have to argue for it? Why not? Oh, so there are there are things. Hold on a second. So are there things that you believe in that don't have justification?
What?
Yeah. So are there things about the nature of reality that you believe in, such as the laws of logic, that don't have justification?
I mean, okay. Here's the thing. Just to help you out.
I repeated the question twice. You're not answering it. Would you like me to repeat it again? Are there things that you believe in about the nature of reality for which you have no justification?
I mean, if you're talking about my basic beliefs, by definition they can't be proven within the worldview. Like you understand that because they're axiomatic.
Well, can you tell me what can be proven? Can anything be proven in your worldview?
I mean, if we get beyond like square one with the axioms, then
Okay, so something is proven if you're standing on an ultimate assumption. Is that your standard of proof?
I mean, why do you keep putting words in my mouth? Like you just
No,
do
I asked.
that.
I didn't put words in your mouth. I asked a question.
Like
See, you would have us believe that you could reason to objective morality, but then when I ask you, how is it the case that you can reason from your worldview as an atheist? You're all over the map with gobbledygook, all right? Telling that you have some scheme of validity, which I don't think any of us in here speak French.
Regime, not scheme.
Regime.
Actually, it's regime. Yeah,
Thank you. I stand corrected. So once again, so in other words, you have no justification that the laws of logic are absolute. Is that correct?
I have what?
So is there a justification that the laws of logic are absolute or not?
I mean, I just think that they're true. I just because.
Oh, you think they're true, but is there a justification for it?
It's just a properly basic belief.
Do you take it on faith? Do you take it on faith without evidence or justification that a certain state of affairs exists, namely the laws of logic?
I mean, if that's what you want to call it, I mean, I wouldn't.
No, I'd like your answer. Do you take it on faith?
I already answered.
The laws of logic exist.
Exist as what? I mean,
Do you take it on faith that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I just think they're true. I mean, that's I just gave.
Okay. Did you arrive that they are true by faith or by justification?
My faith or by justification. I'm not arguing for them. I argue from them. They're just axioms to me. Like they're not.
Do you adopt these axioms by faith?
I would say that let's see.
A humble person at this point.
I guess you say so. I guess you say that.
Clean up on aisle 9, please.
A humble person at this point would just simply say, you know what? I don't know how to respond to these type of questions.
I just said. I mean,
do you adopt the?
If he wants to say I arrive at him by faith, I mean that's fine. I mean if that's what he wants to say.
No, I'm asking you. How do you arrive at the laws of logic being universal? Is it by faith, Wolf?
I would, yeah. I mean, I suppose if you want to say that, that's fine.
Okay, but you see, you're an atheist. You don't take things by faith that they exist like God because you want evidence.
Wait. Hold on.
Explain to us
statement.
Your inconsistency.
Hold on. Repeat that statement. Repeat that first statement you said. Repeat that.
You require evidence in order to believe that there's a God.
Where are you drawing the connection to that with God?
No, I said you're an atheist, right?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, and are you an atheist because there's no evidence for God?
I think that I don't think there's sufficient evidence to support a belief in a God or a supernatural thing.
Okay, do you have sufficient evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I don't I think that's just that's a properly basic belief. That's just what
okay. You're not answering my question. Is there sufficient evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal? Yes or no?
I don't think you don't really need you don't really need evidence for that. It's just self-evident.
Why don't wait a minute. You require evidence for God.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's your burden of proof. You're the one.
Why you require evidence for the creator of the universe, but when it comes to another state of affairs, could you tell the listening audience why you require evidence and justification for the God who created you. But when it comes to other claims about the nature of reality, you don't require evidence. Could you explain to us why you're being arbitrary?
Well, you're making an ontological claim, and I mean, it's your position, not
You're
mine.
making an ontological claim.
I don't have to like
the laws of logic. That's an ontological claim about the nature of existence.
I don't have to provide evidence to be skeptical of a claim that you make. I mean, you're saying
Okay,
that
you make a claim that the laws of logic are universal. Okay,
that is your position.
No, but you did make a claim.
A hole deeper for yourself every time you respond.
Yeah, Wolf, you did make a claim. You said that you made an absolute that there is no sufficient evidence of the existence of God. That is a positive.
I never said that. I never said that. You're hearing things, man. You're hearing things.
Okay, but you have an absence of belief in God due to the insufficiency of evidence. Is there sufficient evidence that another state of affairs actually exists, namely the laws of logic?
That's your position. That's your position. You gotta
it's not my position. It's a question. It's a question I'm asking you. It's not my position. Is there sufficient evidence that the laws of logic are absolute and universal? Yes or no?
I don't think that I really don't. I think you're kind of drawing some parallel. That's not really the case. I mean,
are you not understanding the question? Shall I repeat it?
I understand it. I don't think that there's evidence to support like that they exist as things. That they're just axiomatic.
No, I didn't say the laws of logic are things. I said the laws of logic are that for all entities represented by A, that all entities that exist equal themselves, and they cannot ever equal their negation.
Oh, hold on. G. Whistler says that precept is flawed. Let him back that up.
Well, I didn't say that, but since you asked me, I've given you the answer in the side chat.
Yes, you did. You said precept is flawed insofar.
No, I didn't
as the
say
precept. You said it right there. I asked you.
Well, because you are no. Hang on. Don't get your.
No. Stop. I said.
You want an argument or what?
Stop, dude. Stop. I said if you think precept is flawed, prove it, G. And then you said it's flawed.
I didn't say
stop.
It's flawed.
Quit interrupting me.
Well, stop being an idiot.
Dude, I asked you a straight question.
I gave you a straight answer.
You said it's flawed insofar as the preceptor always makes a negative assertion. You said it's flawed.
I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying.
So you just said precept is flawed. Why are you sitting there lying?
What?
Why are you sitting there lying? You said I'm not saying precept is flawed, but you did say that the preceptor was making a negative assertion.
Well, I'll explain. You
said, or not? Yes or no?
You said yes, it's flawed.
Then you say a precept is flawed. Point. You just proved my point.
Do you want to have an answer? Do you want to have an argument with yourself, or shall I try and answer you?
Prove my point. You said I'm not saying precept is flawed, but you just told me you just contradicted yourself. Proof that
I haven't contradicted anything because I haven't explained it. You're jumping down my throat. I haven't even had a chance to explain it.
No, dude.
Antonio, I do want to hear him explain this. I'm dying to hear.
Yeah.
All right, fine. Go ahead.
So our naked assertions are So G, our naked assertions.
No. I haven't. No, well, that you can.
Let G
get a chance. You can see the timeline. Firstly, you can see the timeline. You said, Antonio, if you think precept is flawed, prove it. I said, hang on. I said that I hadn't made that statement. You then asked me, or you implied in that comment that you were asking me the question. So I gave you an answer. I said it's flawed insofar as the precept always makes a naked assertion.
Okay, do you
I didn't make the claim initially.
Assertions? Do you reject all naked assertions?
I didn't ask you about.
Antonio, hold on a second. Let's smoke them out. G, do you reject all naked assertions?
I haven't really given it any thought. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe I don't.
Naked assertions.
Huh?
You have a problem with naked assertions, right?
I have a problem when you simply assert that God exists and make a circular argument. That's what I have a problem with. Okay, that's the matter at hand. Right. Other naked assertions are irrelevant.
No. Okay, so why would you have an arbitrary standard for some naked assertions but not another?
No, where's the water?
I didn't say I had an arbitrary assert.
Okay,
Sorry,
are naked
this
assertions
Batman guy keeps
problematic? Are naked assertions problematic?
This one is problematic. I'm not interested in whether.
Why would one
if you want an answer,
and not
it
another?
helps to stop talking.
Right.
There's got to be a point where you stop and the other person speaks.
Right. So the question, I'll repeat the question, then I'll shut up. Why is one naked assertion problematic, but not another naked assertion? Could you explain that?
This is problematic because it is making a bold claim about the very nature of the reality we live in. This isn't just. This isn't just a simple claim about is there a car in the garage? Yes or no. This is a claim about is there a God?
Okay.
If you're going to sit there and say, I haven't finished. If you're going to sit there and say, I believe a God exists, and you're going to then resort to or appeal to a circular argument to support that, then I reject that.
Okay, good. Is what you just said a product of reason?
Yes.
Okay, does your ability to reason depend that the laws of logic are absolute and universal?
I don't know if they're universal. You've asked me that many times.
Does your ability to reason outside of your immediate experience depend on the laws of logic being absolute and universal?
Say that again.
Does your ability to reason outside of your immediate experience, does it depend on the laws of logic being absolute and universal?
Reason outside of my experience. Well, that I don't suppose that I can reason 100% effectively. In other words, outside of my experience. In other words, I don't know that the laws of logic exist in all times. And
okay,
all
then why should we pay attention to any of your reasoning?
And I've never claimed that I do know that.
Okay, good. Then how can you say that a naked assertion is flawed outside of your experience, unless the laws of logic are universal?
Because it's up to you to make the to prove the claim.
No, you made the claim. You made the claim that naked assertions, in this case about God, was flawed. But you see, that statement is outside of your immediate experience.
No, I said that claim is flawed.
Well, I mean, do you have any experience for him to like accept that?
In order for you to make that statement, see, it's not in your immediate experience. This conversation is taking place. These people in the room are outside of your experience. And when we make statements about the nature of reality, that's outside of your experience. So in order for us to come to valid or recognize invalid conclusions about the nature of reality, since you raised the issue of the nature of reality, would the laws of logic have to be absolute and universal? Yes or no?
I believe they're universal, yes.
Okay, is that a naked assertion?
I don't know if it's a naked assertion. It's probably an assertion.
Okay. Do you have a
I don't think it's naked.
Do you have evidence, sufficient evidence or justification that the laws of logic are absolute or universal, or is it just a naked claim?
Well, what's your threshold for sufficiency?
Okay. G, you're dodging and you're filibustering. When you rely on the laws of logic in order to reason that other claims are flawed, you depend on the laws of logic being absolute and universal. Now, is it the case that the laws of logic by which you rely on are absolute and universal? Are they?
Well, I asked you a clarifying question.
Okay,
you asked
I'll ask the question.
I haven't finished. You can interrupt me and ask the question.
No, I'm not going to. I'm very accustomed to your filibustering. If you don't answer my question, I'll just eject you from the room. You are depending on the laws of logic in order to reason about naked assertion. Are the laws of logic absolute and universal? Yes or no?
Just say they're true, G. Just do that.
His mic is muted.
Yeah, because
it doesn't work when you mute me, does it? Really?
Okay. Are the laws of logic absolute and universal, G?
I believe they are.
I'm not asking you what's your state of mind. I said, is it the case?
I didn't give you what my state of mind.
Is it the case that the laws of logic are absolute?
I believe they are. I'm using that word.
Okay. Now, do you have a justification for that?
Well, my justification is that the laws of logic seem to work in my everyday experience, and I have no reason to think that beyond my experience.
Can you experience the laws of logic?
Did I sound like I was finished?
Can you experience the laws of logic?
Did I sound like I was finished? Yeah. You asked me a question, and then you talk over me halfway through.
All right, finish your point.
Well, I said that I believe that the laws of logic are valid in all time and space and all the rest of it. But I can't know that because I haven't been to all corners of the universe and all times. I don't have a TARDIS, but I believe, based on my experience of the laws of logic functioning in everyday life, insofar as I have experienced it, that they will do it. That they do work in that way. I have no reason to doubt that position, and to try and doubt that position would cause me an immense amount of cognitive dissonance.
So basically, what you're doing is you're relying on inductive reasoning, right?
I'm not hugely an expert in the definition of that, but if you like,
you're generalizing to the whole about the nature of reality. That the nature of reality operates in the same way vis-a-vis the laws of logic as what you experience, right?
Okay.
Now is that the case?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, good. Do you have a justification that the whole comports to what you experience?
Well, I just answered that question.
Well, the answer is no. So your statement that the laws of logic are absolutely universal.
That's my answer. You've just reduced down to one
single word. I'll be right back.
Yeah, bye. What's the point of asking me questions just to talk over me? I've answered your question, you silly man.
I mean, like you could just say like that the laws of logic.
No, so the problem what we're having here are the atheists do not like somebody saying God has revealed himself because they claim that's a naked assertion. But they want to go around and they want to make claims about the laws of logic and that they can reason, which are naked assertions. And so what we have here is complete duplicity on the part of the skeptics, such as G and Wolf. They want to accept their naked assertions, but when it comes to the statement that God has revealed himself in time and space, they say, well, I won't accept that naked assertion, which goes to show you they have a double standard and they have an arbitrary standard.
Yeah, no, I would say that's a false analogy. I mean, the claim that God revealed.
I gave no analogy. I gave no analogy. There was no
that's your position alone, whether or not a God revealed.
I gave no analogy. How could I make a false analogy if I didn't give an analogy?
No, what you did though was you imputed mendacity and you said duplicity.
Yeah, you are being duplicitous.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not being duplicitous. And that's
sure you do. Okay, good.
No, hang on. You don't get to sit there and say your position is duplicitous. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. But you don't get to sit there and just say, you're.
I just said it. I just said it.
Well, that just makes you look like
you're being duplicitous because you don't accept the naked. According to you, you don't accept the naked assertion that the God of the Bible has revealed himself, but you hold to other states of affairs that are about the nature of reality for which you have no justification, which are simply naked assertions.
Would you like me to?
I mean, that's not the case at all. I mean, like, just see that the thing here is you're saying that we're not comfortable with your claim about God revealing something of that, or your position, and you're bringing up some kind of parallel with the laws of logic. I mean, all one needs to do is to point out that just it's true within the set of conditions, just with the nature of the laws of logic being what they are, just true within their regime.
That is what you just said is absolutely gobbledygook. The laws of logic are true in virtue of what?
In virtue of the set of conditions that they have. They're just their nature.
What does that mean? Could you translate that into English, please?
I mean,
regime.
Go ahead and explain.
They're self-evident. They're self-evident. That's just why I said.
How is it the case? How is it the case that an asteroid halfway across the universe always equals itself, and it can never equal its negation? How is that self-evident to you?
Because that's just how we make our abstraction based on those things, on the laws.
Oh, so it's not self-evident. In other words, it's arbitrary.
I didn't say that.
Well, which is it? Is it self-evident that an asteroid cannot equal its negation halfway across the universe, or is it that an arbitrary designation on your part?
That's just our understanding based off of that necessary truth.
What is necessary in your worldview? As something being necessary means that there are absolutes exist. Do any absolutes exist?
I mean, you make these statements and then like you add on bits of your own.
Well, if I asked you a question, you have a nasty habit. You have a nasty habit of filibustering when I ask you a question. You said something is necessary. If you say that something is necessary, that means that something is absolute. Do any absolutes exist, Wolf?
I mean, I don't work with absolutes.
Okay, good. Then you can't claim that anything is necessary then.
No, I mean, here's the thing. If we're talking about it, it's about it being self-evident. Okay, that means it's true, but it just can't logically be proven just by its nature. I mean, you're talking about the laws of logic. They're related to a set of conditions just based on their nature. All right.
How do you know the nature of reality?
That's a different statement altogether. Like when a person gets done with one question, like then you can ask another.
No, it's all related to the same thing. Every time I ask you a question, you go down some semi-related rabbit trail. Now you said something is necessary. If something is necessary, then an absolute exists. Okay. Now you did assert that something is necessary. Did you? Okay. So in other words, something can be necessary in a world where no absolutes exist. Is that possible, Wolf?
I mean, something could be necessary by virtue of it being self-evident.
Something could be necessary that it is self-evident. And could you translate that into English, please? What does that mean?
Listen, okay. What logic presupposes that its principles are necessarily true.
Oh,
I remember,
okay, so
I remember when I asked you if the God of the Bible, if he is omnipotent, why can't he just change it? And if he can't change it, then that means that they're just not dependent on your God existing.
No, the mistake. I've already explained this to you. I don't know why. Maybe you have comprehension problems, but that was already explained to you earlier. Okay. Now I would like to. I'd like to stick to the topic, and it would be nice for the sake of the audience if you would stop your filibustering. Now, when you claim that something is necessary, that entails that something is an absolute. Now, is anything absolute? Well, you just told us you don't deal in any absolutes. If there are no absolutes, then nothing is necessary.
Yeah, you keep making these absolute claims.
That's not. No. Okay. I'm just gonna deal with what he said, and then we can move on from there. Now you.
Why should we move on?
You're assuming that you're
laws of logic.
You're assuming. Okay, here's the thing. You're assuming that the laws of logic are based on something absolute.
I'm not assuming anything. I'm trying to get.
Yes, you are.
I'm trying to get you to substantiate.
Yes, you are, and what I appreciate it if you don't talk over me. Okay. That's what I appreciate.
Okay, good. We're still waiting. How is it that the laws of logic are absolute?
Well, then you gotta be quiet. Okay, I wasn't done talking. All right. Now to begin, I don't remember where I was getting at because you were
going to attempt to tell us how it is the case that the laws of logic are absolute, that you can reason to and about objective morality.
Right, and don't mute the moderators in this hangout neither.
Yeah, right. So how is it? Here's a simple question. Let's see if he can understand a simple question. How is it the case that the laws of logic are in fact absolute and universal, so that you can reason to objective morality? Because that's what we were discussing.
Well, it's like I said, you were claiming that it was based on something absolute, and I was just saying that it was true within the regime of validity, just based on the.
What is regime of validity? You've said that 10 times.
It refers to Okay, since you don't get what the word means, I'll help you out. It refers to a set of conditions, most often of the thing's nature. All right.
How do you know the nature of anything?
I mean, are we talking about the laws of logic, or are you just going to change every?
Right. When you say
just going to change the question in the midst
it
of
refers to.
I mean, are you just going to keep badgering on, or like what?
No, you just keep on making statements,
then
and
shut your mouth.
I'm asking you to support your statements, and you keep on filibustering. I mean, it's transparently obvious to everyone who's watching you're filibustering. So I'll ask the question one more time.
I mean, I'm trying to
How is it the case that the laws of logic are indeed well, I'm a moderator in the room. Don't mute me. Okay. How is it the case that the laws of logic,
they're true within the regime of validity? Fuck off.
Okay, if you mute me one more time, you'll be ejected from the room.
Okay.
Now, how is it the case that the laws of logic are indeed?
They're true within the regime of validity.
Okay, so basically, he muted me because he knew I told him that I would eject him from the room. He has absolutely no basis whatsoever for the laws of logic. Therefore, he has no foundation or basis to claim reason, and therefore, if he cannot claim reason, how can he even make a case without reason for?
Well, we don't know because you kicked him out. So I don't see why the post-mortem is necessary.
Yeah,
but
and someone let an idiot fake true empiricism come in the room. Oh, okay, so you guys are booting people out there on Hangouts. Great.
Are they sniping right now?
Yep.
Fucking assholes, man.
Are we being sniped? Yeah, well, we know who we can blame for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loser couldn't answer freaking arguments, filibuster. They're being arbitrary and inconsistent, and he just at the next man because you can't give a rational.
Yeah, I got a little by being booted. Oh, it got a little crazy after a while. What the hell's going on? What the hell is happening? Is Skynet taking over?
If you're not if you refute their points, they're just gonna destroy the chat.
What's up, MP? What the hell is happening?
I think somebody's sniping.
Doesn't it show who kicked who? Rats Meek. Holy fuck.
Godless girl. How you doing?
What's happening now? So, what is this, a glitch? Or